I'm really so grateful that you take the time to watch these videos. It makes me feel truly glad that you're here. But I've noticed not many of you are subscribing, liking, or commenting, and that can be a little disheartening. These stories deserve more than just silent viewers. They deserve a community of people who care. So, if you're watching from cities like New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, Miami, Houston, or anywhere else, please take a moment to hit subscribe, like the video, and drop a comment with your city and what time it is where you're watching. Your support truly makes a difference. These stories matter, and together, we can make sure they get the attention they deserve. Thank you for being a part of this. When a blue suitcase was discovered abandoned near the Devon coastline, no one could have predicted the nightmare rotting inside, or the cold, calculated mind that had dragged it 200 miles from London. The woman who owned that luggage wasn't fleeing justice. She was orchestrating one of Britain's most disturbing murders, a killing so methodical and grotesque that it would expose the terrifying capacity for evil hidden behind a gentle smile. This is the story of Gemma Mitchell, the osteopath-turned-killer who murdered her friend for money, decapitated her corpse, and stuffed the remains into luggage as casually as packing for vacation. What she did to Mi Kun Chang's body would haunt investigators for years. What she did afterward would prove that some monsters don't lurk in shadows. They live next door. Welcome to Crime Headquarters. I know many of you enjoy these stories to unwind and drift off to sleep, and tonight, you're in for something truly chilling and tragic. We'll be telling 5 different true crime stories in this video, each one more haunting than the last. So, get cozy, whether you're in bed or somewhere comfortable, and let go of the day. Before you let your mind drift off, take a moment to subscribe, like, share, and comment. We'd love to hear your thoughts. Also, feel free to tell us where you're watching from and what time it is in your corner of the world. Now, take a deep breath, relax, and get ready. This is the story, The Suitcase Executioner. June 11th, 2021. That date would become seared into the timeline of British criminal history, marking the moment when a vulnerable woman vanished from a quiet London street, her fate already sealed by someone she trusted. Mi Kun Chang, known affectionately to friends as Deborah, was 67 years old, a devout Christian, and a woman whose kindness had become her fatal flaw. She lived alone in a terraced house on Brondesbury Park, Wembley, a modest home that represented decades of hard work and careful saving. That Friday morning, she was seen on CCTV footage leaving her residence, walking with purpose toward what she believed would be a routine visit with a friend. She would never return. Deborah's life had not been easy. Born in Malaysia, she had immigrated to Britain seeking opportunity and built a quiet existence centered around her church community. She was a regular at the Chinese London Missional Church in Kilburn, where fellow worshippers described her as gentle-spirited, generous almost to a fault, and deeply devoted to her faith. But beneath this peaceful exterior lay profound vulnerability. Deborah suffered from cervical cancer, a diagnosis that had shaken her world and left her grappling with mortality. The disease had progressed, leaving her weakened, anxious about the future, and desperate for any treatment that might offer hope or relief from her suffering. This desperation had led her to Gemma Mitchell, a registered osteopath who presented herself as someone who could help. Mitchell was 46 years old, a trained manual therapist who operated from her mother's home in Willesden, northwest London. She cultivated an image of alternative health expertise, someone who understood the body's mysteries beyond conventional medicine. To Deborah, who was exploring every possible avenue to manage her cancer symptoms, Mitchell seemed like a godsend, a healthcare professional who showed personal interest in her well-being, who listened to her fears, who offered treatments that might ease her pain. But behind Mitchell's professional facade festered something far darker. Her life was collapsing. Financial ruin loomed over her like a guillotine blade suspended by fraying rope. She owed money to multiple creditors, faced mounting debts she couldn't service, and was locked in a bitter legal dispute over her mother's dilapidated home. The property required extensive repairs estimated at over £200,000. Money Mitchell simply didn't have. Her osteopathy practice barely generated enough income to survive, let alone fund the massive renovation her mother's crumbling house desperately needed. She was drowning financially, watching her world disintegrate piece by piece, and the pressure was transforming desperation into something monstrous. Deborah Chong, with her paid-off home and her savings, represented a solution to Mitchell's problems. The older woman had mentioned to church friends that she was considering her will, thinking about how to distribute her modest estate. She had no close family in Britain, no children who would inherit her property. To Mitchell, this vulnerable cancer patient wasn't a person anymore. She was an opportunity, a financial windfall waiting to be seized. And Mitchell had begun planning exactly how to seize it. The manipulation started subtly, as predatory schemes often do. Mitchell befriended Deborah outside their professional relationship, visiting her home, taking her to appointments, positioning herself as an indispensable companion to a lonely, ill woman who desperately needed support. She learned the intimate details of Deborah's finances, her property, her lack of close relatives. She discovered that Deborah kept significant cash in her home, thousands of pounds that represented the woman's life savings. And most crucially, Mitchell convinced Deborah to make changes to her will, changes that would benefit Mitchell directly. Court documents would later reveal that Mitchell had persuaded Deborah to name her as executor and beneficiary of her estate, promising to donate proceeds to the church while keeping portions for herself. She had already begun spending money she didn't yet have, making plans for renovations, calculating how Deborah's assets could solve all her financial nightmares. There was just one problem. Deborah was still alive, and there was no guarantee she would die from her cancer quickly enough to save Mitchell from financial catastrophe. So Mitchell decided she couldn't wait for nature to take its course. She would help death along. The morning of June 11th unfolded with grotesque normalcy. CCTV cameras captured Deborah leaving her home at approximately 9 a.m., wearing a distinctive high-visibility yellow jacket and walking toward Mitchell's address just over a mile away. She carried nothing but a small bag, expecting to return home in a few hours after their meeting. The footage shows her walking steadily, completely unaware that these would be the last moments of her life captured on camera, the final evidence that she had existed as a living, breathing person before Mitchell transformed her into a corpse. What happened inside Mitchell's home that morning remains partially shrouded in mystery, as Mitchell herself has never provided a truthful account. But forensic evidence would later paint a horrifying scenario. At some point during Deborah's visit, Mitchell attacked her. Whether the assault began with a sudden blow or whether Mitchell lured her into a vulnerable position remains unclear. But what is certain is the violence of the attack itself. Deborah didn't die easily or quickly. She fought for her life against someone stronger, younger, and driven by financial desperation so profound it had extinguished all humanity. The medical examiner's report, presented months later during trial, detailed injuries consistent with a sustained, brutal assault. Deborah suffered head trauma from repeated blows, fractures that spoke to defensive wounds as she tried to shield herself, and evidence of strangulation. The attack was personal, prolonged, and vicious. Mitchell didn't use a weapon that would kill instantly. She used her hands, her physical strength, the force of her own body to extinguish Deborah's life. This wasn't a killing born of sudden rage or passion. It was methodical execution carried out by someone who had decided their financial problems mattered more than another human being's right to exist. As Deborah's life drained away in Mitchell's home, as her final breaths rattled and stopped, Mitchell faced the enormously complicated problem of what to do with the body. She couldn't simply call police and claim self-defense or accident. There was too much evidence of premeditation, too much financial motive that would immediately make her the prime suspect. She couldn't bury the body in the small garden without risk of discovery. And she couldn't keep it in the house indefinitely without the decomposition creating impossible to hide evidence. Mitchell needed the body to disappear completely, to be found so far from London and so long after death that connecting it back to her would be nearly impossible. This is where Mitchell's crime ascended into truly nightmarish territory. Rather than panic or make impulsive mistakes, she implemented a plan that demonstrated chilling calculation. She would store Deborah's body in her home for over 2 weeks, allowing it to decompose to a more manageable state while she prepared for disposal. She would then decapitate the corpse to make identification more difficult, package the remains in luggage, and drive them hundreds of miles away to be dumped where they might never be found. or if found, would appear to be unconnected to London, to Mitchell, to their relationship. For 15 days, Deborah Chong's body remained hidden inside Gemma Mitchell's property. While neighbors went about their daily routines, while police began investigating Deborah's disappearance, while church friends held prayer vigils hoping for her safe return, the woman they mourned lay dead mere streets away, her corpse slowly decaying while her killer finalized plans for its disposal. Mitchell went about her business during these weeks with remarkable composure, speaking to investigators when they came asking questions, expressing appropriate concern about her missing friend, never betraying the horrific secret rotting in her home. The human body begins decomposing immediately after death. Within hours, rigor mortis sets in. Within days, the flesh begins to break down, releasing gases that bloat the corpse and produce an overwhelming stench. Within weeks, the decomposition process accelerates dramatically, liquefying tissue, attracting insects, transforming what was once a living person into something barely recognizable. Mitchell lived with this process happening under her roof for over 2 weeks. The psychological compartmentalization required to maintain normal appearances while a corpse decayed in proximity demonstrates a degree of emotional detachment that borders on psychopathy. But Mitchell wasn't just waiting. She was preparing. She purchased extra-large luggage capable of containing a human body. She researched locations where a suitcase could be abandoned with minimal chance of immediate discovery. She prepared tools for dismemberment, understanding that decapitation would serve dual purposes, making the body easier to transport and making identification more difficult if the remains were discovered. She was planning disposal the way most people plan vacations, with careful attention to logistics, timing, and risk management. During this same period, police had begun investigating Deborah's disappearance in earnest. Family friends reported her missing within days when she failed to appear at church services, failed to answer phone calls, and couldn't be found at her home. Officers visited her residence, finding it empty but showing no signs of struggle or forced entry. They reviewed CCTV footage and identified her last known movements toward Mitchell's address. When they interviewed Mitchell, she claimed Deborah had visited briefly but left in good health and spirits, supposedly traveling to visit relatives. Mitchell's performance was convincing enough that she wasn't immediately considered a suspect, despite being the last known person to see Deborah alive. But the timeline was accelerating. The longer Deborah remained missing, the more intense the investigation would become. Sooner or later, police would return with harder questions, with search warrants, with forensic teams. Mitchell knew she was operating on borrowed time. The body had to disappear, and it had to disappear soon, before investigators narrowed their focus and made disposal impossible. On June 26th, 2 weeks after the murder, Mitchell put her plan into motion. She had selected the Devon coastline as her disposal site, over 200 miles from London, far enough to seem completely unconnected to the crime, yet accessible by car in a single day's drive. The area featured numerous secluded paths, wooded areas, and coastal spots where a suitcase could be abandoned and might not be discovered for months, if ever. It was remote enough for discretion but not so isolated that Mitchell herself would appear suspicious traveling there. Before the body could be transported, it had to be prepared. This meant decapitation. Using implements she had gathered, likely household tools, perhaps a saw or heavy blade, Mitchell separated Deborah's head from her body. This wasn't a quick or easy process. Human necks contain vertebrae, tough cartilage, dense muscle tissue, and thick skin. Decapitation requires sustained physical effort, particularly when performed by someone without anatomical training in dismemberment. The forensic evidence would later show rough, ragged separation consistent with crude tools and amateur technique, but ultimately effective technique nonetheless. Mitchell stuffed Deborah's headless corpse into the suitcase she had purchased, folding the decomposing remains to fit the luggage's dimensions. She packed the head separately, wrapped in materials that would contain fluids and mask odors. Then she loaded this grotesque cargo into her car, a battered Mercury sedan, and began the long drive southwest toward Devon. Somewhere during this journey, Mitchell disposed of Deborah's head. It has never been recovered, likely dumped along the route in a location Mitchell has never disclosed and may never disclose. The headless torso continued toward its final destination. The drive from London to Devon spans approximately 200 miles of motorway, country roads, and coastal routes that wind through some of England's most picturesque countryside. For tourists, this journey represents adventure, scenic beauty, the promise of beaches and moorland exploration. For Gemma Mitchell, on the morning of June 26, 2021, it represented something entirely different. A logistical nightmare during which one mistake, one traffic stop, one curious police officer could expose the decomposing human corpse crammed into luggage in her vehicle's backseat. The psychological pressure of driving for hours with literal human remains as cargo would break most people. For Mitchell, it was simply another problem to be managed with the same cold calculation she had applied to every aspect of this monstrous crime. Mitchell's vehicle that day was an aging silver Mercury sedan, a car that had seen better years and attracted no attention whatsoever, which made it perfect for her purposes. She had loaded the large blue suitcase containing Deborah's headless body, along with additional bags containing clothing, cleaning materials, and personal items that would make her appear to be a normal traveler if anyone looked too closely. She had dressed casually, adopting the appearance of someone taking a day trip to the coast, nothing remarkable or memorable. But inside that blue suitcase, compressed and folded like discarded clothing, was what remained of me Kunchong. The stench must have been overwhelming. By June 26th, Deborah's body had been dead for 15 days. The decomposition process in that time frame is extensive and produces gases and fluids that create an odor so powerful and distinctive that it's unmistakable to anyone who has encountered it. Mitchell would have needed to seal the suitcase carefully, perhaps double-bagging the remains, perhaps using air fresheners and odor-masking materials to make the drive tolerable. But even with precautions, the smell of death permeates everything it contacts. Mitchell's car, her clothing, her skin, all would have absorbed the sickly sweet, putrid odor of rotting human flesh. The route Mitchell selected took her southwest out of London, onto the M4 motorway, then transitioning to smaller A roads as she approached Devon. Traffic cameras captured her vehicle at multiple points during this journey, providing investigators with timestamps that would later prove invaluable for establishing her movements. Mitchell drove carefully, maintaining speed limits, avoiding any behavior that might attract police attention. For several hours, she was just another vehicle among thousands on British roads, indistinguishable from the families heading to beach holidays, the business travelers moving between cities, the ordinary people going about lawful business. But Mitchell wasn't ordinary, and her cargo was far from lawful. She was transporting evidence of murder, driving with the physical proof of her crime literally beside her, knowing that discovery at any moment would mean immediate arrest and life imprisonment. The stress of maintaining composure during this journey, of appearing relaxed and normal while knowing what sat inches away, reveals the extraordinary emotional disconnection Mitchell had achieved. This wasn't panic-driven disposal, it was methodical, almost clinical in its execution. As she drove westward, Mitchell had ample time to contemplate what she had done and what she was about to do. She had murdered a vulnerable woman who trusted her. She had stored that woman's corpse in her home for 2 weeks. She had decapitated the body to hinder identification. And now she was driving across half of England to dump the remains in a location chosen specifically to maximize the chance they would never be connected back to her. At any point during this journey, she could have turned herself in, could have confessed, could have shown some fragment of remorse or humanity. She did none of these things. She continued driving toward Devon with the grim determination of someone committed absolutely to escaping justice. The Devon landscape that welcomed Mitchell was beautiful in the way that coastal England often is. Rolling green hills descending toward rocky shores, small villages with centuries-old stone cottages, winding roads that snake through woodland and farmland. The area around Salcombe, where Mitchell was ultimately heading, is particularly scenic, a magnet for tourists seeking quiet beaches and dramatic coastal walks. Mitchell had selected a specific location along the coastal path near Bennett Road in Salcombe, a spot remote enough to offer privacy but accessible enough that she could reach it with her heavy luggage without requiring specialized equipment or excessive physical exertion. She arrived in Salcombe in the early afternoon, parking her vehicle in a location that CCTV would later capture, another piece of the evidence web that was being woven without Mitchell's knowledge. She removed the blue suitcase from her car, And here the physical difficulty of her crime became apparent. The suitcase containing Deborah's body weighed approximately 70 to 80 pounds. Not impossibly heavy, but substantial enough that transporting it any distance required considerable effort. Mitchell had to drag, carry, and maneuver this luggage along paths, through vegetation, toward the spot she had selected for abandonment. Witnesses would later report seeing a woman matching Mitchell's description struggling with large blue luggage near the coastal path, grunting with exertion, her face red with effort as she hauled the suitcase toward the woods. At the time, these observers thought nothing of it. Perhaps a tourist who had packed too much, someone relocating belongings, nothing remarkable. No one suspected that the luggage contained human remains. No one intervened or offered help. Mitchell was allowed to complete her grim task without interference. The location she selected for disposal was partially wooded, slightly off the main coastal path, in an area where the suitcase would be concealed by undergrowth but not so deeply hidden that it could never be found. This choice reveals Mitchell's calculation. She wanted the body discovered eventually, but not immediately, not in a way that would obviously connect back to London or to her. She wanted time to establish alibis, time to clean evidence, time to create distance between herself and the crime. If the body was found weeks or months later, decomposed beyond easy recognition, with the head missing to prevent dental identification, the investigation would be immeasurably more difficult. Mitchell abandoned the suitcase in the vegetation, leaving it partially obscured but not buried, not completely hidden. Then she made her way back to her vehicle, now significantly lighter without the burden of human remains, and began the long drive back to London. She had successfully transported Deborah's body 200 miles from the crime scene and disposed of it in a location that would have remained undiscovered for an extended period under normal circumstances. By all rights, this should have been the perfect disposal, remote enough to avoid detection, far enough from London to seem unconnected, executed carefully enough to leave minimal evidence. But Mitchell had made a critical error, one born of the very technology that makes modern life convenient and modern crime detection inevitable. She had not accounted for the comprehensive CCTV coverage that blankets urban Britain and increasingly covers rural areas as well. Her journey from London to Devon had been captured by dozens of traffic cameras, toll booth cameras, and security cameras in service stations where she had stopped. Her vehicle had been recorded entering Salcombe, and critically, she had been captured on CCTV at the exact location where the suitcase would later be discovered, timestamp dragging distinctive blue luggage toward the woods at precisely the time and location corresponding to where Deborah's body would be found. Mitchell didn't know this yet. As she drove back to London that evening, she likely felt relief, perhaps even satisfaction that she had successfully disposed of the most incriminating evidence. The body was gone, hidden 200 miles away in Devon. Without a body, murder investigations become exponentially more difficult. She had bought herself time, created distance, eliminated physical evidence. She returned to her home in Willesden and resumed her life with the same cold composure she had maintained throughout the entire ordeal. But the investigation into Deborah's disappearance had intensified dramatically during Mitchell's absence. Police had conducted more thorough searches of Deborah's home and discovered financial documents that revealed Mitchell's involvement in the victim's affairs. They had found evidence of the will changes, the financial arrangements, the extent to which Mitchell had inserted herself into Deborah's life. The motive was becoming clear. Mitchell was now the primary suspect, and investigators were building a case that would soon become overwhelming. The discovery that would seal Mitchell's fate came just 11 days after she had dumped the suitcase in Salcombe. On July 7, 2021, hikers walking the coastal path near Bennett Road noticed large blue luggage partially concealed in the undergrowth, positioned in a way that seemed obviously abandoned rather than accidentally lost. The location, the condition of the suitcase, and the circumstances all seemed suspicious enough to warrant reporting to police. When officers arrived and opened the luggage, they discovered human remains in an advanced state of decomposition, headless, identifiable as female but requiring forensic examination to establish identity. The discovery immediately launched a major incident investigation. Devon and Cornwall police coordinated with London's Metropolitan Police, recognizing that the body had likely been transported from elsewhere given the nature of the disposal. Forensic examination of the remains was complicated by the decapitation and decomposition, but eventually, DNA analysis, dental records from the remaining jaw, and physical characteristics allowed investigators to confirm what they already suspected. This was Mi Kun-chong, the missing woman from London, murdered and dumped 200 miles from her home. The forensic examination revealed additional horrific details about what Deborah had endured. Her body showed injuries consistent with violent assault. The decapitation had been performed crudely post-mortem, with rough cuts that indicated amateur dismemberment using household tools. The remains had been compressed and folded to fit the suitcase dimensions, showing complete disregard for the dignity of the deceased, treating the body as nothing more than garbage to be disposed of. The pathologist's report painted a picture of a killing that was brutal, calculated, and carried out by someone capable of extraordinary emotional detachment. With the body identified and the cause of death established as homicide, investigators turned their full attention to Gemma Mitchell. The CCTV evidence was devastating. Cameras had captured Mitchell's vehicle making the exact journey from London to Devon on the day the body was disposed of. Her car was recorded in Salcombe precisely when and where the suitcase would later be discovered. And most damningly, security footage showed Mitchell herself dragging the distinctive blue luggage toward the disposal site, her face partially visible, her clothing and build matching witness descriptions. Financial records revealed compelling motive. Mitchell stood to benefit substantially from Deborah's death through the will arrangements she had manipulated into place. Her dire financial situation, the mounting debts, the property renovation crisis, all created overwhelming pressure that investigators recognized as classic motive for murder. She had means, motive, opportunity, and most critically, she had been captured on camera transporting what could only have been Deborah's body to the disposal site. On July 8, 2021, just one day after the body's discovery, police arrested Gemma Mitchell at her home in Willesden. The arrest was conducted with the full apparatus of major crime investigation. Multiple officers, forensic teams to search the property, warrant authority to seize computers, phones, financial records, and any physical evidence connecting Mitchell to the murder. Mitchell was taken into custody and formally charged with the murder of Mi Kun-chong. The property search yielded critical evidence. Despite Mitchell's attempts to clean the crime scene, forensic examination revealed traces of Deborah's blood in Mitchell's residence. Microscopic evidence that luminol testing and DNA analysis brought to light. Investigators found cleaning supplies purchased shortly after the murder, internet search history showing research into body disposal and decomposition, and financial documents proving the extent of Mitchell's money problems and her financial interest in Deborah's death. The arrest of Gemma Mitchell exposed a profound dissonance between public persona and private monstrosity that characterizes many of history's most disturbing killers. To neighbors, clients, and casual acquaintances, Mitchell presented as a respectable healthcare professional, educated, articulate, someone who had dedicated her career to helping others through osteopathic treatment. She volunteered at her church, maintained a polite if somewhat reserved demeanor, and showed no obvious signs of the psychological darkness that had enabled her to murder and decapitate a vulnerable woman. This facade of normalcy is perhaps the most unsettling aspect of Mitchell's case, because it demonstrates how thoroughly evil can disguise itself behind social conventions and professional credentials. Mitchell's background reveals a life of unfulfilled potential and mounting frustrations that may have contributed to her eventual descent into murderous calculation. She had trained extensively in osteopathy, a form of manual therapy that requires significant study of human anatomy and physiology. Her education meant she understood the human body intimately, knowledge that would serve her grotesquely well when it came time to dismember Deborah's corpse. She had established a practice operating from her mother's home, treating clients for various musculoskeletal complaints, presenting herself as an alternative healthcare provider focused on holistic wellness. But beneath this professional surface, Mitchell's life was characterized by financial chaos and bitter family disputes that consumed her emotional energy and warped her sense of proportion and morality. The central crisis of her existence involved her mother's deteriorating property in Willesden, a house that had fallen into such disrepair that it required massive investment to make habitable. Estimates suggested renovation costs exceeding £200,000. a staggering sum that Mitchell simply could not access through legitimate means. Her osteopathy practice generated modest income insufficient for such an undertaking, and banks were unwilling to extend credit to someone with her financial profile. This situation created intense psychological pressure that Mitchell experienced not as a temporary hardship but as an existential threat. The house represented her inheritance, her future security, her mother's legacy. Without the funds to repair it, she faced watching it deteriorate further or being forced to sell at a loss. Family members contested various aspects of property ownership and inheritance, adding legal complications and personal resentments to the financial stress. Mitchell felt trapped, watching her life collapse while lacking any legitimate avenue to solve the problem. Into this desperate situation wandered Mi Conchon, a vulnerable, lonely woman with assets that could solve all of Mitchell's problems. Deborah owned her home outright, property worth hundreds of thousands of pounds on the London market. She maintained savings accounts with significant cash reserves. She had no close family who would inherit, making her estate potentially available to anyone who could position themselves advantageously. And most critically, she was sick with cancer, her death potentially imminent anyway, which Mitchell may have used to justify to herself that she was simply accelerating an inevitable outcome. The psychological process by which Mitchell transformed Deborah from a person into a financial opportunity reveals the cognitive distortions characteristic of murderers who kill for profit. Research into acquisitive homicide, murder committed for financial gain, shows that successful perpetrators typically undergo a dehumanization process where they stop perceiving victims as fellow human beings with intrinsic worth and instead view them as obstacles to be removed or resources to be exploited. This cognitive shift is essential because most humans possess strong inhibitions against killing that must be overcome through mental gymnastics and moral rationalization. Mitchell clearly achieved this dehumanization. She stopped seeing Deborah as a cancer patient deserving compassion and care. She no longer perceived her as a lonely woman seeking friendship and medical support. Instead, Deborah became merely a means to an end, a problem to be solved, a source of money that happened to be inconveniently alive. This transformation in perception was the necessary precursor to murder, because it allowed Mitchell to plan and execute Deborah's death without experiencing the normal human empathy that prevents such atrocities. The methodical nature of Mitchell's crime planning demonstrates cognitive function that was not impaired by mental illness, but rather channeled entirely toward selfish ends with complete disregard for moral constraints. She cultivated Deborah's trust over months, positioning herself as friend and confidant. She engineered changes to Deborah's will that benefited herself. She researched murder methods that would be difficult to detect. She prepared a disposal plan involving decapitation and interstate transport of the body. She purchased luggage specifically sized for human remains. This wasn't impulsive violence or crime of passion. It was calculated murder executed with planning and premeditation. After her arrest, Mitchell's defense team faced an almost impossible task. The evidence against their client was overwhelming and multi-layered. CCTV footage placed her at the crime scene at multiple points during the disposal journey, and specifically at the location where the body was abandoned. Forensic evidence proved Deborah had been killed in Mitchell's home. Financial records established clear motive. Cell phone data tracked Mitchell's movements, matching the timeline of body disposal. Witnesses had seen her struggling with the distinctive blue suitcase. There was simply no factual dispute about what had happened. Gemma Mitchell had murdered Mi Conchon, decapitated her body, and dumped the remains in Devon. The defense strategy that emerged centered on Mitchell's mental state and character rather than factual innocence. Her lawyers would present her as someone experiencing severe psychological stress from financial pressures and family conflicts, someone whose judgment had become impaired by desperation. They would emphasize her previous good character, her lack of criminal history, her contributions to the community through her osteopathy practice. They would argue that this was a single tragic aberration from an otherwise law-abiding life, not the actions of a cold-blooded killer. But this narrative faced a significant problem. Mitchell's behavior after the murder showed no signs of impaired judgment or psychological breakdown. She hadn't confessed overcome by guilt. She hadn't made obvious mistakes suggesting panic or mental instability. Instead, she had executed a sophisticated cover-up, lied convincingly to police investigators, maintained her composure for weeks while Deborah's body decomposed in her home, and carried out a disposal plan requiring sustained physical and psychological effort. These were not the actions of someone in the grip of a mental health crisis. They were the calculated behaviors of someone trying to get away with murder. The prosecution, led by experienced Crown Court barristers, constructed a case that methodically demolished any sympathetic interpretation of Mitchell's actions. They presented the timeline of manipulation and financial exploitation that preceded the murder. They showed the jury photographs of Deborah in life, a smiling, gentle woman whose trust had been rewarded with brutal death. They walked through the evidence of the murder itself, the sustained violence Deborah had endured, her defensive injuries showing she had fought for her life against Mitchell's attack. They detailed the 2 weeks Mitchell had kept the body in her home while maintaining a facade of normalcy, speaking to investigators with feigned concern while Deborah rotted nearby. Perhaps most devastatingly, prosecutors presented evidence of the decapitation and body disposal. They showed the jury photographs of the crime scene in Devon, the blue suitcase partially hidden in undergrowth, and the condition of the remains when discovered. They explained the process of decapitation in clinical terms, the force required, the time necessary, the deliberate nature of the act. They made clear that Mitchell hadn't simply killed Deborah in a moment of rage or desperation. She had systematically destroyed the body to avoid detection, treating human remains with the same regard most people show for garbage. The CCTV evidence proved insurmountable for the defense. Jurors watched Mitchell's vehicle captured at multiple cameras during the journey to Devon. They saw her arrive in Salcombe, park her car, and drag the distinctive blue luggage toward the woods. They saw her struggling with the weight, pausing to rest, looking around to check for witnesses. This wasn't ambiguous evidence requiring interpretation. It was a visual record of Mitchell transporting and disposing of her victim's body, clear and undeniable. During the trial, Mitchell maintained a strategy of denial despite the overwhelming evidence. She testified in her own defense, a risky decision that allowed prosecutors to cross-examine her directly about the contradictions in her story. She claimed that Deborah had died accidentally during a visit to her home, that she had panicked rather than calling emergency services, and that the disposal was an irrational response to fear rather than calculated evidence destruction. This narrative was implausible on its face. Accidental deaths don't result in decapitation and interstate body disposal, but it was the only available defense given the evidence. Under cross-examination, Mitchell's story collapsed into contradiction and obvious fabrication. She couldn't explain the forensic evidence of sustained violent assault. She couldn't account for the 2 weeks she kept the body hidden while appearing unconcerned about Deborah's disappearance. She couldn't justify the decapitation or the elaborate disposal plan. She couldn't explain away the financial motive or her manipulation of Deborah's will. Each answer exposed more dishonesty, more calculation, more evidence that this was premeditated murder rather than tragic accident. The prosecution also presented expert testimony about the psychological profile typical of acquisitive murderers. Forensic psychologists explained how perpetrators of financially motivated murder often present as outwardly normal, even charming, while possessing profound deficits in empathy and moral reasoning. They described the cognitive distortions and rationalization processes that allow someone to kill for money, dehumanizing the victim, minimizing the harm, focusing exclusively on personal benefit while disregarding others' rights to life. The profile they described matched Mitchell almost perfectly, painting her not as someone overcome by circumstances, but as someone whose personality structure made murder a viable solution to her problems. Throughout the trial, victims' advocates and friends of Deborah Chong attended court proceedings, ensuring that the woman Mitchell had reduced to a corpse in luggage remained present as a human being with dignity and value. They testified about Deborah's kindness, her faith, her vulnerability, and the trust she had placed in Mitchell. They described her cancer struggles and how she had sought help and companionship from someone she believed was a caring professional. They made certain the jury understood that Deborah wasn't just evidence or a case file. She was a person whose life had value, whose murder deserved the full weight of justice. The trial lasted weeks, with the prosecution methodically presenting their evidence, while the defense attempted to create any reasonable doubt about Mitchell's guilt. But the evidence mountain was simply too massive to overcome. The forensics, the CCTV footage, the financial motive, the timeline, the witness testimony, every element pointed inexorably to the same conclusion. Gemma Mitchell had murdered Mi Kun Chong in cold blood for financial gain, then attempted to cover up her crime through decapitation and elaborate body disposal. When the case finally went to the jury, deliberations were relatively brief. The evidence was simply too overwhelming to require extended discussion. After approximately 8 hours of deliberation over 2 days, the jury returned unanimous guilty verdicts on all charges: murder, preventing lawful burial, and fraud related to the will manipulation. Mitchell showed minimal visible reaction as the verdicts were read, maintaining the emotional detachment that had characterized her behavior throughout the investigation and trial. October 27, 2022. The Old Bailey, London's Central Criminal Court, a building synonymous with British justice for over a century, prepared to deliver judgment on Gemma Mitchell for the murder of Mi Kun Chong. The courtroom was packed with journalists, legal observers, victim advocates, and members of the public who had followed this case with horrified fascination. Mitchell sat in the dock, flanked by security officers, her expression neutral as she faced the judge who would determine her fate. The woman who had coldly calculated murder for financial gain was about to learn the price of her monstrous actions. The Honorable Justice Richard Marks QC had presided over the trial with meticulous attention to legal procedure and evidence. He had heard testimony from dozens of witnesses, reviewed hundreds of exhibits, and observed Mitchell's own testimony from the stand. Now he faced the solemn duty of imposing sentence for one of the most calculated and disturbing murders in recent British criminal history. Before pronouncing sentence, he addressed Mitchell directly, his words cutting through the courtroom silence like a scalpel through flesh. Mi Kun Chong was a vulnerable woman, suffering from cancer, seeking help and friendship from someone she believed she could trust. Justice Marks began, his voice carrying the weight of judicial authority tempered by barely contained disgust. You, Gemma Mitchell, exploited that vulnerability with calculated ruthlessness. You befriended her not out of genuine care, but to position yourself to inherit her assets. When the opportunity arose to accelerate that inheritance, you murdered her in her most vulnerable state, showing not a shred of human compassion or mercy. The judge continued, detailing the aggravating factors that made Mitchell's crime particularly heinous. The breach of trust was profound. Deborah had welcomed Mitchell into her life as a healthcare provider and friend, never suspecting the predator lurking behind the professional mask. The financial motivation demonstrated pure selfishness, valuing money over human life in the most literal and horrifying way possible. The disposal of the body, particularly the decapitation, showed calculated attempts to frustrate justice and deny Deborah's loved ones even the dignity of being able to properly mourn and bury her intact remains. You kept her body in your home for 2 weeks while maintaining a facade of normalcy, expressing false concern for her disappearance to investigators who were desperately trying to find her. Justice Marks stated, his tone hardening, you decapitated her corpse to hinder identification, treating her remains with contempt that defies comprehension. You transported her body over 200 miles and discarded it like refuse in a suitcase, hoping it would never be found or connected to you. Every action you took after the murder demonstrated not remorse but determination to escape justice. The judge addressed the psychological impact on Deborah's friends and community, particularly her church fellowship who had lost a beloved member and had been forced to endure months of agonizing uncertainty before learning of her murder. He acknowledged the additional trauma of knowing that Deborah's head had never been recovered, denying them even complete remains to lay to rest. This final cruelty, the judge noted, extended Mitchell's victimization beyond Deborah herself to everyone who had cared about her. The only appropriate sentence, Justice Marks concluded, is life imprisonment. I impose a minimum term of 34 years before you will be eligible for parole consideration. You will be 60 years old before you can even be considered for release, and you may well spend the remainder of your natural life in prison. This sentence reflects the gravity of your crime, your calculated planning, your complete lack of remorse, and the need to protect the public from someone capable of such cold-blooded violence. The sentence was one of the longest minimum terms handed down for murder in recent British legal history, reflecting the extraordinary aggravating circumstances of Mitchell's crime. As security officers moved to escort her from the dock down to the cells below, Mitchell's composure finally cracked slightly. A brief moment where her face registered the reality that she would spend the next 3 decades at minimum behind bars, and quite possibly die in prison. Then the mask reassembled, and she was led away without comment, beginning a journey into the British prison system from which she would likely never emerge. The conviction and sentencing brought some measure of closure to Deborah's community, though the wounds would never fully heal. Members of the Chinese London Missional Church spoke to media outside the courthouse, expressing relief that justice had been served while acknowledging the permanent void Deborah's murder had created in their fellowship. They remembered her not as a victim but as the kind, faithful woman she had been in life. Someone who had shown generosity to others, who had maintained her faith even through cancer's ravages, who had deserved so much better than to be murdered by someone she trusted. Deborah was a gentle soul who saw the best in people. One church member told reporters, tears streaming down her face. She trusted Gemma Mitchell, welcomed her into her life, and that trust was betrayed in the most horrific way imaginable. We take some comfort knowing Mitchell will spend most of her remaining life in prison, but nothing can bring Deborah back or restore what was taken from her. The investigation into Mitchell's crime had been exhaustive, involving multiple police forces, forensic specialists, digital evidence analysts, and financial investigators. Detective Chief Inspector Jim Eastwood, who had led the Metropolitan Police investigation, spoke about the case after sentencing. He described it as one of the most calculated murders he had encountered in his career, noting that Mitchell's attempts at cover-up demonstrated sophisticated criminal thinking that made the successful prosecution all the more satisfying. Gemma Mitchell believed she could commit the perfect murder, DCI Eastwood stated. She planned carefully, disposed of evidence meticulously, and lied convincingly to investigators. But modern policing techniques, particularly CCTV evidence and forensic analysis, meant that despite her efforts, she left a trail that led inexorably to her arrest and conviction. This case demonstrates that even the most calculated killers cannot escape justice when investigators are thorough and evidence is properly gathered and preserved. The CCTV footage had indeed been decisive, capturing Mitchell's movements with a comprehensiveness that would have been impossible even a decade earlier. Britain's extensive surveillance infrastructure, often controversial for privacy reasons, had proven invaluable in this case. Cameras tracked Mitchell's vehicle across hundreds of miles, placed her at the crime scene and disposal site, and provided visual evidence of her transporting the distinctive blue suitcase. Without this technological evidence, the case would have been far more difficult to prove beyond reasonable doubt. Forensic scientists also played a crucial role, identifying microscopic blood traces in Mitchell's home despite her cleaning efforts, confirming the identity of remains that had been decapitated and were significantly decomposed, and establishing the timeline of death and disposal through entomology and decomposition analysis. Dr. Sarah Fletcher, the lead forensic pathologist, explained in post-trial interviews how modern forensic science can extract evidence from situations that would have yielded nothing decades earlier. The human body tells a story even after death, even after significant decomposition, Dr. Fletcher explained. Through careful examination of the remains, we could determine not just identity but also the violence Deborah endured, the approximate time of death, and the post-mortem treatment of her body. Every criminal act leaves traces, and forensic science has become extraordinarily sophisticated at reading those traces and translating them into evidence that juries can understand. The financial investigation revealed the full extent of Mitchell's manipulation of Deborah. Detectives uncovered evidence that Mitchell had forged documents, pressured Deborah into making changes while she was weakened by cancer treatment, and had already begun spending money she expected to inherit even before Deborah's death. The will Deborah had signed under Mitchell's influence left substantial portions of her estate to Mitchell supposedly for charitable purposes, but with language that would have allowed Mitchell to divert significant funds to herself. This financial exploitation added an additional layer of cruelty to Mitchell's crime. She hadn't just murdered Deborah, she had systematically manipulated her while she was alive, exploiting her illness and isolation to position herself as beneficiary. Even if the murder had never occurred, Mitchell's financial manipulation of a vulnerable cancer patient would have constituted serious fraud. The murder was simply the culmination of months of predatory behavior targeting someone who desperately needed genuine support, but instead encountered a wolf in healthcare professionals' clothing. Mental health professionals who evaluated Mitchell found no evidence of mental illness that would diminish her responsibility for the murder. She wasn't psychotic, wasn't experiencing delusions or hallucinations, wasn't in the grip of any psychiatric condition that impaired her judgment. Instead, evaluations suggested personality characteristics consistent with narcissism and antisocial traits. Specifically, an inflated sense of entitlement, profound lack of empathy, willingness to exploit others, and complete disregard for social rules and others' rights when they conflicted with her desires. Mitchell represents a particularly dangerous type of offender, explained Dr. James Chun, a forensic psychologist who consulted on the case. She has sufficient social intelligence to present normally, to maintain relationships and professional credentials, but lacks the internal moral compass that prevents most people from committing atrocities. When faced with financial problems, where most people would seek legitimate solutions or accept reduced circumstances, Mitchell saw murder as a viable option. That fundamental deficit in moral reasoning, combined with her planning capacity, makes her extremely dangerous. The case prompted discussions within healthcare regulatory bodies about screening and monitoring of practitioners who have access to vulnerable patients. Mitchell's osteopathy registration had been current at the time of the murder, meaning she was authorized to treat patients in a therapeutic relationship that requires trust and involves physical contact. The fact that she exploited this professional position to target a victim raised concerns about whether additional safeguards were needed to prevent similar predation. The General Osteopathic Council, Britain's regulatory body for osteopaths, issued a statement after Mitchell's conviction confirming that her registration had been permanently revoked and that they were reviewing their procedures for monitoring practitioners' conduct outside of direct clinical settings. However, they acknowledged that no regulatory system could completely prevent determined predators from exploiting positions of trust, as Mitchell's behavior showed no warning signs in her professional practice. She was simply a criminal who happened to be an osteopath, not an osteopath whose practice revealed dangerous tendencies. Victim support organizations highlighted Deborah's case as an example of elder abuse and the particular vulnerabilities faced by older adults who are isolated, ill, and lacking family support. These factors made Deborah an ideal target for Mitchell's predation, as she desperately needed help and had few people who would notice changes in her circumstances or challenge someone claiming to be her friend and advisor. Organizations advocating for seniors emphasized the need for community awareness and systems to check on vulnerable elders more regularly. The location where Deborah's body was found became, briefly and unfortunately, a site of morbid tourism, with curious visitors coming to see where the suitcase murder disposal had occurred. Local authorities in Devon eventually placed discreet markers asking visitors to respect the location as effectively a grave site where a murder victim had been abandoned. Over time, public interest faded, and the coastal path returned to being what it had always been, a beautiful walking route, now shadowed by the knowledge of what had happened there. For Deborah's church community, the healing process involved memorializing her not as a murder victim, but as the faithful, kind person she had been. They established a small memorial fund in her name to support cancer patients facing treatment, ensuring that something positive emerged from the tragedy. Services were held acknowledging the brutality of her death while celebrating the grace with which she had lived, particularly her ability to maintain faith even through cancer's trials. We choose to remember Deborah as she was faithful, generous, kind, the church pastor said during a memorial service months after the trial concluded. Mitchell took her life, but she couldn't take away what Deborah represented. The importance of caring for each other, of genuine community, of faith that sustains us through suffering. Deborah's legacy isn't the manner of her death, but the quality of her life and the love she showed to others. The investigation into whether Deborah's head could ever be recovered continued for months after Mitchell's conviction, but she has never disclosed its location. Investigators believe she disposed of it somewhere along the route from London to Devon, possibly in a body of water or heavily wooded area where it would quickly decompose beyond recognition. Without Mitchell's cooperation, which she has refused to provide, the head will likely never be found. This final cruelty means that even in death, Deborah remains incomplete, her remains forever separated by Mitchell's brutal actions. Mitchell's life in prison has been largely unremarkable according to sources within the correctional system. She was initially held at HMP Bronzefield, one of Britain's largest women's prisons, before being transferred to HMP Low Newton in Durham. She has maintained a low profile, avoiding the prison hierarchy conflicts that often characterize life for high-profile offenders. She attends required programs, works in prison industries, and apparently shows no particular remorse or insight into her crime. Prison psychologists who have evaluated her note that she intellectually understands she is being punished, but shows no emotional connection to the harm she caused or genuine remorse for Deborah's suffering and death. Mitchell presents as someone who regrets being caught rather than someone who regrets the crime itself. One prison official noted anonymously, "She engages with rehabilitation programs because it's required and may improve her eventual parole prospects, but there's no sense that she has experienced genuine moral transformation or understanding of the enormity of what she did to another human being." The minimum 34-year sentence means Mitchell will be 60 years old in 2056 before she can even apply for parole. At that point, the parole board will assess whether she poses ongoing risk to public safety. Given the calculated nature of her crime, her lack of remorse, and the financial motivation that could theoretically recur if she were released into similar desperate circumstances, the likelihood of parole being granted even when she reaches minimum term is questionable. Many observers believe Mitchell will die in prison, never again experiencing freedom. Legal experts have analyzed the Mitchell case as an example of how murder for financial gain is treated with particular severity in British jurisprudence. While all murders are serious, those motivated by greed rather than passion, mental illness, or other mitigating factors typically receive the longest sentences. The law recognizes that financially motivated murder demonstrates a particularly dangerous mindset, a willingness to kill cold-bloodedly for personal benefit, calculated rather than impulsive, requiring extended premeditation that provides multiple opportunities to abandon the plan. Such killers are considered especially dangerous because the motivation can recur whenever financial pressure arises. Mitchell's sentence reflects society's condemnation not just of murder, but of murder committed for the most selfish possible reason, explained barrister Helena Morrison, who specializes in serious crime. She didn't kill in rage, didn't kill to silence a witness, didn't kill in circumstances where judgment was impaired. She killed simply because another person's death would make her richer. That calculated selfishness, combined with the sophisticated cover-up, makes her one of the most dangerous types of murderers. The case also highlighted the vulnerability of older adults in British society, particularly those who are isolated, ill, and lack family support networks. Deborah's situation, living alone, battling cancer, desperately seeking help, made her ideal prey for a predator like Mitchell. Advocacy groups have used her case to push for stronger systems to check on vulnerable seniors, better training for healthcare professionals to recognize and report exploitation, and greater public awareness of elder abuse warning signs. In the years since Mitchell's conviction, Deborah's former home in Wembley was eventually sold, with proceeds going to the estate administration. The property that Mitchell had coveted, that she had murdered to obtain, passed to legitimate heirs and charitable organizations as Deborah's original will, executed before Mitchell's manipulation, had intended. Mitchell received nothing, her elaborate crime yielding only life imprisonment rather than the financial windfall she had murdered to secure. The blue suitcase that became synonymous with this case, the luggage that carried Deborah's remains to Devon, was retained as evidence and remains in police storage. It has become a grim artifact of the case, photographed extensively during trial, a physical object that represents the reduction of a human being to cargo to be disposed of. It serves as a reminder of Mitchell's complete dehumanization of her victim, the transformation of a person into a problem to be solved through murder and disposal. For homicide detectives who worked the case, Mitchell's crime remains memorable not for its violence. Many murders involve more overtly brutal acts, but for its calculation. The planning, the manipulation, the 2-week period of keeping the body while maintaining normalcy, the decapitation, the interstate disposal, every element demonstrated cognitive function operating at high levels but completely disconnected from moral constraints. This combination of intelligence and amorality creates the most dangerous type of criminal, someone capable of sophisticated crime executed with precision. What disturbed investigators most, DCI Eastwood reflected in later interviews. wasn't the violence of the murder itself, but the coldness of everything that followed. Mitchell lived with that decomposing body for 2 weeks. She cut off the head with what must have been household tools, requiring sustained physical effort. She drove for hours with the corpse beside her. She dragged it through the woods and abandoned it like trash. At every stage, she had opportunities to stop, to confess, to show some humanity. She chose not to, again and again. That sustained inhumanity is more chilling than momentary violence. The case has been featured in numerous true crime documentaries, podcasts, and articles, ensuring that both Deborah's story and Mitchell's crime remain in public consciousness. These retellings serve multiple purposes: honoring Deborah's memory, educating the public about the dangers vulnerable people face from predators, and demonstrating that even sophisticated crimes leave evidence that determined investigators can uncover. Each retelling reinforces the fundamental message that calculated evil exists but can be defeated through competent investigation and prosecution. As the years pass and Mitchell ages in prison, gradually approaching the minimum term after which parole becomes theoretically possible, the justice system faces an eventual question. Does she still pose a danger? Has she developed genuine remorse and insight into her crime? Has she been rehabilitated to the point where release would be safe? These questions won't require answers for decades, but when they eventually arise, the parole board will have to weigh Mitchell's institutional behavior against the horrifying reality of what she did to Deborah Chong. For now, justice has been served in the most concrete way possible. The woman who murdered for money, who decapitated her victim to avoid detection, who treated human remains as garbage to be dumped far from home, that woman sits in a prison cell, her freedom stripped away, her life reduced to the regimented existence of an incarcerated murderer. She will spend decades behind bars, aging in confinement, experiencing the slow crushing of prison time that transforms years into decades, decades into a lifetime. Mi Kun Chong, Deborah to those who loved her, is gone. Her gentle life was ended with violence by someone she trusted, someone she had welcomed as friend and helper. Her body was desecrated, decapitated, stuffed into luggage, and abandoned far from home. But her memory lives on in the community that loved her, in the faith she maintained even through suffering, in the kindness she showed others throughout her life. Mitchell could murder Deborah, but she couldn't erase her, couldn't eliminate the human connections and memories that testify to a life that mattered, that had value, that deserved so much better than the horrific end Mitchell inflicted. The blue suitcase murder case of Gemma Mitchell stands as a testament to the darkness humans are capable of when empathy fails and selfishness reigns absolute. It demonstrates that monsters don't always announce themselves with obvious warning signs. Sometimes they present as healthcare professionals, neighbors, friends. Sometimes evil wears a respectable mask and operates from behind professional credentials. The case reminds us to protect the vulnerable, to watch for exploitation, to recognize that the most dangerous predators often disguise themselves as helpers. And it confirms an essential truth, that justice, though sometimes delayed, can prevail. That evidence carefully gathered and analyzed can overcome even sophisticated attempts at cover-up. That communities united in seeking truth can ensure that victims aren't forgotten and killers don't escape consequences. Gemma Mitchell murdered Mi Kun Chong, but she didn't win. She lost everything: her freedom, her future, her entire remaining life, while Deborah's memory endures in the hearts of those who knew her goodness. That is not full justice, because nothing can truly compensate for murder. But it is accountability, consequence, and recognition that what Mitchell did was monstrous and will be punished for the remainder of her natural life. The case is closed. The killer is imprisoned. The victim is remembered. And somewhere on the Devon coast, the woodland path where Deborah's body was abandoned has returned to peace, the horror gradually fading as nature reclaims ground where evil briefly intruded. Life continues, carrying within it the lessons and warnings this terrible case provides, that vigilance matters, that protecting the vulnerable is everyone's responsibility, and that even in humanity's darkest moments, justice remains possible for those determined to pursue it. If you're new here, welcome to the channel, where we dive into true crime stories with calmness and respect. A special shout out to my amazing subscribers who've been with me from the start. Thank you for your incredible support. If you're still with me, drop a comment, Let me know where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. Or just say hello so I know you're still here. And if you haven't already, make sure to like this video and hit subscribe so you won't miss any of our upcoming true crime stories perfect for winding down. Now, let's move on to our second story. Story 2, Alexander Pichushkin, the chessboard killer. The hammer came down with surgical precision. Not once, not twice, but 43 times into the same skull, shattering bone and silencing thoughts forever beneath the canopy of Moscow's Bitsa Park. Alexander Pichushkin didn't just kill people. He erased them, methodically removing them from existence like chess pieces swept from a board. For nearly 15 years, he stalked the pathways of Russia's capital, turning a place where children played and lovers walked into his personal hunting ground. 64 squares on a chessboard, 64 victims he intended to claim. When police finally caught him in 2006, they discovered he'd come terrifyingly close to completing his game. But this story isn't just about numbers or a madman's delusions. It's about how an entire neighborhood failed to see the monster living among them, how dozens of vulnerable people vanished into the woods while their killer smiled and drank vodka with their corpses. Tonight, we descend into the mind of one of Russia's most prolific serial killers, a man who once said that killing became easier than talking to people, that murder was the only thing that made him feel truly alive. This is the story of Alexander Pichushkin, the chessboard killer, and the trail of broken bodies he left scattered through the frozen earth of Bitsa Park. Alexander Yuryevich Pichushkin entered the world on April 9, 1974, in the decaying Soviet Union, born into circumstances that would shape him into something far worse than anyone could have predicted. His first home was a communal apartment in Moscow's Konkovo district, where multiple families shared kitchens and bathrooms, where privacy was a luxury nobody could afford, and where the walls were so thin you could hear your neighbor's every whisper, every argument, every moment of despair. The Pichushkin family was unremarkable in almost every way. His mother, Natalia, worked long hours at a factory. His father, Yuri, was absent more often than not, another Soviet man drowning his frustrations in vodka and bitterness. Young Alexander, called Sasha by those who knew him, seemed destined for an ordinary life of Soviet mediocrity. But fate had other plans, and they began to unfold when he was just 4 years old. The playground swing changed everything. It was an ordinary summer day when Alexander climbed onto that swing, pumping his small legs to go higher and higher. What happened next remains somewhat unclear, the details lost to time and childhood memory, but the result was catastrophic. He fell backward off the swing, his skull connecting with the ground with a sickening crack that echoed across the playground. Other children screamed. His mother came running. Blood pooled in the dirt beneath his head. The injury left him changed. Not immediately, not in ways that seemed obvious at first, but the damage was done. The frontal lobe of his brain, the part that controls impulse, empathy, and social behavior, had been compromised. He would suffer from epileptic seizures throughout his childhood. His personality shifted, becoming more aggressive, more withdrawn, more difficult to control. Teachers noticed he struggled to connect with other children, that he would fly into rages over minor frustrations, that something fundamental about him seemed off. But this was the Soviet Union in the late 1970s, where mental health resources were virtually non-existent, where brain injuries were treated with little more than rest and hope, where behavioral problems were seen as signs of weakness rather than symptoms of trauma. Nobody connected the dots. Nobody saw the warning signs. Alexander Pichushkin was left to develop into whatever the combination of brain damage and environment would make him. His mother tried. She truly did. When his father abandoned them, she worked even longer hours to provide for Alexander and his younger brother. But her absence created a vacuum, and that vacuum was filled by his grandfather, a stern, chess-obsessed man who became the closest thing to a father figure young Alexander would ever know. The old man taught him chess in their cramped apartment, the pieces arranged on a battered wooden board that had seen better days. For Alexander, the game became an obsession, perhaps the only thing that made sense in his chaotic world. Chess had rules, clear and absolute. Chess had strategy, cause and effect, actions and consequences. Chess was clean in a way real life never was. He spent hours studying the board, memorizing openings and endgames, learning to think multiple moves ahead. His grandfather praised him for his skill, and that praise became addictive. Here, finally, was something he excelled at, something that gave him value and purpose. The 64 squares became his universe, black and white, orderly and comprehensible. But then his grandfather died. Alexander was 12 years old when the one person who had ever truly understood him vanished from his life. The loss devastated him in ways he couldn't articulate, couldn't process. He withdrew further into himself, becoming more isolated, more strange. His few friendships dissolved. His grades plummeted. The rage that had always simmered just below his surface began to boil over more frequently. He discovered that he enjoyed hurting things. Small animals at first, neighborhood cats and dogs that disappeared without explanation. He would torture them slowly, methodically, studying their reactions with scientific detachment. The screams and whimpers didn't bother him. If anything, they fascinated him. He felt powerful when he held life and death in his hands, felt in control in a way he never did in any other aspect of his existence. His teenage years passed in a blur of violence and isolation. He grew tall and lanky, with dark hair and unremarkable features that would later help him blend into crowds. He developed a strange, loping walk and an awkward manner of speaking. Other teenagers mocked him, called him strange, avoided him in hallways and at school functions. He learned to hate them all, to see them as pawns, as expendable pieces in a game only he understood. By the time he reached his late teens, the Soviet Union had collapsed, replaced by the chaotic, lawless Russia of the 1990s. Moscow transformed into a city of extremes, where oligarchs built fortunes overnight while ordinary people starved, where organized crime controlled entire neighborhoods, where life became cheap and brutality became commonplace. For someone like Alexander Pichushkin, this new Russia was the perfect hunting ground. He dropped out of vocational school, unable to hold down any kind of steady employment. His mother despaired of him, but what could she do? He was an adult now, technically, even if he still lived at home, even if he contributed nothing, even if he spent his days wandering the streets or sitting in their apartment, staring at that old chessboard for hours at a time. It was during these wanderings that he discovered Bitsa Park. The park sprawled across several square kilometers in Moscow's southern district, a massive green space of dense woods and walking trails, ponds and clearings. During the day, it teemed with families and joggers, dog walkers and lovers seeking privacy. But at night, or in the deeper parts of the forest, Bitsa Park became something else entirely. It became isolated, dangerous, a place where terrible things could happen far from witnesses or help. Pichushkin began spending all his time there, learning every trail, every hidden path, every drainage hole and ravine where a body might lie undiscovered for weeks or months. He walked those trails at all hours, in all weather, mapping the terrain with the same methodical precision he'd once applied to chess strategy. He was preparing, though for what exactly, he might not have fully understood yet himself. The darkness inside him was growing, demanding an outlet, demanding satisfaction. The animal torture no longer provided the thrill it once had. He needed something more, something bigger. He needed to kill a human being. His first victim was a friend, or at least someone he'd once considered a friend back in school. Mikhail Odichuk had reconnected with Alexander in 1992, when both were 18 years old. Mikhail probably felt sorry for him, probably saw him as harmless despite his oddness. That would prove to be a fatal mistake. Alexander suggested they go for a walk in Bitsa Park, maybe drink some vodka and catch up. Mikhail agreed. Why wouldn't he? They'd known each other for years. Alexander had never seemed dangerous, just weird, just a bit off. They walked deep into the woods, away from the main paths, away from anyone who might hear screams or see what was about to happen. The details of Mikhail's death remain murky. Pichushkin has given different versions over the years, sometimes claiming he pushed him, sometimes saying he struck him with a rock. What matters is the result. Mikhail Odichuk died in those woods, his body hidden away, and Alexander Pichushkin discovered something terrifying about himself. He loved it, the act of killing, of watching life drain from another person's eyes, of having that ultimate power over existence itself, filled him with a euphoria he'd never experienced before. It was better than chess, better than anything. For the first time in his miserable life, he felt truly alive, truly powerful, truly in control. But he was also smart enough to be scared. He'd just committed murder. If caught, he'd spend the rest of his life in a Russian prison, a fate worse than death. So he stopped. For 2 years, he tried to be normal, tried to suppress the urges that screamed inside his head, tried to pretend he was just another struggling Muscovite trying to survive in the chaos of 1990s Russia. He even attempted a normal relationship. He met a woman, somehow managed to convince her to date him despite his strangeness. They moved in together. He worked odd jobs, tried to play the role of a regular boyfriend, a regular person. But the urges never went away. They festered and grew, becoming more insistent, more demanding. The memory of Mikhail's death haunted him, not with guilt, but with longing, with desire to experience that feeling again. The relationship fell apart. His girlfriend left him, unable to tolerate his increasingly bizarre behavior, his mood swings, his violent outbursts over nothing. When she walked out the door, whatever thin restraint he'd managed to maintain snapped completely. In 1994, Alexander Pichushkin stopped trying to be normal. He stopped fighting his urges. He went back to Bitsa Park, back to the place where he'd discovered his true nature, and he began to hunt. His second victim was another acquaintance from his past. Then a third, then a fourth. Each kill came easier than the last, the hesitation and fear melting away, replaced by cold efficiency and dark pleasure. He developed a method, refined it, perfected it with practice. He would befriend lonely people, the vulnerable, the forgotten, the desperate. Moscow in the 1990s had plenty of those. Alcoholics, homeless people, elderly pensioners, anyone society had already started to forget. He'd approach them with vodka and companionship, offer to share drinks in the park, away from judgmental eyes. They'd walk together into the woods. These people so grateful for a moment of human connection that they never suspected the danger. Once they were isolated, once they were drunk enough to be slow and uncoordinated, he would strike. His weapon of choice became a hammer, small enough to conceal, devastating enough to kill quickly when applied with sufficient force. He'd hit them from behind, usually that first blow designed to disorient and incapacitate. Then he'd continue striking, again and again, long past the point of death, satisfying some savage need for overkill that he never fully explained. But the hammer wasn't always enough for him. Sometimes he wanted to watch them die slowly, wanted to see the realization in their eyes as they understood what was happening. For those victims, he developed a different method, one that was somehow even more horrifying. He would stun them first, make sure they couldn't fight back effectively, then drag them to one of the drainage holes scattered throughout Bitsa Park. These were deep circular shafts built into the ground to channel rainwater, several meters deep, their bottoms filled with mud and filth. He would force his victims into these holes while they were still conscious, still aware. Then he would shove broken bottles, vodka bottles usually, down their throats. The victims would drown slowly in their own blood, choking and gasping, unable to climb out of the deep shaft, unable to call for help around the glass, cutting their throats and mouths. Pichushkin would sometimes stay and watch, studying their death throes with the same detached interest he'd once applied to dying animals. Other times, he would simply walk away, leaving them to die alone in the dark. And Bitsa Park kept his secrets. The bodies were found eventually, of course. Hikers would stumble across corpses in various states of decomposition, or park workers would discover them during routine maintenance. But this was Russia in the 1990s and early 2000s, a time when murder was almost commonplace, when police were overwhelmed and underfunded, when solving crimes, especially crimes against society's most vulnerable, was a low priority. Each body was treated as an isolated incident. Nobody connected them. Nobody saw the pattern. Alexander Pichushkin continued to kill with impunity, his confidence growing with each successful murder, his appetite for death becoming increasingly insatiable. By the time the millennium turned, he'd killed more than a dozen people. And he was just getting started. The game, his game, the one that would define him and terrify Russia, was about to enter its most intense phase. because somewhere along the way, as he murdered his way through Moscow's forgotten souls, he'd remembered that old chessboard, those 64 squares, and he decided on a goal that would both guide and doom him. 64 victims, one for each square, a complete and perfect game. The new millennium brought no relief to the residents of Moscow's Konkovo district, though none of them knew it yet. Alexander Pichushkin had transformed from a clumsy novice killer into something far more terrifying. A methodical, efficient predator who'd learned to read people, to identify weakness, to exploit vulnerability with a con man's skill and a psychopath's lack of conscience. He'd moved back in with his mother by this point, unable to maintain any kind of independent existence. She'd grown old and tired, worn down by factory work and disappointment. She barely noticed when her eldest son would disappear for hours, sometimes days at a time. If she suspected anything about the blood he occasionally tracked into their apartment, she never said anything. Perhaps she didn't want to know. Perhaps she couldn't bear to confront the truth about what her son had become. During the day, Pichushkin worked occasionally as a deliverman for a grocery store, a job that required minimal social interaction and gave him legitimate reasons to be out wandering the neighborhood. But it was never really about the work. The job was just cover, just a reason to be out among potential victims, studying them, selecting them, preparing for his next kill. He developed a system, a methodical approach to murder that served him well for years. First, identify the target. This required patience and observation. He'd frequent the same locations repeatedly. Cheap liquor stores where alcoholics congregated, park benches where homeless people slept, bus stops where elderly pensioners waited. He'd watch them, study their patterns, learn their routines. His ideal victim met specific criteria. They had to be vulnerable, isolated, someone whose disappearance wouldn't generate much investigation. Alcoholics were perfect, their chaotic lives and tendency to drift making them nearly invisible to authorities. Homeless people were even better, already forgotten by society, existing in the margins where nobody looked. Elderly people living alone, their families either dead or disinterested, also made excellent targets. But they also had to be physically manageable. Pichushkin wasn't particularly strong or athletic. He was tall but thin, lacking the physical power to overpower a healthy adult in a fair fight. So he looked for people weakened by age or addiction, people he could control through a combination of alcohol consumption and surprise attacks. Once he'd selected a target, Phase 2 began, establishing contact. This was where his awkwardness actually worked in his favor. He seemed harmless, non-threatening, just another lost soul struggling through Russian life. He'd approach people with casual conversation, offering to share drinks or cigarettes, positioning himself as a fellow sufferer rather than a threat. Many people ignored him or told him to go away. Pichushkin didn't mind. There were always more potential victims, always more lonely people desperate for connection. He'd simply move on, restart the process with someone else, patient as a spider waiting by its web. When someone accepted his overtures, when someone agreed to share drinks with him, Phase 3 commenced, the walk to death. He'd suggest moving somewhere more private, away from disapproving eyes, away from police patrols. Bitsa Park was the obvious choice, so close, so convenient, so perfectly suited to his needs. He knew people were suspicious of going into the woods with strangers, so he'd make it seem natural, casual. Just a walk to enjoy nature while drinking, nothing sinister, nothing to worry about. The vodka helped. Russian drinking culture, especially among the lower classes, involved rapid consumption of large quantities. His victims would drink themselves into impairment before they realized the danger they were in. By the time they understood something was wrong, their reflexes were dulled, their judgment compromised, their ability to fight or flee severely limited. Phase 4 was the kill itself. Pichushkin had refined this to a brutal art. He'd wait until they reached a sufficiently isolated location, somewhere deep in the woods where screams wouldn't carry. Then he'd retrieve the hammer from wherever he'd concealed it, often in a jacket or bag, and strike with devastating speed. The first blow was always from behind, always aimed at the base of the skull where it connects to the spine. This wasn't random violence. It was calculated murder. That location, when struck with sufficient force, caused immediate incapacitation, dropping the victim instantly. They'd collapse, consciousness flickering, unable to understand what had just happened to them. But Pichushkin never stopped with one blow. Never. He'd continue striking, again and again, the hammer rising and falling with metronomic regularity. Bone would crack and then shatter. Blood would spray across leaves and tree bark. Sometimes the victims would try to crawl away, animalistic survival instinct overriding their damaged brain's inability to process the situation. He'd follow them, still striking, until they stopped moving completely. The number of blows varied. Sometimes a dozen was sufficient to ensure death. Other times he'd hit them 30, 40, 50 times, continuing long after they'd stopped breathing, driven by something beyond mere murder. He was destroying them, erasing them, reducing human beings to broken meat and shattered bone. When he'd exhausted himself, when his arms ached and his clothes were soaked with blood spatter, he'd survey his work. Sometimes he'd arrange the bodies in specific positions, posing them like mannequins. Other times he'd simply drag them off the path, hide them in the undergrowth, or dump them in drainage holes. The disposal method seemed to matter less to him than the act itself, the killing. But he wasn't completely careless. He'd take trophies from his victims, personal items that he'd keep as mementos. Watches were a favorite, along with identification documents. Later, investigators would find a bizarre collection of these items in his mother's apartment, a museum of murder hidden in plain sight. He also took photographs sometimes, pictures of the bodies of his handiwork. These weren't for sexual gratification. Pichushkin's murders weren't sexually motivated. Instead, they seemed to be records, documentation of his achievements. He was keeping score in his twisted game. And about that game, at some point in the early 2000s, Pichushkin began marking his chessboard. In his apartment, he kept the old board his grandfather had used to teach him, and he started placing a coin on each square for every person he killed. The goal was clear: 64 kills, one for each square, a complete and perfect game. His murder rate accelerated dramatically during this period. In 2001 alone, he killed at least 15 people that investigators would later confirm, and possibly more that were never connected to him. The bodies piled up in Bitsa Park in various states of decomposition, some hidden in drainage holes where they'd be discovered months later, others left where they fell, discovered within days. The park staff began to notice. How could they not? But what could they do? This was still Russia, still a place where official corruption and incompetence were rampant, where people learned not to ask too many questions. Some park workers whispered about a curse, about Bitsa Park being haunted or evil. Others suspected a killer but had no power to investigate properly. Moscow police were similarly overwhelmed. They were dealing with the aftermath of Russia's chaotic 1990s transition, with organized crime, with terrorism, with corruption at every level. When bodies turned up in Bitsa Park, they'd process the scene, add the case to their files, and move on. The victims were mostly people society didn't care about: drunks, vagrants, pensioners. There was no media pressure to solve these cases, no political will to dedicate resources to finding their killer. But a few investigators did notice patterns, particularly one detective, a dogged professional named Mikhail Yegorov, who couldn't shake the feeling that these murders were connected. The locations were too similar, clustering around Bitsa Park. The victims fit a profile: vulnerable, isolated, easily controlled. The methods showed similarities: blunt force trauma, vodka bottles, drainage holes. Yegorov began building a case file, collecting information on every unsolved murder in and around Bitsa Park going back years. The numbers horrified him. Dozens of victims, possibly 50 or more, all killed in similar ways, all disappeared in the same general area. This wasn't random violence. This was a serial killer, possibly one of the most prolific in Russian history. But convincing his superiors to take the threat seriously proved nearly impossible. They didn't want to hear about serial killers. That kind of publicity was bad for Moscow's image, bad for the tourist industry, bad for property values in the affected neighborhoods. Better to treat each case individually, avoid panic, avoid admitting they had a monster operating freely in their city. Frustrated but determined, Yegorov continued investigating on his own time, using his own resources. He started interviewing families of victims, looking for connections. He walked the trails of Bitsa Park himself, trying to understand the geography, trying to think like the killer. He reviewed autopsy reports, looking for signature elements that would conclusively link the murders. Meanwhile, Pichushkin continued killing, utterly unaware that anyone was taking special interest in his activities. His confidence had grown to the point of recklessness. He no longer limited himself to strangers. He began killing people from his own neighborhood, people he knew casually, people who should have been able to identify him. One victim was a fellow chessboard enthusiast he'd played with in local parks. Another was a woman who lived in his apartment building. Another was a coworker from the grocery store. The kills were becoming personal, the circle of potential witnesses tightening around him, but he couldn't stop. The urge to complete his game, to fill that chessboard, had become an obsession that overrode any sense of self-preservation. He even brought his dog on some of these murder excursions, a detail that would later help investigators connect him to several crime scenes. The dog, a large and distinctive breed, was remembered by multiple witnesses who'd seen Pichushkin walking with victims shortly before they disappeared. But perhaps the most chilling aspect of this period was how ordinary Pichushkin seemed to everyone who knew him. His mother described him as quiet and helpful around the apartment. His boss at the grocery store said he was a reliable worker, if a bit odd. His neighbors considered him harmless, just another weird loner in a city full of them. Nobody suspected, nobody imagined. The man who lived upstairs, who delivered their groceries, who they'd see walking his dog through the neighborhood, was a monster who'd killed dozens of people. He'd murdered them with a hammer and stuffed vodka bottles down their throats while they drowned in their own blood. He'd scattered their bodies through Bitsa Park like trash. And he'd done it all while maintaining a facade of normalcy, of being just another face in the Moscow crowds. By 2005, Pichushkin's kill count had reached the high 50s. He was close to his goal, those 64 squares nearly filled. But his growing recklessness was finally starting to catch up with him. More witnesses were coming forward with descriptions of a tall, thin man seen with victims before they vanished. The dog kept appearing in witness statements, a distinctive detail that helped establish a pattern. Detective Yegorov's unofficial investigation had accumulated enough evidence that his superiors could no longer ignore it. Grudgingly, they authorized the formation of a task force specifically to hunt for the Bitsa Park killer. Resources were allocated. Surveillance was increased in the park. Officers began conducting systematic interviews with anyone who spent regular time in the area. The net was closing, though Pichushkin didn't realize it yet. He was too focused on his goal, too obsessed with completing his game. Just a few more kills, just a few more squares to fill, and he'd achieve something no one else had, something perfect and complete. He'd become the ultimate player in the ultimate game, where the stakes were life and death and he alone controlled the board. But every game must eventually end. Every player, no matter how skilled, eventually makes a fatal mistake. For Alexander Pichushkin, that mistake was already in motion, set in place by his own escalating arrogance and the determination of the investigators closing in around him. The final phase of his murderous career was about to begin, and it would end not with triumph, but with chains and a prison cell that would hold him for the rest of his life. Marina Moskalyova didn't want to die. On June 14, 2006, she was thinking about her future, about her young son, about the life she was trying to build in Moscow's difficult economic landscape. She was 38 years old, an employee at the same grocery store where Alexander Pichushkin worked delivering goods. She knew him casually, considered him strange but harmless, just another colleague in the mundane routine of retail work. What Marina didn't know, what she couldn't have known, was that she'd been selected. Pichushkin had been watching her for days, studying her patterns, her routines, identifying her as victim number 63. Just 2 more after her, and his game would be complete. 2 more squares to fill on the chessboard that dominated his thoughts every waking moment. He approached her after work with a familiar proposition. Drinks in Bitsa Park, a chance to relax and unwind after another grinding shift. Marina hesitated. There was something about Pichushkin that had always made her uncomfortable. Some indefinable wrongness that her instincts recognized even if her conscious mind couldn't articulate it. But she was tired, stressed about money, about her son's future, about everything that made life difficult in Putin's Russia. A few drinks with a colleague seemed harmless enough. They walked together toward the park, Pichushkin carrying a bag that concealed his hammer, Marina carrying her purse, inside which was a detail that would ultimately doom him: her mobile phone with a camera. Before they entered the woods, she made a decision that would save countless future lives. She took a picture, a casual snapshot of herself and Pichushkin together, and sent it to her son with a text message saying who she was with and where they were going. It was a mother's caution, an instinctive need to leave a trail, to let someone know where she was. She probably didn't even think about it too much, just a quick photo and message before putting the phone away. That simple act would crack open Pichushkin's entire world. They walked deeper into Bitsa Park, along trails that Pichushkin knew intimately, toward isolated areas where screams wouldn't carry, where a woman could die without anyone hearing. They drank vodka straight from the bottle, the way Russians do, burning alcohol dulling Marina's reflexes, her awareness, her ability to recognize the mounting danger. When they reached a sufficiently remote location, Pichushkin made his move. The hammer emerged from his bag with practiced ease. Marina might have seen it, might have had a split second of horrified understanding before the first blow connected with her skull. She went down hard, consciousness fragmenting, pain exploding through her head. But unlike so many of his victims, Marina fought back. Maybe the blow wasn't quite as perfectly placed as usual. Maybe adrenaline gave her temporary strength. Whatever the reason, she struggled, tried to crawl away, tried to scream for help. Pichushkin pursued her, striking again and again, the hammer rising and falling with brutal efficiency. The attack was savage even by his standards. He hit her more than 20 times, continuing long after she'd stopped moving, driven by some frenzied need to obliterate her completely. Blood soaked into the forest floor, bone fragments scattered across leaves. When he finally stopped, Marina Mosklyova had been reduced to a broken thing barely recognizable as human. Pichushkin dragged her body off the path, concealed it in undergrowth where it wouldn't be immediately visible. Then he cleaned his hammer on her clothes, replaced it in his bag, and walked out of Bitsa Park as if nothing had happened. In his mind, he was already planning the next kill, the next square to fill. Just 2 more and the game would be won. But Marina's son waited for her to come home. When she didn't return that night, when she didn't answer her phone, when hours stretched into a day and then 2 days, he went to the police. He showed them the photo his mother had sent him, pointed out the man in the picture, told them his name: Alexander Pichushkin. He worked at the same grocery store. He lived in the Konkovo district. Please, the young man begged, please find my mother. The police took the report, added it to their files, began the standard procedures for a missing person case. They showed the photo to Detective Yegorov, who was still leading the Bitsa Park killer investigation. When he saw Pichushkin's face, something clicked into place. They had descriptions of a suspect from multiple witnesses, vague and incomplete but consistent. Tall, thin, dark-haired, awkward manner, often seen with a large dog. Yegorov pulled Pichushkin's records. He lived less than a kilometer from Bitsa Park. He'd grown up in the neighborhood. Multiple witnesses had mentioned seeing someone matching his description with victims before they disappeared. The dog, the distinctive large dog mentioned in witness statements, was registered to Pichushkin's address. The pieces were coming together, forming a picture of a monster who'd been hiding in plain sight for over a decade. Yegorov immediately ordered surveillance on Pichushkin's apartment, but he was careful, cautious. If Pichushkin realized he was being watched, he might run, might destroy evidence, might kill again before they could stop him. They needed to catch him with evidence, needed to build an airtight case that would put him away forever. For days, officers watched Pichushkin's movements. They saw him go to work, walk his dog, interact with neighbors. He seemed completely normal, showing no signs of stress or awareness that his freedom was measured in hours. Behind the scenes, investigators were working frantically, pulling together everything they could find on him, preparing the case that would bring him down. Marina Mosklyova's body was found on June 16th by hikers, just 2 days after her murder. The discovery accelerated the investigation. Forensic teams processed the scene, collecting evidence, documenting the brutal overkill that had become Pichushkin's signature. The autopsy confirmed what investigators already suspected. Cause of death was massive blunt force trauma to the skull, consistent with numerous other unsolved murders in Bitsa Park. Yegorov now had enough. On June 15, 2006, nearly 15 years after his first murder, Alexander Pichushkin was arrested at his mother's apartment. He answered the door calmly, showed no surprise when officers identified themselves and placed him under arrest. It was as if he'd been expecting them, as if some part of him knew the game was finally over. They transported him to Moscow's Central Police Headquarters for interrogation. In the interview room, Pichushkin initially maintained his innocence, claimed he knew nothing about Marina Moskaleva's disappearance, nothing about any murders. But investigators had done their homework. They had the photo linking him directly to Marina. They had witness statements placing him with other victims before they disappeared. They had his dog, his distinctive dog, appearing in multiple accounts. Most devastatingly, they had his apartment, which they'd thoroughly searched after the arrest. Inside, investigators found what could only be described as a shrine to murder. The old chessboard was there, coins carefully placed on squares, each one representing a life taken. Trophies from victims covered surfaces. Watches, identification cards, personal items that had belonged to the dead. Photographs documented his handiwork, showed bodies in various states of destruction. Confronted with this overwhelming evidence, Pichushkin's facade cracked. But he didn't break down, didn't show remorse or shame. Instead, he seemed almost relieved, eager even, to finally discuss what he'd done. The interrogators watched in growing horror as he began to confess, not reluctantly, but enthusiastically, describing his murders in clinical detail, explaining his methods, his motivations, his game. He talked for hours, detailing kill after kill, providing information only the murderer could know. He drew maps showing where bodies were hidden, some in locations investigators hadn't even found yet. He explained his selection process, his approach, his techniques. He spoke about murder the way another person might discuss their hobby, with enthusiasm and pride in his expertise. The number of victims shocked even hardened investigators. Pichushkin claimed to have killed 63 people, just one short of his goal of filling the entire chessboard. Some of these murders weren't on the police's radar at all. Victims who'd never been connected to the Bitsa Park killer. Others had been written off as accidents or natural deaths, elderly people who'd apparently fallen or died of exposure. His confession would take weeks to fully process and verify. Teams of investigators fanned out across Bitsa Park, searching for bodies based on Pichushkin's directions. They found human remains in drainage holes, in ravines, in hidden clearings deep in the woods. Some were mere skeletons, others in various stages of decomposition. The actual body count climbed as they excavated the park's grim secrets. But Pichushkin's claims also proved problematic. He was clearly embellishing some aspects of his story, exaggerating his kill count to inflate his importance, his notoriety. He wanted to be remembered as the most prolific serial killer in Russian history, wanted his name to carry weight and terror. When investigators couldn't verify some of his claimed kills, when the numbers didn't add up, he became angry, insisted he was telling the truth. The psychological evaluations that followed painted a disturbing picture. Pichushkin showed no empathy, no remorse, no understanding that his actions were fundamentally wrong. He didn't see his victims as people, as human beings with families and futures. They were chess pieces, objects to be manipulated and removed from the board. Their suffering meant nothing to him beyond the satisfaction it provided during the act itself. The psychologists diagnosed him with schizoid personality disorder among other conditions, noting the probable brain damage from his childhood accident, the lack of emotional connection to others, the grandiose delusions about his importance and purpose. But they also concluded he was sane, at least by legal standards. He understood right from wrong, understood that murder was illegal, understood the consequences of his actions. He'd simply chosen to kill anyway because it made him feel good. News of his arrest exploded across Russian media. The chessboard killer, as he was quickly dubbed, became a sensation. Television stations ran special reports detailing his crimes. Newspapers published layouts of Bitsa Park with red dots marking where bodies had been found. The story had everything tabloids loved: sex and violence, mystery and horror, a twisted game played with human lives. Moscow's residents reacted with a mixture of terror and fascination. For years, people had been disappearing in Bitsa Park, and now they understood why. The curse, the evil that people had whispered about, had a face and a name. Parents kept their children away from the park. Property values in the surrounding neighborhoods plummeted. The place became synonymous with death and horror. But there was also anger, directed not just at Pichushkin but at the authorities who'd failed to stop him sooner. Families of victims came forward, demanding to know why it had taken so long to catch him, why their loved ones had been allowed to die when the pattern should have been obvious years earlier. The police department faced intense criticism for their handling of the case, for treating each murder as an isolated incident rather than recognizing the serial killer in their midst. Detective Yegorov became a hero in the media, the man who'd never given up, who'd pursued the case even when his superiors told him to drop it. He gave interviews explaining how he'd connected the dots, how he'd built the case that finally brought Pichushkin down. But privately, he was haunted by a single thought. If only they'd moved faster, if only he'd been more convincing earlier, how many lives could have been saved? As the investigation continued, more details of Pichushkin's life emerged, painting a portrait of a man who'd been broken and twisted from childhood. Journalists tracked down his mother, Natalia, who sat in her apartment surrounded by reporters and television cameras, weeping as she tried to explain how she'd never known, never suspected what her son had become. She described him as a good boy who'd changed after the accident, become more difficult, more withdrawn. She tried to help him, tried to get him treatment, but resources were limited and options were few. She'd hoped he would grow out of it, hoped he would find his way. Instead, he'd become a monster who'd murdered dozens of people while living under her roof, who'd hidden trophies from his victims in closets she never thought to search. The trial began in September 2007, more than a year after his arrest. The courtroom was packed with journalists, victims' families, and morbidly curious observers who wanted to see the chessboard killer in person. Pichushkin entered wearing plain clothes, his hands and feet shackled, his expression blank and emotionless as he surveyed the crowd. The prosecution laid out their case methodically, presenting evidence that connected Pichushkin to 49 confirmed murders. These were the kills they could prove beyond doubt, where forensic evidence, witness testimony, and Pichushkin's own confessions aligned perfectly. The actual number was almost certainly higher, but 49 was enough to ensure he'd never see freedom again. Victim after victim was described in detail. Photographs of the deceased, alive and happy in better times, flashed on screens throughout the courtroom. Autopsy reports documented the horrific injuries each had sustained. Family members testified about their loss, about the holes left in their lives by Pichushkin's actions. Through it all, Pichushkin sat impassively, showing no emotion, no response to the pain and grief surrounding him. When asked if he felt remorse, he shrugged. When asked why he'd killed, he spoke about the game, about chess, about the need to complete what he'd started. He seemed more annoyed that he hadn't reached 64 kills than concerned about the decades of imprisonment awaiting him. His defense attorneys tried to argue diminished capacity, pointing to his brain injury, his evident mental illness, his troubled childhood. But the prosecution countered with evidence of premeditation, of careful planning, of calculated manipulation of victims. This wasn't a man in the grip of uncontrollable impulses. This was a predator who'd stalked, selected, and murdered with cold efficiency. The verdict, when it came, surprised no one. Guilty on all 49 counts of murder. The judge sentenced him to life imprisonment in a strict regime penal colony, Russia's harshest form of incarceration. Pichushkin showed no reaction to the sentence, simply nodded as if confirming something he'd already known. But the story didn't end there. As officers led him from the courtroom, Pichushkin made a statement that would become infamous in Russian criminal history. He turned to the assembled media and said, "I'm sorry I didn't complete the chessboard. I only needed one more." The callousness of that statement, the utter lack of humanity it revealed, shocked even hardened observers. He wasn't apologizing for the murders. wasn't expressing regret for the lives destroyed. He was disappointed about an incomplete game, frustrated that he'd been caught before achieving his goal. The families of victims screamed at him. Security had to restrain people who tried to rush forward. Pichushkin simply smiled, that same blank, emotionless smile he'd shown throughout the trial. Alexander Pichushkin was transported to a maximum security prison in northern Russia, a place designed to hold the country's most dangerous criminals. The penal colony exists in one of the harshest environments on Earth, where winter temperatures regularly plunge to 40 below zero, where the landscape is barren tundra stretching to empty horizons, where escape is impossible and survival depends entirely on the mercy of your captors. His cell measures roughly 6 square meters, containing a narrow bed, a small table, and a toilet. The walls are bare concrete. A single barred window provides minimal light. He's allowed out for 1 hour per day, always alone, always under heavy guard. The other prisoners know who he is, what he did, and while serial killers are usually targets for violence in Russian prisons, Pichushkin's reputation actually protects him. Even hardened criminals fear him, see something in his eyes that warns them away. He's been interviewed multiple times since his incarceration, always with the same disturbing result. He shows no remorse, no growth, no evolution of understanding about what he's done. If anything, he seems to have retreated further into delusion, further into the fantasy world where he's not a pathetic failure but a grandmaster who almost won the ultimate game. In a 2012 interview, he told a journalist that killing was the only time he ever felt truly alive, truly real. Everything else, he explained, was gray and meaningless, empty time between the moments of power and control that murder provided. He said he'd do it all again if given the chance, would kill until they stopped him or he completed his chessboard. When asked about his victims, about their families, about the suffering he'd caused, he shrugged. They didn't matter, he explained, not really. They were already dead in a sense, already lost to alcohol or poverty or despair. He'd simply accelerated the inevitable, removed pieces from a board where they were no longer useful. His coldness, his utter inability to see his victims as human beings with value and dignity, remains one of the most chilling aspects of his psychology. Bitsa Park has never fully recovered from its association with Pichushkin's murders. For several years after his arrest, people avoided the place entirely. The trails where he'd hunted grew overgrown. The drainage holes where he'd dumped bodies were filled with concrete, sealed forever, becoming unintentional monuments to the dead. Eventually, people started returning. Life goes on, even in places marked by horror. But the park's character had changed permanently. Parents no longer let children play unsupervised there. Women avoid walking alone, especially in the deeper wooded sections. The place carries a darkness now, a knowledge of what happened there, of the evil that prowled those trails for 15 years. Memorial markers dot the park, placed by families of victims at locations where their loved ones died. Some are simple crosses. Others are elaborate monuments with photographs and engraved messages. They serve as reminders, warning signs, testaments to lives stolen and suffering endured. The Moscow Police Department underwent significant reforms in the wake of Pichushkin's arrest and trial. The criticism they'd faced for failing to connect his murders earlier, for treating each case as isolated rather than recognizing the pattern, had been brutal and well-deserved. New protocols were implemented for handling serial cases, new training provided on pattern recognition and criminal profiling. Detective Yegorov retired shortly after the trial concluded, the stress and trauma of the investigation having taken a severe toll on his physical and mental health. He'd spent years hunting Pichushkin, years immersing himself in darkness and horror, and it had changed him fundamentally. In interviews, he spoke about nightmares, about seeing the victims' faces every time he closed his eyes, about the weight of knowing he'd caught the killer but couldn't bring back the dead. He also expressed frustration about the cases he couldn't close. Pichushkin had claimed 63 victims, but police could only confirm 49 murders with physical evidence. That meant 14 people whose families would never have closure, 14 disappearances that might or might not be connected to the chessboard killer. Some of those missing people probably were Pichushkin's victims, bodies never found, crimes never proven. Others might have been fabrications, false confessions designed to inflate his notoriety. The psychological impact on Moscow's population, particularly in the Konkovo district, proved profound and long-lasting. Trust between neighbors deteriorated. People became suspicious of friendly overtures from strangers. The communal drinking culture that Pichushkin had exploited to select victims declined significantly, as people became aware of how vulnerability and isolation could be weaponized. Mental health professionals reported seeing numerous patients suffering from anxiety and paranoia related to the Pichushkin case. Some people couldn't walk through parks anymore. Others developed obsessive behaviors around safety and security. Children who'd played in Bitsa Park during Pichushkin's active years sometimes struggled with the knowledge that they'd been in proximity to a serial killer, that they or their parents could have been victims. The case also sparked intense debate within Russia's criminology and psychology communities about the nature of serial killers, about how such predators develop and what factors contribute to their creation. Pichushkin's childhood brain injury became a focal point of discussion. Would he have become a killer without that accident? Was the damage to his frontal lobe the primary cause of his psychopathy, or merely a contributing factor among many? Some experts argued that the brain injury had fundamentally broken something essential in Pichushkin's personality, destroyed his ability to feel empathy or form normal social bonds. Others pointed to his environment, to the poverty and chaos of late Soviet and early post-Soviet Russia, to his absent father and overworked mother, to the lack of mental health resources that might have helped him cope with his issues. The truth, most agreed, was probably a combination of factors. The brain injury created a predisposition toward violence and impaired impulse control. His dysfunctional family environment failed to provide the structure and support he needed. His grandfather's death removed the one stabilizing influence in his life. The collapse of Soviet society created conditions where murder could go undetected for years. Any one of these factors alone might not have created a serial killer, but together they formed a perfect storm of circumstances that transformed Alexander Pichushkin into the chessboard killer. International attention focused on the case as well. True crime writers and documentary filmmakers from around the world descended on Moscow, seeking to tell Pichushkin's story to global audiences. Books were published analyzing his methods, his psychology, his place in the pantheon of history's most prolific murderers. Television specials aired in dozens of countries, introducing audiences to the man who'd hunted in Bitsa Park. Some of this attention was respectful and serious, attempting to understand the phenomenon of serial murder and learn lessons that might prevent future tragedies. Much of it, however, was sensationalistic and exploitative, treating Pichushkin's crimes as entertainment rather than tragedy. Families of victims often found themselves besieged by journalists and producers seeking interviews, seeking their pain and grief as content for mass consumption. The case also raised uncomfortable questions about media responsibility. Had the extensive coverage of Pichushkin's trial and imprisonment actually served justice, or had it simply given him the notoriety and attention he'd craved? By making him famous, by discussing his crimes in minute detail, were media outlets potentially inspiring other would-be serial killers who sought similar recognition? There are no easy answers to these questions. The public has a legitimate interest in understanding criminal phenomena like serial murder. Journalists have a responsibility to report on significant criminal cases. But Bitsa Park itself has yielded all the secrets it's going to give. After years of intensive searches, excavations of drainage holes, surveys of remote areas, investigators believe they've found all the bodies that can be found. But the park is massive, its woods dense, and its terrain varied. It's entirely possible that human remains still lie undiscovered in hidden ravines or overgrown clearings. Victims will never be identified, murders never attributed to their killer. For the families of victims, closure has been elusive. Even those whose loved ones were confirmed as Pichushkin's victims struggle with the lack of explanation or meaning. Why those specific people? Why that particular day? The randomness of it, the pure chance that put their family member in Pichushkin's path at the wrong moment, makes the grief even harder to process. Some families found comfort in religion, in the belief that their loved ones were in a better place, free from the suffering that had marked their final moments. Others found comfort in justice, in knowing that Pichushkin would spend every remaining day of his life locked in a tiny cell, his freedom permanently stripped away. Still others never found comfort at all. spending years consumed by anger and grief that no amount of time could heal. Support groups formed among victim families, providing space for shared grief and mutual understanding. These groups advocated for better police procedures, for increased resources for missing persons investigations, for systemic changes that might prevent future serial killers from operating undetected for years. Their activism helped drive some of the reforms implemented in Russian law enforcement after Pichushkin's conviction. The case has also become a teaching tool in criminal justice programs across Russia and internationally. Pichushkin's methods, his victim selection, his ability to evade detection for so long, all provide valuable lessons for law enforcement personnel learning to recognize and investigate serial crimes. His psychological profile offers insights into the minds of predators, helping mental health professionals understand the warning signs and risk factors associated with violent psychopathy. But perhaps the most important lesson from the chessboard killer case isn't about investigative techniques or criminal psychology. It's about the vulnerability of society's marginalized populations, about how easily people can disappear when nobody's paying attention, about the human cost of treating some lives as less valuable than others. Pichushkin's victims were largely people society had already forgotten. Alcoholics, homeless individuals, elderly pensioners living alone. Their disappearances didn't generate headlines or public outrage. Police investigations were perfunctory at best. If his victims had been wealthy businessmen or prominent citizens, the pattern would have been recognized immediately, resources would have been deployed, and Pichushkin would have been caught after his second or third kill instead of his 63rd. This uncomfortable truth sparked soul-searching within Russian society about how it treats its most vulnerable citizens, about the systems and attitudes that allow some people to be discarded and forgotten. The conversations that resulted didn't lead to dramatic societal change. Systemic problems are too deeply rooted for that, but they did raise awareness, did make people think about the humanity of those living on society's margins. Today, more than 15 years after his arrest, Alexander Pichushkin remains in his northern prison cell, a 61-year-old man who will never be free again, who will die behind those concrete walls. He's become less relevant as time passes, as newer crimes and newer monsters capture public attention. The chessboard killer is fading into history, becoming another name in the catalog of human evil, another case study in the criminal justice textbooks. But in Bitsa Park, his presence lingers. People walking those trails sometimes stop at the memorial markers, reading the names and dates, thinking about the lives stolen there. They might shudder slightly, looking around at the trees and paths that once concealed such horror. Then they continue their walks, because life goes on, because fear cannot be allowed to win, because public spaces must be reclaimed from the darkness that once infected them. The elderly people who survived Pichushkin's era, who walked those same trails and drank in the same places where he hunted, sometimes gather to share their stories. They talk about friends who disappeared, about the slow realization that something was wrong, about the relief mixed with horror when the truth finally emerged. They're the living witnesses to a nightmare that lasted 15 years. The ones who can say, "I was there, I survived, I remember," and that memory, that collective remembrance of what happened in Bitsa Park, serves a purpose. It reminds people that monsters are real, that they walk among us wearing human faces, that the capacity for evil exists not just in distant places or historical periods, but here, now, in our cities and neighborhoods. It's an uncomfortable truth, a frightening truth, but a necessary one. Because only by remembering, only by understanding, only by remaining vigilant, can we hope to prevent the next Alexander Pichushkin from completing his game. The chessboard may remain forever incomplete, but the lesson it teaches must never be forgotten. Every person matters, every life has value, and when we allow some people to become invisible, when we stop caring about the vulnerable and forgotten, we create the perfect conditions for predators to hunt. The chessboard killer's game is over. He lost, ultimately, his freedom and future traded for 49 confirmed murders and however many more really occurred. He sits now in a cell measuring 6 square meters, playing chess against himself, living in memories of power and control that can never be relived. The board is incomplete. The squares remain unfilled. And somewhere in that damaged, twisted mind, that fact probably still bothers him, still picks at him like an unsolved puzzle. But for everyone else, For the families who lost loved ones, for the investigators who hunted him, for the residents of Moscow who lived in fear during his active years, the incomplete chessboard represents something different. Lives saved, murders prevented, a monster finally stopped. One square left empty is one person who lived. One family spared the unbearable grief of loss. One small victory against the darkness. Alexander Pichushkin will die in prison, unmourned and unremembered except as a cautionary tale. The people he killed, those 49 confirmed victims and whoever else fell to his hammer in Bitsa Park's hidden depths, deserve better than to be footnotes in a killer's story. They were human beings with hopes and dreams, with families and friends, with lives that mattered. Their memory deserves to outlast his, their names remembered longer than his crimes. This is the story of the chessboard killer, of the man who turned a Moscow park into his personal killing ground, who treated human lives as nothing more than pieces in a game only he understood. It's a story of failure, systemic, institutional, societal failure to protect the vulnerable. It's a story of eventual justice, of a killer caught and caged. And it's a story that should never be forgotten, because the lessons it teaches remain urgently relevant. The board is incomplete. The game is over. The killer is caged. But the memory endures, and must endure, as warning and reminder that monsters are real, that evil walks among us, and that vigilance, compassion, and justice are our only defenses against the darkness that some humans carry within them. If you're enjoying these stories, don't forget to leave a comment. I'd love to hear where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. And if you haven't already, be sure to like this video and subscribe so you don't miss the next true crime story to help you drift off to sleep. Now, let's move on to our third story. Story 3, The Night Shepherd of Vitebsk, the Gennady Mikasevich story. They found the first girl on a frozen morning when the snow still held yesterday's footprints. Her body lay crumpled among the birch trees like a discarded doll, lips blue, eyes staring at nothing. The police wrote it down as an isolated tragedy, a random act of violence. They were wrong. For 15 years, a predator walked freely through the streets of Vitebsk, Belarus. He looked like every other man, ordinary face, forgettable features, the kind of person you'd pass without a second glance. He worked, he married, he fathered children, and when darkness fell, he hunted. Gennady Mikasevich didn't choose victims at random. He studied them, watched them, learned their routines with the patience of something that had stopped being fully human. Young women, mostly, girls walking home from evening classes, teenagers leaving dance rehearsals. Each one became another name on a list that grew longer every year while investigators chased shadows and wrong leads. What you're about to hear isn't just another true crime story. This is the chronicle of a man who transformed himself into something monstrous, who built his killing ground in the ordinariness of Soviet life, who understood that the best place to hide evil is behind the mask of normalcy. This is about the 36 lives he destroyed, the families left to drown in questions that have no good answers, and the detective who finally saw the pattern everyone else had missed. Turn off the lights, settle into your pillows. But remember, monsters don't always announce themselves. Sometimes they're the neighbor who waves good morning, the colleague who tells jokes at lunch, the stranger who offers you a ride home when it's raining. Sometimes they're already inside your head before you realize they were ever there at all. Winter in Vitebsk doesn't ask permission. It arrives like an invading army, burying the city under layers of white silence that muffle screams and hide secrets until spring comes to excavate them. The year was 1971, and the Soviet Union still gripped Belarus with iron fingers, maintaining order through fear and strict bureaucracy. Crime, according to official reports, barely existed. The state had eliminated poverty, desperation, and moral corruption. Citizens lived in harmony under the protection of the Communist Party. But statistics lie when they're written by people more interested in appearances than truth. Gennady Mikasevich was 26 years old when he killed for the first time. He'd been thinking about it for years, fantasizing, planning, working through the logistics like a student preparing for important exams. The desire had been growing inside him since adolescence, a dark flower blooming in the spaces between normal thoughts. He'd learned to recognize it, tend to it, keep it hidden from everyone around him. He was married by then, had a job at a local factory doing mechanical work that required precision and patience. His wife, Ludmilla, considered him a good husband. Quiet, yes, reserved, but reliable. He paid the bills, showed up for family dinners, smiled at the right moments. Nobody suspected that behind his eyes, a completely different man was making entirely different plans. The thing about Gennady was his extraordinary patience. He could wait. He could watch. While other men acted on impulse and got caught immediately, Gennady understood that successful hunting required preparation. He needed to know his terrain, identify the places where young women traveled alone, map the routes with poor lighting, minimal foot traffic, easy escape paths. He spent months just observing, learning the rhythms of his city the way a wolf learns the migration patterns of deer. His first victim was a student named Valentina, 19 years old, studying literature at the local institute. She had dark hair that she wore in a practical braid, and she walked the same route home every Tuesday and Thursday evening after her study group ended. Gennady had noticed her 3 months earlier. He'd followed her enough times to know that she always took a shortcut through a wooded area near the railroad tracks, a decision that saved her exactly 7 minutes but would cost her everything. On a November evening, when the temperature had dropped below freezing and the wind carried the smell of coal smoke from the heating plants, Gennady positioned himself along her route. He'd prepared his story carefully. If anyone asked later, he'd been walking home from visiting a friend, just happened to be in the area. Pure coincidence. The Soviet system had made everyone excellent liars. You learned to construct alibis as naturally as breathing. He heard her footsteps before he saw her, that distinctive crunch of boots on frozen ground. His heart accelerated, but his hands remained steady. This was important. He'd visualized this moment hundreds of times, worked through every detail until it felt more like memory than imagination. When Valentina appeared through the trees, her breath creating small clouds in the frigid air, Gennady stepped forward. "Excuse me," he called out, making his voice gentle, concerned. "I think I'm lost. Could you help me find Kirov Street?" Valentina hesitated. She'd been taught to be cautious around strangers, but this man looked harmless, middle-aged, slightly disheveled. He wore a worker's coat with a factory badge still pinned to the collar, identification that marked him as part of the legitimate social order. She relaxed slightly. "Kirov Street is back that way," she said, pointing. "You've come too far." "Oh no," Gennady replied, moving closer. "I must have gotten completely turned around. I'm terrible with directions." What happened next took less than 3 minutes. The transformation from ordinary man to something else occurred so quickly that Valentina barely had time to register the change. One moment, Gennady was fumbling with a map, playing the role of confused traveler. The next, his hands were around her throat, squeezing with mechanical precision. He'd researched this too, knew exactly how much pressure to apply, understood the difference between rendering someone unconscious and killing them immediately. He needed time. The killing itself was just the beginning. Valentina's eyes went wide with terror and confusion. She tried to scream, but his grip had already collapsed her windpipe. Her hands clawed at his arms, drawing blood through his coat sleeves. But Gennady felt nothing except a strange, detached satisfaction. This was happening. After years of waiting and planning, he was finally becoming what he'd always known himself to be. He dragged her deeper into the woods, away from the path. The forest floor was carpeted with dead leaves and pine needles that helped muffle any sound. When he was certain they were completely alone, he released her throat just enough to let her gasp for air. He wanted her conscious, needed her to know what was happening. The fear in her eyes was essential proof that this was real, that he had this power over life and death. The violence that followed was methodical. Gennady had imagined this scenario so many times that his actions seemed almost choreographed. He used a knife he'd been carrying for weeks, a simple hunting blade purchased from a sporting goods store. No special features, nothing that could be traced. The wounds he inflicted were exploratory at first, testing the limits of human endurance, observing how pain manifested in the body's involuntary responses. Valentina's screams had faded to whimpers, then to silence. Her blood melted the frost on the ground, creating dark pools that steamed in the cold air. When it was finished, when she was nothing but cooling meat and empty eyes, Gennady stepped back and assessed his work. He felt calm, satisfied. The anxiety that had plagued him for years, that constant pressure building behind his thoughts, had evaporated. This was the release he'd needed. This was his true nature finally expressed without restraint. But Gennady wasn't stupid. He'd been planning for this moment too long to make amateur mistakes. He stripped off his outer clothes, which he'd specifically chosen because they could be destroyed easily. The knife went into a plastic bag. He'd throw it in the river on his way home, watch it sink into water too polluted for anyone to bother dredging. His hands were covered in blood, but he'd anticipated that too. He had clean clothes waiting in a bag he'd hidden nearby earlier that afternoon. 20 minutes later, Gennady Mikasevich walked out of those woods looking exactly like any other factory worker heading home after a long shift, tired but content, ready for dinner and perhaps some television before bed. He passed 3 people on his way back to his apartment. None of them gave him a second glance. Valentina's body was discovered 2 days later by a maintenance worker checking the railroad tracks. The temperature had dropped low enough to preserve her somewhat, but animals had found her during the night. The investigating officers were young, inexperienced. They'd handled maybe a dozen murders in their entire careers, most of them domestic disputes or drunken fights where the perpetrator was still standing over the body when police arrived. This was different. This was calculated. The brutality suggested rage, but the cleanup suggested planning. They didn't know how to reconcile those contradictions. The case went nowhere. Valentina's family grieved publicly and quietly, the way Soviet citizens had learned to grieve, without making too much noise, without demanding too many answers. The investigation remained open officially but was effectively abandoned within 6 months. Files were filed away in cabinets where they'd gathered dust for years. Gennady watched the police activity with interest but no real concern. He'd been careful, left nothing that could connect him to the crime. No witnesses, no physical evidence, just another unsolved murder in a city that officially didn't have a crime problem. For 3 years, he waited, not because he was scared, but because patience had always been his greatest strength. He let the attention fade, let the investigators move on to other cases, let everyone forget that a young woman had been torn apart in the woods near the railroad tracks. The desire inside him never disappeared, but he'd proven to himself that he could control it, channel it, wait for the perfect moment to satisfy it again. His second victim was a 17-year-old named Olga. She worked at a textile factory and took evening classes to finish her secondary education. Gennady had been watching her for 8 months, learning everything about her life, where she worked, where she studied, the friends she spent time with, the route she walked home 3 nights a week. This time, he was even more careful, even more patient. The kill itself was faster. He'd learned from his first experience, refined his technique, but the satisfaction was somehow less intense. It wasn't enough anymore just to kill. He needed more, needed to push boundaries further, explore darker territories within himself. Over the following decade, Gennady Mikasevich transformed from careful killer to something approaching an artist of atrocity. He developed patterns, rituals that he repeated with each victim. He took souvenirs, personal items that he kept hidden in his apartment, tucked away in places where his wife would never think to look. He began to experiment with different methods, testing the limits of what the human body could endure before it finally surrendered to death. The police, meanwhile, remained clueless. They had bodies, eventually they had many bodies, but they couldn't see the connections. Soviet bureaucracy worked against effective investigation. Different jurisdictions didn't share information well. Reports got lost in administrative shuffling, and the official stance remained that violent crime was a Western problem, not something that happened in the USSR. Gennady's life continued normally on the surface. He was promoted at work, had children, attended parent-teacher conferences and neighborhood committee meetings. He looked everyone in the eye and lied without hesitation. Because he understood something fundamental about human nature. People believe what they want to believe. They see what they expect to see. And nobody expects the monster to be wearing an ordinary face. By the mid-1980s, Gennady had murdered at least 20 women. The exact number was difficult to determine because some bodies were never found. Some disappeared so completely that families reported them as runaways or defectors. The Soviet system had created perfect conditions for a serial killer to operate. Bureaucratic inefficiency combined with official denial created an environment where patterns could remain invisible for years. But patterns always emerge eventually, and someone was finally starting to notice. Detective Nikolai Ignatov had been with the Vitebsk Police Department for 17 years when the Mikasevich case landed on his desk. By then, he was 43 years old, divorced, living alone in a cramped apartment that smelled perpetually of cigarette smoke and instant coffee. He'd seen enough violence to understand that humans were capable of extraordinary cruelty when circumstances permitted it. But he'd never encountered anything like this. The files arrived in a cardboard box one Monday morning in April 1985. Unsolved murders spanning 14 years. 32 cases total. Young women between the ages of 15 and 25. Most found in wooded areas or abandoned buildings around Vitebsk and the surrounding region. Some had been dead for days before discovery, others for weeks. A few were never properly identified. Just bones and decomposed tissue that forensics couldn't match to any missing persons reports. Nikolai spread the files across his desk and began reading. The first thing he noticed was the violence. These weren't crimes of passion or opportunity. The killer, assuming it was the same person, which wasn't yet certain, took his time with victims. The medical examiner's reports described extensive trauma, stab wounds, strangulation, sexual assault. The patterns of injury suggested someone who enjoyed watching people suffer. The second thing he noticed was the geography. While the murders had occurred across multiple jurisdictions, they formed a rough circle around Vitebsk. The killer lived here, had to. He knew the area too well, understood the rhythms of the city, could navigate the back roads and forest paths that connected different neighborhoods. The third thing, the detail that made Nikolai's stomach tighten with anger, was how long this had been going on without anyone noticing. 14 years, 32 dead women, and the files showed minimal investigation. Most cases had been worked for a few weeks, then abandoned when no immediate suspects emerged. Nobody had bothered to look for connections because nobody wanted to admit that a serial killer might be operating in Soviet Belarus. Nikolai requested additional files from neighboring regions. He made phone calls to police departments in Minsk, Orsha, and Polotsk. He compiled every unsolved murder of a young woman within a 100-kilometer radius of Vitebsk dating back to 1971. The list grew longer, 43 cases, then 51. Some of them probably weren't connected, but Nikolai's instincts told him that many were. He created a map on his office wall, marking each murder location with a red pin. Dates written beside each pin, victim names when known. The pattern that emerged was chilling. The murders clustered around Vitebsk but spread outward along major transportation routes, railroad lines, highways, bus routes. The killer was mobile. He traveled for work or had regular reasons to move between cities. That narrowed the suspect pool considerably. Nikolai began interviewing witnesses again. Most of them barely remembered the original investigations. These were old cases, cold trails, memories faded by time. But occasionally someone would recall a detail that hadn't been included in the official reports. A man asking directions near where a victim was last seen. A strange car parked on a usually empty road. A factory worker who'd been spotted in an area where he had no obvious reason to be. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. A woman named Tatiana Petrova contacted the police station in June 1985, saying she had information about one of the old murders. Nikolai met her at a cafe near the city center, a place where they could talk without attracting attention. Tatiana was in her mid-40s, well-dressed, nervous. She stirred sugar into her tea for a long time before speaking. "I don't know if this is important," she began. But I've been seeing the news about the investigations you're reopening, and I remembered something from years ago. Tell me everything, Nikolai said, keeping his voice gentle, encouraging. Witnesses needed to feel safe, especially when talking about events that might implicate dangerous people. In 1978, my daughter was friends with one of the girls who died, Svetlana Kuznetsova. They attended the same technical school. Tatiana's hands trembled slightly. After Svetlana disappeared, my daughter mentioned something strange. She said Svetlana had complained about a man who kept showing up wherever she went. The library, the bus stop, outside the school. Svetlana thought maybe he was following her, but she wasn't sure. She never got a good look at his face. Did your daughter remember any details about this man? Only that Svetlana said he drove a blue Moskvich, and he wore a factory badge on his coat. It wasn't much. Blue Moskviches were common. Factory badges were worn by thousands of workers across the region. But it was something, a thread to pull. Nikolai expanded his investigation to include factory workers. He requested employment records from every industrial facility in Vitebsk, looked for men who'd been employed continuously from 1971 through 1985, men who had access to vehicles, men whose work schedules might have allowed them time to commit murders during evening hours or weekends. The list contained 237 names. He began the tedious process of elimination. Men who'd been incarcerated during periods when murders occurred were crossed off. Men who'd moved away from the region were removed. Men with solid alibis for multiple murder dates were eliminated. The list shrank slowly, 217 names, then 198, then 173. Among those remaining was Gennady Mikasevich, age 40, employed at the Vitebsk mechanical plant since 1969, married with 2 children, clean criminal record, nothing remarkable in his file at all. He was exactly the kind of ordinary, forgettable man who would never attract suspicion under normal circumstances. But Nikolai had learned to look for the absence of red flags rather than their presence. The most dangerous people were often the ones who'd perfected the art of blending in. He began investigating Gennady more closely. Gennady's employment records showed he'd worked steadily at the same factory for 16 years. His supervisors described him as reliable, competent, quiet. He rarely called in sick, never caused problems, kept to himself mostly but was pleasant enough when approached. A model worker according to official evaluations. His neighbors told similar stories. Gennady was polite, reserved. His wife seemed happy. The children were well behaved. They lived in a modest apartment, didn't cause disturbances, paid their bills on time. Nothing suggested anything unusual happening behind their door. But when Nikolai cross-referenced Gennady's work schedule with the murder dates, something interesting emerged. Gennady had been off work, vacation days, sick leave, or shift changes, during or immediately before 26 of the 51 murders. That could be coincidence, or it could be something else. Nikolai requested vehicle registration records. Gennady owned a blue Moskvich, had owned that model since 1976. The car had been reported stolen once in 1979, but was recovered within days. Nikolai noted the theft report date, 2 days after a murder in Polotsk, 50 kilometers from Vitebsk. The pieces were accumulating, but nothing concrete enough for an arrest. Soviet law required substantial evidence before police could detain a citizen without cause. Nikolai needed more. He needed proof. He decided to put Gennady under surveillance. This was risky. If Gennady suspected he was being watched, he might run or destroy evidence. But Nikolai believed the killer's arrogance would work against him. After operating freely for 14 years, Gennady probably felt invincible. Probably believed he was smarter than the police. That confidence might make him careless. The surveillance began in August 1985. 2 teams of officers working in rotation, following Gennady from his apartment to work and back again, documenting everywhere he went, everyone he spoke to, any deviation from his routine. For 3 weeks, Gennady did nothing suspicious. He went to work, came home, helped his wife with grocery shopping, took his children to school. He was the picture of normal domesticity. Nikolai began to doubt his instincts. Maybe Gennady was just another factory worker. Maybe the coincidences in his schedule were exactly that, coincidences. Then, on September 12th, Gennady's pattern changed. He left work at his usual time but didn't go home. Instead, he drove to a neighborhood on the eastern side of Vitebsk, parked his car on a quiet street, and began walking. The surveillance team followed at a distance, careful not to be spotted. Gennady stopped at a bus stop where several people were waiting. He stood slightly apart from the others, hands in his pockets, appearing to be just another tired worker heading home. But he wasn't looking at the approaching buses. He was watching a young woman standing near the back of the shelter, 19 or 20 years old, blonde hair pulled into a ponytail, wearing a student's uniform from the local pedagogical institute. The surveillance officers radioed Nikolai immediately. This was it. This was the behavior they'd been waiting for. For 40 minutes, Gennady followed the young woman. When she boarded a bus, he boarded the same one, sitting several rows behind her. When she got off at her stop, he got off too, maintaining distance but never losing sight of her. She walked toward an apartment complex on the edge of the city, an area with minimal street lighting and few pedestrians after dark. Nikolai made a decision. He couldn't let this continue. If Gennady was planning another murder, they needed to intervene before he had the chance. The risk of tipping their hand was worth preventing another death. Police vehicles moved into position around the apartment complex. Officers approached on foot from multiple directions, creating a perimeter. When Gennady turned down a narrow alley between buildings, the same alley the young woman had entered moments earlier, Nikolai gave the signal. Now! Take him now! For officers converged on Gennady from different angles, weapons drawn, shouting commands. Gennady froze for just a moment, long enough for surprise to register on his face, then tried to run. He managed 3 steps before the officers tackled him, slamming him to the pavement, pinning his arms behind his back. In Gennady's coat pocket, they found a knife, a hunting blade with a 6-inch serrated edge, the same type of weapon that had been used in multiple murders. The blade was clean, recently sharpened, ready for use. Gennady didn't resist after the initial struggle. He went quiet, almost calm, as officers handcuffed him and read him his rights. His expression was blank, not frightened or angry, just empty, like a machine that had been switched off. "You're making a mistake," he said quietly. "I haven't done anything wrong." But Nikolai saw something else in Gennady's eyes. Recognition, relief almost. The relief of someone who'd been carrying an impossible weight for so long that its removal, even through arrest, came as a strange kind of liberation. They arrested him on suspicion of attempted assault. It was enough to hold him for 48 hours while they built a more substantial case. But Nikolai knew they had their killer. After 14 years and more than 30 deaths, the monster finally had a face and a name. Getting him to confess would be another challenge entirely. The interrogation room was small, windowless, painted in institutional gray that seemed designed to crush hope. A single metal table, 3 chairs, a tape recorder that clicked quietly as the reels turned, documenting everything said within those walls. Gennady Mikasevich sat on one side of the table, hands cuffed in front of him, expression neutral. Across from him, Detective Nikolai Ignatov arranged his files with deliberate care. This would take time, patience. The same qualities Gennady had used to evade capture for so long would now be used against him. "My name is Detective Nikolai Ignatov," he began, speaking slowly, clearly. "The date is September 13th, 1985. The time is 9:30 a.m. Gennady Yevgenyevich Mikasevich. You've been arrested on suspicion of assault with intent to cause bodily harm. Do you understand why you're here?" "I understand you've arrested me," Gennady replied, his voice calm, measured. "But I don't understand why. I haven't hurt anyone. You were following a young woman last night. You had a weapon in your possession. I was walking home. The knife is for work. I use it to cut materials at the factory." Gennady's face showed nothing. No anxiety, no fear, No guilt, just mild confusion, as if this were all a bureaucratic misunderstanding that would be cleared up shortly. Nikolai had interrogated hundreds of suspects over his career. He knew the signs of genuine innocence, the outrage, the confused anger, the desperate need to explain. Gennady showed none of these things. His calmness was wrong, rehearsed, the performance of someone who'd imagined this scenario many times and had prepared his responses carefully. "Let's talk about your evening routine," Nikolai said, opening the first file. "You leave the factory at 5 p.m. most days. You drive straight home. But last night you didn't. Why?" "I went for a drive. Sometimes I need time to think before I go home. My wife, she worries. About money, about the children. Sometimes I need quiet before I face that." "Where did you drive?" "Around the city. No particular destination." "You stopped at a bus stop on Kirov Street. Why?" "I was thinking about taking the bus home instead of driving. Leave the car parked overnight." "But you didn't take the bus." "I changed my mind." The conversation continued like this for hours. Gennady providing simple, plausible explanations for everything. Nikolai probing for inconsistencies, waiting for cracks to appear in the facade. But Gennady had been preparing for this confrontation his entire criminal career. Every lie was carefully constructed, every alibi pre-planned. When the first interrogation session ended, Nikolai knew they needed more evidence. The knife wasn't enough. Following someone wasn't enough. They needed physical evidence connecting Gennady to the murders. They needed a confession or witnesses or forensic proof that would stand up in court. While Gennady was held in detention, police executed a search warrant on his apartment. His wife, Ludmila, stood in the doorway, horrified and confused as officers tore through her home. Her husband was a good man. This had to be a mistake, some terrible misunderstanding. The apartment revealed nothing obvious at first. It was neat, organized, the home of a working-class family trying to maintain dignity despite economic hardship. Children's school books, family photographs, a small television, kitchen appliances that had been carefully maintained for years because replacements were expensive and hard to acquire. But when officers searched Gennady's personal space, a small area in the bedroom where he kept his work clothes and tools, they found the collection. Tucked inside a locked metal box hidden beneath floorboards, 38 pieces of jewelry, necklaces, bracelets, earrings, women's accessories, each one carefully wrapped in cloth, preserved like precious artifacts. Officers photographed each item, then began the painstaking process of matching them to missing persons reports and murder victims. Within 24 hours, they'd identified 17 pieces that belonged to dead women. Proof positive that Gennady had taken souvenirs from his victims. Physical evidence that connected him directly to murders spanning more than a decade. When confronted with this evidence, Gennady's calm facade finally cracked. Not dramatically, he didn't break down or confess immediately. Instead, his expression shifted slightly, a micro-expression of resignation flickering across his face before the mask returned. He knew the game was over, but he wasn't ready to surrender yet. "Those items were gifts," he said quietly, "from women I knew, relationships before I was married." 17 different women? Nikolai asked. "All of whom are now dead?" "I didn't know they were dead. I haven't seen those women in years." One of these necklaces belonged to Marina Volkov. She disappeared in March 1982. Her body was found 2 weeks later in a drainage ditch near the railroad tracks. She'd been stabbed 14 times. The necklace was never recovered. Her family listed it as missing in their statement to police. Nikolai slid a photograph across the table. Marina's body as it had been found, pale and broken, eyes staring at nothing. "This necklace was in your possession. How do you explain that?" Gennady looked at the photograph without emotion. "I can't explain it. Maybe someone planted those items in my apartment." "Who would do that?" "I don't know. Perhaps whoever actually killed these women. Perhaps they're trying to frame me." It was a weak defense, but Gennady clung to it stubbornly. Even when confronted with more evidence, Testimony from witnesses who'd seen him in areas where victims disappeared, work schedule records that matched murder timelines perfectly, forensic analysis that placed fibers from his car in locations where bodies had been dumped. He maintained his innocence, admitted nothing, gave nothing away. The interrogations continued for days. Nikolai rotated through different approaches: sympathetic listener, harsh accuser, logical analyzer. Other detectives joined the sessions, bringing fresh energy and different tactics. They played recordings of family members grieving, showed photographs of victims when they were alive, smiling, young, full of potential, described in clinical detail what had been done to each woman before she died. Gennady absorbed all of it without visible reaction. He trained himself for years to separate emotion from action, to view his victims as objects rather than people. That same disconnection now protected him during interrogation. The suffering of others meant nothing to him. Never had. But everyone has a breaking point. For Gennady, it came not from evidence or accusation, but from exhaustion. After 6 days of continuous questioning, minimal sleep, constant psychological pressure, his defenses finally began to crumble. It started with small admissions. Yes, he'd known some of the victims. Yes, he'd been in the areas where they disappeared. Yes, he kept the jewelry because he'd found it, not because it had been given to him. Each admission was carefully limited, never quite crossing the line into confession, but acknowledging more than he'd previously admitted. Nikolai sensed the shift. He pressed harder, not with aggression but with patience. He spoke to Gennady like a person, not a monster, acknowledged that carrying this burden alone for so long must have been exhausting, suggested that confession might bring relief, a chance to finally stop pretending, stop maintaining the facade that had consumed his life. "You've been two people for so long," Nikolai said quietly. Gennady, the husband, the father, the factory worker, and someone else, someone darker. That must be exhausting, keeping those two lives separate, never letting anyone see the real you. Gennady's hands trembled slightly, the first physical sign of emotional response he'd shown during any interrogation. "You don't understand," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "Nobody understands. Then help me understand." And finally, after days of denial, after hours of carefully constructed lies, Gennady began to talk. The confession that emerged over the following days was chilling in its detail. Gennady spoke about the murders with the same analytical precision he might use to describe mechanical processes at the factory. He remembered specific victims, specific locations, specific methods. He described his planning, his hunting, his selection criteria. He talked about the satisfaction he felt, the release, the sense of power that came from controlling another person's final moments. He confessed to 36 murders. The number was higher than police had documented, including several victims whose bodies had never been found. Women who disappeared so completely that their families still hoped they might be alive somewhere. Gennady described his evolution as a killer, how the first murder had been clumsy, adrenaline-fueled, scary, how subsequent killings had become smoother, more controlled, how he'd learned to manage risk, to cover his tracks, to create alibis that would hold up under casual scrutiny. He talked about keeping the jewelry as trophies, how he'd sometimes take the items out late at night when his family was sleeping, hold them, remember. But when Nikolai asked the most important question, why, Gennady had no good answer. "I wanted to," he said simply. "That's all. I wanted to know what it felt like to have that much control over someone, to be the last thing they saw before everything ended. And once I knew what it felt like, I needed to feel it again. There was no trauma to explain it. No abuse in childhood, no head injury, no psychological break. Gennady had simply decided he wanted to kill, and then he'd done it, repeatedly, for 15 years, because he enjoyed it." The confession was detailed enough to verify. Police located 2 previously undiscovered bodies based on information Gennady provided. They matched physical evidence from crime scenes to materials found in Gennady's apartment and car. They interviewed additional witnesses who remembered seeing Gennady near where victims had disappeared. The case was solid, overwhelming, irrefutable. Gennady's wife was destroyed by the revelations. She'd shared a home with this man for 17 years, shared a bed, raised children together, and she'd never suspected that the person sleeping beside her had murdered 36 women. The psychological damage was profound. She changed her name, moved to a different city with the children, tried to build a life separate from the horror her husband had created. The trial began in January 1986. The courtroom was packed with journalists, family members of victims, curious citizens who wanted to see the face of the monster who'd terrorized their region for so long. Gennady sat through the proceedings with the same blank expression he'd maintained during interrogations. He showed no remorse, no regret, no emotion at all as prosecutors detailed each murder, each victim, each moment of violence. The defense attorneys argued diminished capacity, claiming that anyone who could commit such crimes must be mentally ill. Psychiatrists testified about antisocial personality disorder, psychopathy, the inability to feel empathy or remorse. But the prosecution psychiatrists concluded that while Gennady lacked normal emotional responses, he understood right from wrong. He'd known his actions were illegal. He'd taken extensive precautions to avoid capture. That demonstrated rational thought, planning, awareness of consequences. The verdict was never in doubt. Guilty on all counts. 36 counts of aggravated murder. Multiple counts of sexual assault. Kidnapping. The evidence was overwhelming. The confession was detailed. The jury deliberated for less than 4 hours. The sentence: death. Gennady Mikasevich spent the final months of his life in a maximum security prison outside Minsk, awaiting execution. Gennady Mikasevich spent the final months of his life in a maximum security prison outside Minsk, awaiting execution. Soviet death row was not like its Western counterparts. No decades of appeals. No lengthy legal processes designed to ensure absolute certainty before carrying out the ultimate punishment. Once the sentence was confirmed, execution came swiftly, quietly, with minimal ceremony. The cell was small, 3 meters by 4 meters, a narrow bed bolted to the wall, a toilet and sink, a single barred window that let in gray light but offered no view beyond the prison yard. Gennady spent 23 hours each day in this space, allowed out only for 1 hour of exercise in a concrete courtyard surrounded by walls too high to see over. Prison guards reported that he was a model inmate. Quiet, compliant. He ate the meals provided without complaint, slept regular hours, never caused disturbances or tried to communicate with other prisoners. It was as if the machinery of his personality had finally wound down, the energy that had driven him to hunt and kill for 15 years simply evaporating once capture removed the possibility of future victims. But the guards who worked the night shift sometimes reported something else. They'd hear him talking in his cell during the early morning hours, long conversations with people who weren't there. When they looked through the observation slot, they'd see Gennady sitting on his bed, speaking to the empty air, his hands moving expressively as if he were explaining something important to an invisible audience. One guard, a man named Dmitry who'd worked death row for 7 years, later described what he'd overheard during those nocturnal monologues. He was talking to them, Dmitry said, his voice quiet, disturbed by the memory. The women he'd killed. He'd say their names, the ones he remembered, and then he'd talk to them like they were old friends, asking how they'd been, telling them about his day, sometimes apologizing not for killing them, but for forgetting small details. "I'm sorry, Svetlana. I can't remember what color your coat was. Was it blue or black?" Things like that. The prison psychologist visited Gennady twice a week, mandated evaluations to ensure he remained mentally competent until execution. Dr. Yelena Sokolova was a woman in her 50s, experienced in dealing with violent offenders, but she later admitted that Gennady unsettled her in ways that other prisoners never had. "Most killers have narratives they construct," she explained in an interview years after Gennady's execution. "They explain their crimes through the lens of victimhood. Society wronged them, someone hurt them, circumstances forced their hand. Or they deny responsibility entirely, blame external factors. Drugs, alcohol, temporary insanity. But Gennady did none of that. He acknowledged exactly what he'd done and took full responsibility for it. He just didn't see anything particularly wrong with his choices. During their sessions, Dr. Sokolova tried to probe the psychology behind the murders. She asked about his childhood. Was there abuse, neglect, trauma that might explain the absence of empathy? Gennady described a normal upbringing. Working-class parents who provided adequately. No violence in the home. No sexual abuse. Nothing remarkable at all. Some people are born without the ability to feel what others feel, he told her during one session. I realized when I was young that I didn't experience emotions the way other people described them. When someone cried, I understood intellectually that they were sad, but I didn't feel anything in response. When someone was happy, I could recognize the signs, but I didn't share the feeling. I learned to mimic appropriate responses. Smile when others smiled. Look concerned when someone was upset. But it was all performance. Underneath, I felt nothing. And the murders? Dr. Sokolova asked. What did you feel then? Gennady considered this carefully before answering. Interest, curiosity, satisfaction at successfully completing a complex task. The planning was intellectually engaging, like solving a difficult puzzle. The execution required physical skill and emotional control. And the aftermath gave me something to think about, to remember. But emotional satisfaction in the way you probably mean? No, it wasn't about emotion. It was about experience. About proving to myself that I could do something difficult without getting caught. But you did get caught eventually. Yes, Gennady agreed. I became overconfident, started taking unnecessary risks. In retrospect, I should have stopped after 20 victims. The probability of capture increases with each incident. But I couldn't stop. The compulsion was too strong. Dr. Sokolova noted that even when discussing his own execution, Gennady showed no fear. He spoke about death the way someone might discuss an upcoming business trip, something inevitable, perhaps inconvenient, but not particularly distressing. Are you afraid of dying? She asked directly. No, Gennady replied. Death is just cessation, the end of electrical activity in the brain. I don't believe in an afterlife or judgment or punishment. When I'm dead, I won't exist anymore. There's nothing to fear in that. What about the women you killed? Do you think about them? Sometimes. Mostly I wonder what they would have become if they'd lived. One of them wanted to be a doctor. Another was studying engineering. I cut short their potential. That seems wasteful now, though it didn't bother me at the time. You feel regret? I recognize that my actions were suboptimal from a societal perspective. Resources were invested in those women's education and development, and I destroyed that investment. But regret in the emotional sense? No. I'm capable of logical analysis of my mistakes, but not emotional remorse. These conversations revealed a mind that operated on entirely different principles than normal human psychology. Gennady wasn't a monster in the traditional sense. He wasn't driven by rage or hatred or sadistic pleasure. He was something colder, more mechanical, a human being without the essential components that create empathy, conscience, moral restraint. Meanwhile, outside the prison walls, the city of Vitebsk was trying to process the enormity of what had happened. 36 families had finally received answers about missing daughters, sisters, friends. But answers didn't ease the pain. In many ways, knowing the truth was worse than uncertainty. The details of how their loved ones had died, the fear they'd experienced, the pain they'd endured, the helplessness of their final moments, haunted the survivors. Memorial services were held throughout the region. Churches overflowed with people seeking comfort or answers from religious leaders who had no good explanations for why such evil existed. Community meetings turned into grief sessions where strangers shared their trauma, trying to make sense of how one man could destroy so many lives while living among them undetected. The police department faced intense criticism. How had Mikasevich operated for 15 years without being caught? Why hadn't anyone connected the murders sooner? Investigations were launched into departmental failures, bureaucratic inefficiencies, the systematic problems that had allowed a serial killer to thrive in the Soviet system. Detective Nikolai Ignatov became something of a tragic hero. praised for finally solving the case but haunted by the question of how many lives might have been saved if someone had noticed the patterns earlier. He'd done the work that should have been done years ago, but he couldn't escape the knowledge that 36 women were dead because the system had failed them. He visited some of the victims' families personally, attempting to offer condolences and answers. Most were grateful for his efforts. Some were angry at him, at the department, at the entire system that had let this happen. Nikolai absorbed their rage without defending himself. He understood it, shared it even, the anger at institutional failure, at missed opportunities, at the terrible randomness that had determined which women crossed paths with Gennady Mikasevich on the wrong evening. One visit stood out in his memory. He met with Marina Volkov's parents, the young woman whose necklace had been found in Gennady's apartment. They were elderly now, broken by years of not knowing what had happened to their daughter. When Nikolai told them the truth, Marina's mother collapsed into sobs that seemed to come from somewhere deep in her body, a grief so profound that it was almost physical. Her father sat silent, staring at the wall, tears running down his face without expression. When he finally spoke, his voice was barely audible. Did she suffer? Nikolai had learned to lie in these moments. Truth served no purpose when it only added to existing pain. It was quick, he said quietly. She wouldn't have felt much. This was not true. Marina had suffered terribly. The autopsy report detailed injuries that indicated prolonged torture. But her father didn't need to know that. Some truths were too cruel to speak aloud. "Thank you," the old man whispered. "Thank you for finding him, for stopping him." Nikolai left that meeting feeling hollow. Yes, he'd stopped Gennady, but he'd stopped him after 36 murders, not before. The victory felt poisoned by everything it had cost. Back in prison, Gennady's execution date approached. He was informed 30 days in advance, as required by Soviet law. He showed no emotional response to the news, didn't request special meals or final meetings with family. His wife had made it clear she never wanted to see him again. His children had been told their father was dead, a lie designed to protect them from the terrible truth of what he'd become. The only request Gennady made was for writing materials. He wanted to document his experiences, create a record of his crimes that might be useful for future psychological research. The prison administrators denied this request. They had no interest in providing a platform for Gennady's narcissism, no desire to create materials that might be published or studied or turned into something that would hurt the victims' families further. In the final week, Gennady was moved to a special holding cell reserved for prisoners awaiting execution. The guards watched him constantly, preventing any possibility of suicide. The Soviet state had sentenced him to death, and the state would carry out that sentence on its own terms. On the morning of his execution, September 28, 1987, exactly 2 years after his arrest, Gennady ate a simple breakfast of bread and tea. He dressed in clean prison clothes. When the guards came to escort him to the execution chamber, he walked calmly, his expression neutral, showing no fear or remorse. The execution method in Soviet Belarus was a single gunshot to the back of the head. Quick, efficient, designed to minimize suffering while ensuring certainty. Gennady was led into a small room, bare except for a drain in the floor and soundproofing on the walls. He was told to kneel. "Do you have any final words?" the attending officer asked. Gennady thought for a moment. Then, "Tell Detective Ignatov that I appreciated his persistence. He was good at his job." Those were his last words. Seconds later, a single shot ended the life of one of the most prolific serial killers in Soviet history. His body was cremated immediately. The ashes were disposed of without ceremony, scattered in an unmarked location to prevent any grave from becoming a shrine or attraction. The Soviet system wanted Gennady Mikasevich to disappear as completely as possible, to erase him from history as thoroughly as he tried to erase his victims. But erasure was impossible. The families remembered. The survivors remembered. The city of Vitebsk remembered. And Detective Nikolai Ignatov, who'd spent years building the case that brought Gennady to justice, would remember for the rest of his life. He retired from the police force 3 years after the execution. The Mikasevich case had consumed him, changed him in fundamental ways. He'd stared too long into that particular abyss, and it had left marks that wouldn't fade. He spent his retirement quietly, living alone, seeing few people. He died in 2003 at age 61 from a heart attack. Those who knew him said he'd never really recovered from the Mikasevich investigation, that some part of him had broken while hunting that monster and never healed. The Mikasevich case prompted significant changes in Soviet and later Russian law enforcement. New protocols were established for sharing information between jurisdictions. Training programs focused on recognizing patterns in serial crimes. Forensic capabilities were improved. The bureaucratic failures that had allowed Gennady to operate undetected for so long were addressed, at least partially. But no system is perfect. Other killers would follow. Some caught quickly, others operating for years before justice found them. Because the terrible truth that Gennady Mikasevich represented wasn't unique. He wasn't an aberration or a singular evil. He was simply one example of a type, the person without empathy, without conscience, without the internal mechanisms that prevent most people from causing harm to others. These individuals exist in every society, every culture, every time period. Most learn to channel their differences into socially acceptable outlets. They become corporate executives, surgeons, soldiers, professions where a certain emotional detachment can be advantageous. But a few, like Gennady, find outlets in violence. And when they do, the damage they cause ripples outward, touching hundreds or thousands of lives. The memorial for Mikasevich's victims stands today in a park in Vitebsk. 36 names carved into black granite, with the dates of their births and deaths. Flowers are left there regularly by people who remember, or who want to acknowledge that these women existed, that their lives had value, that they deserved better than what Gennady Mikasevich gave them. On certain evenings, when the light falls at particular angles and the shadows grow long, people who pass by the memorial sometimes report feeling a presence, not frightening but sad. The accumulated grief of 36 cut-short lives, forever frozen in that moment before everything ended. Gennady Mikasevich's name is mostly forgotten now. The victims' families wanted it that way. They didn't want him remembered, didn't want his infamy to overshadow the lives he destroyed. When documentaries are made or articles written about the case, they focus on the victims, their dreams, their potential, the holes they left in families and communities, because that's what matters in the end. Not the mechanics of how Gennady hunted and killed, not the psychology that allowed him to function without empathy. Not the detailed timeline of his crimes. What matters are the 36 women who should still be alive, the children they never got to have, the careers they never got to pursue, the ordinary joys they were denied, birthdays and holidays and Sunday mornings drinking coffee in the sun. What matters is the absence they left behind. Every year on the anniversary of his arrest, a small ceremony is held at the memorial. Fewer people attend now. Time has dulled the immediate pain, and many of the victims' direct family members have themselves died. But some still come, elderly parents, younger siblings now grown old themselves, friends who never forgot. They stand in silence mostly. Sometimes someone speaks, sharing a memory of a young woman who loved music, or books, or dancing. Someone who dreamed of becoming a teacher, or a doctor, or an engineer. Someone who was more than just a victim, more than just a name on a list of the dead. And then they light candles, 36 small flames flickering in the darkness. Not enough to push back the night entirely, but enough to prove that some light remains. That memory persists, that love survives even the most determined attempts to destroy it. Gennady Mikasevich tried to reduce human beings to objects, tried to prove through violence that life was meaningless, that other people's suffering was irrelevant, that power was the only thing that mattered. But he failed, because those 36 women are still remembered, still mourned, still loved by people who refused to let death have the final word. The case remains one of the most horrifying in Soviet criminal history, not because of the violence itself, though that was certainly terrible, but because of how long it continued. 15 years, 36 victims, a killer who walked among ordinary people, who looked exactly like anyone else, who proved that monsters don't announce themselves with obvious signs. Sometimes they're the quiet man at the factory, The one who always arrives on time and keeps to himself. The one whose face you'd pass without a second glance. The one who's learned to wear humanity like a costume while something entirely different operates underneath. That's the nightmare Gennady Mikasevich represents. Not that evil exists, we've always known that. But that evil can look so perfectly normal, so completely unremarkable, that it can sit across from you at dinner and you'd never know. That it can sleep in the bed next to you for 17 years while you remain completely unaware of what shares your home. The human mind wants patterns. Wants to believe that monsters have horns or scales or some obvious marker that identifies them as different. But sometimes the only thing that separates a killer from an ordinary person is choice. The decision to act on impulses that others suppress. The willingness to value personal satisfaction over other people's lives. Gennady made that choice. Made it repeatedly. Made it for 15 years while maintaining the appearance of normalcy so successfully that even his own wife never suspected. And in doing so, he revealed something uncomfortable about the human condition, that the capacity for monstrous behavior exists within a mind that can also remember to buy groceries and help children with homework. We want evil to be simple. Want it to be obviously wrong, clearly identifiable, easy to recognize and avoid. But the truth is more complicated. More disturbing. The truth is that Gennady Mikasevich was both monster and man, both killer and father, both predator and husband. He contained multitudes just like everyone else. The difference was which parts of himself he chose to express. As the sun sets over Vitebsk, the memorial casts long shadows across the park. The names remain carved in stone, permanent testaments to lives that were temporary. Somewhere, in unmarked locations scattered across the region, bones rest in the earth. All that remains of women who laughed and dreamed and planned futures they'd never see. And somewhere, in the collective memory of a city that lived through 15 years of fear without knowing it, the knowledge persists that safety is always an illusion. That danger can wear any face. That the person standing next to you on the bus, waiting in line at the store, walking past you on the street, might be carrying thoughts too dark to speak aloud. Gennady Mikasevich is gone, dead and cremated and scattered to nothing. But what he represented, the warning he embodies, remains. A reminder that vigilance matters, that patterns matter, that paying attention to inconsistencies and instincts and small details that don't quite fit can be the difference between justice and more victims. Detective Ignatov understood this, spent his final years wishing he'd seen the pattern sooner, mourning the lives that might have been saved if someone, anyone, had looked more carefully at the evidence accumulating across jurisdictions. He died with those regrets, and perhaps that's fitting, because some knowledge can't be reconciled. Some truths about human nature are too heavy to carry comfortably. The memorial stands, the names remain, and on quiet evenings when the park is empty, you can almost hear them. 36 voices asking the question that will never have a satisfying answer. Why? If you're enjoying these stories, don't forget to leave a comment. I'd love to know where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. And if you haven't already, make sure to like this video and subscribe so you never miss the next true crime story to help you unwind. Now let's get into our fourth story. Story 4. The Shadow of Rostov. Inside the mind of Russia's most savage killer. Winter arrived like an executioner in southern Russia, draping the industrial sprawl of Rostov Oblast in sheets of bone-white snow that would soon be stained with secrets the earth could no longer contain. January 1993. The ground had barely thawed when construction workers, their shovels striking something that wasn't frozen soil, unearthed what investigators would later describe as a garden of the damned. 71 bodies. 71 souls ripped from existence by hands that knew no mercy. But this wasn't the work of war or famine or disease. This was art to a monster, a symphony conducted in screams. And the composer? A man whose face you'd forget in a crowd, whose smile seemed borrowed from someone who actually felt joy, whose eyes held the emptiness of a well that had no bottom. Anatoly Biryakov didn't just kill. He erased. He transformed living, breathing human beings into anatomical puzzles scattered across forests and fields. their final moments so horrific that seasoned homicide detectives would wake screaming for years afterward. This is the story of a predator who hunted in plain sight, who shook hands with the families of his victims, who lived among us wearing the mask of normalcy, while his soul rotted with desires so twisted that even now, decades later, psychiatrists struggle to classify what lived inside his skull. 71 confirmed, possibly more, all brutalized beyond recognition, all destroyed by a man who should have been stopped years earlier. Welcome to the abyss. Try not to look away. Darkness doesn't always announce itself with thunder and lightning. Sometimes it arrives in the mundane corridors of Soviet apartment blocks, in the gray soup of post-war poverty, in the silence between a father's rage and a mother's indifference. Anatoly Biryakov entered the world on March 15, 1952, in a cramped room that smelled of cabbage and desperation, born into a Russia still bleeding from the wounds of World War II. The Rostov region, scarred and struggling, provided the backdrop for what would become one of the most catastrophic failures of human development in criminal history. His childhood home was a theater of psychological warfare. His father, Viktor Biryakov, returned from the war carrying shrapnel in his leg and demons in his mind that no army hospital could extract. The man drank like he was trying to drown something inside himself, and when the vodka spoke, it spoke in fists. Anatoly learned early that survival meant disappearing, becoming invisible, pressing himself into corners and holding his breath until the storm passed. His mother, Svetlana, existed in a state of perpetual absence, her eyes fixed on some distant horizon that didn't include her son. She moved through their apartment like a ghost haunting her own life, rarely speaking, never touching, offering Anatoly nothing but the cold shoulder of neglect. School records paint a disturbing portrait. Teachers noted his peculiar detachment and inappropriate responses to normal social cues. While other children played, Anatoly watched. He studied them the way a scientist studies insects, with clinical fascination and zero empathy. His academic performance was unremarkable, hovering in the middle ranges, but his behavior triggered alarm bells that went unheard in an educational system overwhelmed and under-resourced. One teacher's note, discovered years later in dusty archives, read, "Anatoly displays concerning behavior with animals. Recommend evaluation." The recommendation vanished into bureaucratic void. The animal incidents weren't isolated. Neighbors began whispering about missing cats, about dogs found mutilated in the courtyards between buildings. Nobody connected these events to the quiet boy in apartment 34, the one who kept to himself and never caused obvious trouble. But Anatoly was learning, experimenting, testing the boundaries between life and death, control and chaos. He discovered that he felt something when he held that power, when he watched the light fade from eyes that had trusted him enough to approach. It was the only time the numbness inside him receded, replaced by something electric, something almost like feeling alive. Adolescence brought new complications. His body changed, developed, but his emotional and psychological growth remained stunted, twisted into shapes that didn't fit the world around him. Sexual awakening merged catastrophically with his violent impulses, creating a toxic combination that would later define his killing pattern. He began following women, tracking their routines, learning their vulnerabilities. Nothing happened yet. He was still gathering data, still perfecting his methods, still waiting for something inside himself to give permission. His father died when Anatoly was 17, liver finally surrendering to decades of abuse. His mother followed 2 years later, a stroke that witnesses described as almost convenient in its timing, though no investigation was conducted. Anatoly showed no grief at either funeral. Attendees remembered his blank expression, the mechanical way he accepted condolences, as if he were playing a role in a production he didn't understand. He inherited the apartment, a small insurance payout, and absolute freedom from the only witnesses to his formative years. Military service arrived like salvation for Anatoly. The Soviet army provided structure, purpose, and most importantly, cover. His psychological abnormalities translated well to military discipline. He followed orders with robotic precision. He excelled in training exercises that required detachment and cold efficiency. His superiors noted his reliability and complete lack of initiative or creativity. Perfect soldier material for tasks that required no independent thinking. He was assigned to supply logistics, a mind-numbingly boring position that kept him far from combat but gave him access to transportation, warehouses, and the freedom of movement that would later prove invaluable. During his service, fellow soldiers noticed his odd habits. He never participated in the usual bonding activities, the drinking sessions and shared complaints that formed the social fabric of military life. He spent his leave time alone, taking long walks into rural areas, disappearing for hours. When questioned, he offered vague explanations about enjoying nature, about needing solitude. Nobody pressed further. In an army of millions, individual eccentricity rarely warranted attention unless it disrupted unit cohesion. His discharge in 1974 returned him to civilian life with no direction, no connections, and appetites that had grown more specific during his time away. He bounced between menial jobs, never staying long enough to form relationships or leave impressions. Factory worker, warehouse clerk, delivery driver. Each position provided different opportunities for reconnaissance, different access points to the vulnerabilities of others. He was learning the rhythms of society, identifying the cracks where someone could slip through unnoticed. The Rostov region during this period offered perfect hunting grounds for someone like Biryakov. Rapid industrial expansion created transient populations. Workers migrated seeking employment, often leaving families behind, living in temporary housing, creating a class of people whose disappearances might not trigger immediate alarm. The social safety nets of Soviet society, already frayed by economic pressures, had massive gaps. People fell through constantly, and nobody kept comprehensive records of who was where and why. Biryakov secured a position as a maintenance worker for a housing collective in 1976, a job that would become his longest-held employment and his primary cover. The work gave him access to multiple apartment buildings, keys to common areas, legitimate reasons to be in hallways and basements at odd hours. Residents grew accustomed to seeing him, his presence becoming part of the background noise of daily life. He was helpful, quiet, unmemorable, exactly what he needed to be. His first kill came in October 1978. Marina Kostova, 19 years old, recent arrival from Ukraine seeking factory work. She lived alone in a cramped studio, knew nobody in the city, had no family expecting regular contact. Perfect victim selection, though Biryakov would later claim it was opportunity rather than planning. He encountered her struggling with groceries in a stairwell, offered assistance, engaged in brief conversation that revealed her isolation. He filed this information away, let days pass, then returned. What happened in Marina's apartment over the course of 4 hours remains partially unknown because Biryakov's accounts have been inconsistent, evasive, designed to maintain some control over the narrative even in confession. What investigators could reconstruct from evidence painted a horrifying picture. She was bound with electrical cord, tortured with implements he'd brought specifically for that purpose. The sexual assault was brutal, prolonged, interrupted by periods where he simply watched her terror. Her death, when it finally came, was both mercy and final violation. The disposal revealed his careful planning. He'd already identified a location, a forested area near the Temernik River where homeless populations camped and where bodies could be concealed in thick undergrowth. He transported her remains in duffel bags, taking public transportation with the confidence of someone carrying sports equipment. Nobody questioned him. Nobody looked twice. He scattered her remains across a wide area, ensuring that, even if discovered, identification would be difficult without dental records, which he'd already verified she had none on file in Rostov. Weeks became months. Marina's disappearance generated minimal investigation. Her landlord filed paperwork to reclaim the apartment. Her employer in Ukraine received a forged letter explaining she'd found better opportunities elsewhere. The file closed. Biryakov had committed perfect murder, and the realization intoxicated him more powerfully than any drug. But perfection demanded repetition. Validation. The high faded, replaced by the gray numbness that characterized his baseline existence. He needed to feel that surge again, that godlike power of holding life and death in his hands. The interval before his second kill was 14 months, a period of escalating fantasy and meticulous planning. He upgraded his killing kit, refined his victim selection criteria, identified multiple disposal sites to avoid pattern recognition. Victim 2 was Olga Mihailova, 23, factory worker with mild intellectual disabilities that made her trusting and vulnerable. He befriended her over weeks, establishing himself as someone safe, someone helpful. When he suggested she visit his apartment to look at surplus furniture he was selling, she went willingly. Her death was slower than Marina's, his confidence growing, his experimentation becoming more elaborate. He documented this one, keeping small trophies that he would hide in his apartment's walls, creating a secret shrine to his power. The pattern established itself. He would hunt, select, groom, kill, and dispose. Intervals between murders gradually shortened as his need intensified. 3 months, 2 months, 6 weeks. The acceleration was classic serial predation, the dopamine receptors requiring increased frequency to achieve the same high. But Biryakov possessed unusual discipline for a serial killer. He varied his methods enough to prevent obvious pattern recognition. He selected victims whose disappearances wouldn't trigger massive manhunts. He maintained his mundane existence as perfect camouflage. By 1982, he'd killed 12 times. 12 human beings erased from existence. 12 families left with unanswered questions and decades of grief. And the authorities noticed nothing. No task force formed. No public warnings issued. The Soviet system's reluctance to acknowledge crime, particularly violent crime that suggested social problems, worked in his favor. Reports were filed, then buried. Connections went unmade. Biryakov continued his work, growing bolder, more creative, more horrific in his methods. His apartment became a workshop of nightmares. Behind walls and under floorboards, he'd constructed hidden compartments containing his tools, his trophies, his journals detailing each kill with clinical precision. He wrote about them like scientific experiments, noting what techniques produced maximum fear, which methods extended suffering most effectively, how different victims reacted to identical torments. The documents revealed a mind operating on frequencies incomprehensible to functional humans, seeking optimization of horror like an engineer seeking efficiency. Neighbors continued seeing him as that quiet maintenance man, always polite, sometimes helpful with small repairs done off the clock. Women smiled at him in hallways. Children played near him without supervision. He existed in plain sight, his mask so perfectly crafted that even people who interacted with him regularly couldn't describe him in any meaningful detail. Medium height, average build, forgettable face. The perfect predator's camouflage is ordinariness. The evolution of Anatoly Biryakov's methodology reveals a disturbing trajectory toward increasingly sophisticated brutality. By the mid-1980s, he'd refined his process into something resembling a dark ritual, each component carefully orchestrated to maximize both his victim's suffering and his own twisted satisfaction. Understanding his modus operandi requires descending into psychological spaces where light doesn't reach, where humanity's darkest capacities manifest in actions that challenge our fundamental beliefs about our species. His victim selection demonstrated predatory intelligence that kept him operational far longer than less disciplined killers. He targeted society's invisible people. Runaways arriving at Rostov's train stations with nowhere to go and nobody expecting them. Women engaged in survival sex work whose disappearances police often attributed to relocation or lifestyle risks. Migrant workers whose families lived hundreds of miles away and communicated infrequently. He particularly favored individuals with substance abuse issues or mental health challenges, knowing their accounts would carry less weight with authorities. Knowing their erratic behavior patterns provided cover for their sudden absence. He studied them first. Always, Biryakov never acted impulsively during his mature killing phase. He would identify potential victims, then observe them for days or weeks, learning their routines, identifying their support networks or lack thereof, assessing risk factors. He kept detailed notes, creating victim profiles that read like intelligence dossiers. He noted their walking patterns, their known associates, their habits and schedules, their vulnerabilities both physical and psychological. This preparation phase clearly aroused him, the anticipation building toward inevitable conclusion. His approach tactics varied but shared common elements. He presented as helpful, harmless, sometimes even bumbling. He offered food to the hungry, shelter to the homeless, work to the desperate. He established rapport over multiple contacts when possible, becoming a familiar face before suggesting they accompany him somewhere private. His apartment served as kill site for many victims, though he also utilized abandoned buildings, remote forest locations, and once, horrifyingly, a storage unit he'd rented under false documentation. The abduction phase, when victim and killer transitioned from public to private space, revealed his psychological sophistication. He used conversation, trust, and the basic human instinct toward politeness against his victims. Many went willingly at first, not recognizing danger until far too late. Others he subdued with sudden violence, his military training providing efficient techniques for rendering people unconscious or compliant. He prepared his kill sites in advance, ensuring all necessary implements were positioned, that soundproofing was adequate, that escape was impossible. What happened next defies comfortable description. Biryakov's torture methodologies incorporated both physical and psychological dimensions, each designed to extract maximum terror before death. He bound victims in positions that became increasingly painful over time. Blood flow restricted, joints stressed, muscles cramping into agonizing knots. He used implements ranging from commonplace household items to specialized tools he'd crafted specifically for their capacity to inflict suffering without causing immediate death. The sexual component of his crimes deserves acknowledgement while respecting the dignity of his victims. His assaults were acts of domination and degradation, extensions of his need for absolute control rather than expressions of desire. He forced victims into positions of maximum humiliation, used objects as weapons, inflicted injuries that served no purpose except to deepen psychological trauma. Survivors of his non-fatal attacks, rare though they were, described his complete emotional disconnection during these acts, his mechanical precision suggesting he was following an internal script rather than responding to any normal human impulse. Between acts of violence, he sometimes talked to his victims. These monologues, reconstructed from his later confessions, revealed grandiose self-perception mixed with nihilistic philosophy. He told them their suffering had meaning, that they were participating in something important, that their deaths would be remembered. He asked them questions about their fear, their pain, their regrets. He seemed genuinely curious about the interior experience of dying, as if gathering data for research purposes. Some victims he recorded, audio equipment capturing their pleas, their prayers, their final words. He replayed these recordings later, alone in his apartment, deriving continued satisfaction from documented suffering. The murder itself came in various forms, depending on his mood and the specific fantasies he was enacting. Strangulation featured prominently, his hands or ligatures cutting off air until consciousness faded, sometimes releasing pressure to allow revival before repeating the process multiple times. Stabbing was common, wounds carefully placed to avoid major arteries initially, allowing extended suffering before fatal strikes. Blunt force trauma, sexual mutilation, and in several cases, dismemberment while victims still lived, though severely incapacitated. The cause of death often involved multiple contributing factors, his violence so extensive that determining the specific fatal injury became nearly impossible. Post-mortem, his behavior continued along disturbing trajectories. He engaged in further mutilation, removing body parts both as trophies and to complicate identification. Breasts, genitals, fingers, sometimes entire limbs would be severed and disposed of separately or kept. He experimented with positioning bodies in specific poses, creating tableaus that existed only for his own viewing before disposal. He took photographs in some cases, though most of this evidence was destroyed before his capture, leaving only his descriptions and the imaginations they haunted. Disposal methods reflected his growing confidence and deepening knowledge of the region's geography. He'd identified dozens of locations where bodies could be concealed or scattered. Forested areas along the Don River and its tributaries became his primary dumping grounds. Dense vegetation, difficult terrain, and infrequent human traffic meant bodies, could remain undiscovered for months or years. He often returned to disposal sites, checking on decomposition progress, experiencing what he described as proprietary satisfaction at the transformation of human remains into anonymous organic matter. He demonstrated awareness of forensic science, though his knowledge was imperfect. He attempted to eliminate fingerprints through fire or chemical burns. He sometimes removed teeth to prevent dental identification. He scattered remains across wide areas to frustrate reconstruction efforts. However, his methods showed inconsistency, suggesting emotional state influenced his carefulness. After particularly intense kills, he sometimes disposed of bodies hastily, excitement overriding caution, leaving more evidence than he intended. The frequency of his murders fluctuated but generally accelerated over time. Between 1982 and 1986, investigators later determined he killed approximately 32 people, averaging nearly one per month during active periods with occasional breaks lasting several months. These cooling-off periods coincided with increased professional responsibilities or instances where near misses with detection triggered temporary caution. But the compulsion always returned, stronger each time, demanding satisfaction with addictive intensity. Certain victims received special attention that elevated his usual brutality into territories of almost incomprehensible cruelty. Marina Fedorova, 17 years old, runaway from abusive home, survived almost 6 days in his captivity. The extended timeline allowed him to implement tortures that required gradual application, starvation mixed with force feeding, sensory deprivation alternating with overwhelming stimulation, psychological warfare that shattered her mental coherence long before physical death arrived. Her remains, discovered in 1991, showed evidence of injuries that would have required medical intervention to prevent earlier death, suggesting he'd provided just enough care to extend her suffering. Another victim, never identified, received what Biryakov called his masterwork treatment. Found in 1993 during the mass grave excavations, forensic analysis revealed injuries that painted a narrative of systematic, escalating torture over an estimated 10 to 14 days. Every major bone showed fractures at various healing stages. Soft tissue damage suggested repeated burning, cutting, and chemical exposure. The victim's hands showed defensive wounds that healed partially before death, indicating extended consciousness throughout the ordeal. Investigators theorized Biryakov had kept this victim in a location separate from his usual kill sites, somewhere he could visit repeatedly, conducting his experiments over an extended period. His trophy collection grew to include photographs, jewelry, identification documents, items of clothing, and body parts preserved through amateur taxidermy methods. He organized these artifacts by victim, creating individual containers for each kill, labeled with codes only he understood. He spent hours reviewing his collection, reliving each murder through associated objects, achieving sexual satisfaction through memory and memento. This behavior, common among serial killers but rarely executed with such systematic thoroughness, provided crucial evidence later but also demonstrated the depth of his psychological pathology. During this period, he maintained his mundane existence with remarkable discipline. He showed up for work consistently, performed his duties adequately, and socialized minimally but appropriately. Co-workers described him as reliable but unremarkable, present but not really there. He dated occasionally, relationships that never progressed beyond superficial levels, women who later recalled feeling uncomfortable around him without being able to articulate specific reasons. He attended community events, participated in apartment building meetings, lived a parallel existence that intersected with normal society without ever truly joining it. The closest he came to detection during this phase occurred in 1985 when a potential victim escaped. Svetlana Krupin, 22, accompanied him to his apartment under pretense of examining furniture for sale. His attack was atypically rushed, perhaps influenced by intoxication or distraction, and she managed to break free, fleeing into the hallway and down to street level. She reported the assault to police, providing descriptions and location details. Officers visited Biryakov's apartment, but he presented as confused and concerned, claiming she'd become hysterical when he'd innocently touched her shoulder, suggesting she might have been under the influence of drugs. The investigating officer, Overwhelmed with caseload and operating within a system that often dismissed women's accounts of assault, filed a report noting conflicting statements and insufficient evidence for prosecution. Svetlana, terrified of retaliation and discouraged by police response, left Rostov within days. Biryakov had survived his closest brush with consequences, learning lessons that made him more careful going forward. The sheer scope of Anatoly Biryakov's killing spree remained hidden for over a decade due to a confluence of systemic failures, geographical advantages, and his own predatory intelligence. While bodies accumulated in forests and fields around Rostov, the machinery of Soviet law enforcement remained largely oblivious, individual disappearances filed as separate incidents without central coordination, without anyone perceiving the pattern emerging like constellations in a night sky of violence. The late 1980s brought both acceleration and increasing recklessness to his activities. Political upheaval accompanying glasnost and perestroika created social chaos that Biryakov exploited masterfully. Traditional surveillance systems weakened as Soviet structures crumbled. Economic uncertainty produced waves of displaced persons moving between cities seeking opportunity. The social safety net, never comprehensive, developed massive holes through which people vanished with minimal documentation or follow-up. For a predator, this environment offered unprecedented opportunity. His victim count during 1987 alone reached 14 confirmed kills, though investigators later suspected additional deaths that couldn't be conclusively attributed. He was killing nearly monthly, sometimes twice monthly, the intervals between murders compressing as his psychological need intensified. The cooling-off periods that characterize many serial killers shortened dramatically, suggesting his compulsion was overwhelming whatever restraint mechanisms had previously provided braking force. Disposal sites multiplied as his body count grew. He could no longer rely on single locations without risking saturation and discovery. He expanded his dumping grounds to include areas dozens of kilometers from Rostov proper, using borrowed vehicles or public transportation to reach remote locations. He developed a mental map of the region's isolated areas, cataloging abandoned Soviet-era infrastructure, forgotten collective farm properties, dense forest tracts that saw visitors only during hunting season. These places became receptacles for his dead, anonymous graveyards where nature slowly reclaimed what he destroyed. Some bodies were discovered accidentally, usually by hunters, hikers, or children playing in areas they shouldn't have been. Each discovery triggered local investigation, but connection to other cases rarely occurred. Different jurisdictions, different investigators, different filing systems meant information stayed compartmentalized. A body found in Shakti district wasn't linked to one discovered in Azov district 30 kilometers away. Victim identification often proved impossible due to decomposition, animal predation, and Biryakov's mutilation efforts. Jane and John Doe's entered morgue records were photographed and measured, then filed away when no one claimed them. The families of missing persons existed in horrific limbo. Most were working-class people with limited resources to conduct independent investigations. They filed reports with police who logged information and made cursory inquiries before moving to the next case. Without evidence of foul play, disappearances were attributed to voluntary absence, relocation for work, abandonment of responsibilities. The Soviet system's cultural emphasis on collective over individual meant that personal tragedies often received minimal institutional attention unless they reflected broader social concerns. Tatiana Volkov's family exemplified this nightmare. Her daughter Irina disappeared in April 1988 at age 19, last seen leaving her factory job. Tatiana spent months visiting police stations, hanging flyers, questioning neighbors and co-workers. She received sympathy but little practical assistance. Officers suggested Irina might have left to pursue opportunities in Moscow or St. Petersburg, that young people often sought adventure, that she'd likely contact home eventually. Tatiana knew her daughter, knew she wouldn't vanish voluntarily, but her certainty couldn't overcome systemic indifference. Irina's remains were eventually identified among the 1993 discoveries. Though Tatiana would die before receiving that closure, her heart broken by years of unanswered questions. Biryakov's confidence reached dangerous levels. He began taking risks that, in retrospect, should have resulted in detection. He engaged potential victims in increasingly public settings, relying on social conditioning toward politeness to prevent people from openly refusing his approaches or calling attention to his behavior. He transported bodies during daylight hours on several occasions, gambling that wrapped parcels wouldn't trigger curiosity. He revisited disposal sites frequently, sometimes encountering other people in the areas, using fabricated explanations about nature photography or mushroom hunting to justify his presence. His professional life continued providing perfect cover. The maintenance position gave him flexible schedule and legitimate reasons to be in various locations. His supervisors, pressed by their own challenges during the Soviet collapse, rarely questioned his whereabouts or activities as long as basic job functions were performed. His apartment, ground zero for so much horror, remained undisturbed by official attention despite being the site of at least 30 murders. Neighbors heard nothing suspicious, or if they did, convinced themselves it was ordinary domestic sounds, television programs, something explicable and ignorable. The psychological mechanisms that allowed Biryakov to maintain dual existence deserve examination. He operated with what psychiatrists later termed extreme compartmentalization, able to switch between his mundane persona and his killer identity with minimal transition. At work, he was Tolia the maintenance man, forgettable and functional. Alone with victims, he became something else entirely, an entity acting out fantasies of absolute power with methodical precision. Between kills, he existed in neutral state, experiencing neither particular happiness nor distress, simply waiting for the next opportunity to feel something. His sexual activities outside of murder remained minimal and unsuccessful. He attempted relationships with several women during this period, encounters that inevitably collapsed when intimacy moved beyond superficial levels. Women reported feeling cold around him, sensing something fundamentally wrong despite inability to articulate specifics. His sexual dysfunction in consensual contexts contrasted starkly with his brutal virility during attacks, suggesting his arousal was inextricably linked to violence and control rather than normal erotic stimuli. This pattern, common among sexually motivated serial killers, indicated deep psychosexual pathology rooted in his developmental trauma. By 1990, his victim toll approached 60, though exact numbers remained uncertain due to unidentified remains and possible victims whose bodies were never recovered. He'd been actively killing for 12 years, operating with near impunity, his existence known only to those who died by his hands. The forest graveyards held their secrets, bones scattered among roots and undergrowth, slowly merging with the landscape as if nature itself was accomplice to erasure. The political transformation of Russia as the Soviet Union collapsed created additional chaos that Biryakov exploited. Law enforcement agencies underwent reorganization, personnel changes, budget cuts. Case files were lost or misplaced during administrative transitions. The newly formed Russian Federation struggled to establish consistent criminal justice procedures across its vast territory. For several years, institutional confusion provided additional cover for his continued depredations. He developed rituals around his killings that became increasingly elaborate and time-consuming. Pre-kill preparations involved complex arrangements of his apartment, positioning specific objects, playing particular music, ingesting alcohol and sometimes stimulants to achieve desired psychological state. The kills themselves followed increasingly specific protocols, deviations from his internal script producing anxiety and dissatisfaction. Post-kill, he engaged in cleaning rituals that bordered on obsessive-compulsive, spending hours ensuring no evidence remained, though his methods showed inconsistency suggesting these behaviors were about psychological comfort rather than rational evidence elimination. His journal entries from this period, recovered post-arrest, revealed deteriorating mental state despite continued operational success. His writing became increasingly grandiose, casting himself as artist, philosopher, and explorer of human limits. He described his victims as materials and subjects, completely dehumanizing them while simultaneously obsessing over minute details of their suffering. He wrote about death as transformation, about his role as facilitator of transition, about the beauty he found in extinguished life. The documents painted portrait of mind divorcing itself further from consensus reality, creating justification frameworks that allowed continued violence without psychological cost. In 1992, he killed his oldest victim, 53-year-old Maria Kuznetsov, homeless woman with schizophrenia who lived in makeshift shelters along the riverbank. Her age deviated from his usual preferences, but she represented opportunity during a period when his usual hunting grounds had become temporarily scarce. Her death was particularly brutal even by his standards, suggesting frustration or anger over having to settle for less preferred prey. Her body was found within weeks of death, but her homelessness and mental illness meant investigation was perfunctory. Her death attributed to exposure and possible assault by transient populations. Case filed away with minimal follow-up. He also killed his youngest victim that year, though her age was never determined with certainty. The remains were juvenile, probably between 13 and 16 years old, found in advanced decomposition that prevented definitive aging. Forensic analysis suggested prolonged torture, though specific details were obscured by the body's condition. This kill troubled even hardened investigators who later reviewed the evidence, representing perhaps the clearest demonstration of Biryakov's complete moral void. He'd later claim not to remember her specifically, suggesting she blended with his other victims in memory, just another body in the accumulating count. The end began not with brilliant detective work, but with mundane coincidence and construction schedules. January 1993, Rostov City Council approved development project for new housing complex on previously undeveloped land bordering the Temernik River. The chosen site, overgrown with vegetation and rarely visited, had seemed perfect for expansion. Surveyors and construction workers arrived to prepare the ground, heavy machinery churning soil that hadn't been disturbed in years. What they found transformed routine development into archaeological horror. The first body emerged on January 23rd, exposed when a backhoe's bucket lifted earth that contained more than soil. The operator initially thought he'd struck construction debris, but the unmistakable shape of human pelvis bone protruding from the dirt triggered immediate work stoppage. Police were summoned, arriving to find obviously human remains. Protocol demanded scene preservation and systematic examination. What began as single-body recovery became the largest forensic excavation in Russian criminal history. Over the following 6 weeks, investigators would unearth 71 separate sets of human remains from an area of approximately 12 hectares. The bodies were found at various depths in different states of preservation, some relatively recent, others reduced to skeletal fragments. The discovery shocked a nation already reeling from post-Soviet turbulence, generating headlines that screamed about monsters and mass murder. Media descended on Rostov. International attention focused on what appeared to be evidence of serial killing on unprecedented scale. The forensic challenge was immense. Many bodies were skeletonized, identification requiring dental records and DNA analysis in an era when such technologies were less advanced than today. Cause of death was often impossible to determine from remains alone, though evidence of perimortem trauma was abundant. Fractured bones, cut marks on ribs and vertebrae, signs of dismemberment and mutilation all painted portrait of extreme violence. Forensic anthropologists worked in carefully gridded excavation sites, documenting each find, attempting to reconstruct what had happened in this killing field. Investigators faced daunting task of connecting these remains to missing persons reports scattered across years and jurisdictions. They began compiling database of disappearances in Rostov Oblast stretching back 15 years, focusing on demographics matching recovered remains. Young women predominated among identifiable victims, though men and juveniles were also present. Many matches proved impossible due to lack of comparable data, no dental records existing for victims from marginalized populations, no family members to provide DNA samples for comparison. While forensic work continued, detective work accelerated. Investigators analyzed the disposal site, determining it wasn't random dumping but carefully selected location with specific characteristics. It was remote but accessible, offered concealment but didn't require specialized equipment to reach. They theorized the killer likely lived or worked in Rostov proper, had intimate knowledge of the area's geography, possessed vehicle access, or used public transportation to transport bodies. The profile began taking shape. Organized killer, long-term campaign, local resident, probably employed, outwardly normal. Behavioral analysts from Moscow joined the investigation, bringing expertise in serial crime that was rare in Russian law enforcement. They reviewed evidence, consulted with forensic teams, and developed psychological profile. Their conclusions: male perpetrator, age 35 to 55, manual laborer or lower-level professional, sexually motivated killings with sadistic components, operating for over a decade, likely living alone or with partner unaware of his activities. The profile was accurate but still described thousands of men in Rostov region. The breakthrough came from unexpected direction. Investigators began examining old case files for attempted assaults or rapes that might represent failed kills. They discovered Svetlana Krupin's 1985 report, her description of apartment and attacker's appearance. The original investigating officer had retired, but his notes remained archived. The address Svetlana provided led detectives to apartment building where Anatoly Biryakov still worked maintenance. The coincidence warranted investigation. Officers interviewed building residents and staff, gathering information about Biryakov. The picture that emerged was of a quiet, unremarkable man who kept to himself, performed his duties adequately, and generated no particular complaints. Nobody reported suspicious activities or expressed concerns about his behavior. He seemed in all ways ordinary, but ordinariness itself became suspicious in context. Serial killers often hide behind masks of normalcy, their very forgettability serving as camouflage. Investigators obtained Biryakov's employment and residence history, mapping it against known victim disappearances and body discovery locations. Correlations emerged. Victims had vanished during periods when he lived in Rostov. Gaps in victim timeline aligned with his military service period. Body disposal sites clustered along routes he'd have used commuting between jobs he'd held over the years. The circumstantial evidence was compelling but insufficient for arrest warrant. They placed him under surveillance, watching his movements, noting his routines. He maintained regular schedule, work to apartment to occasional shopping, nothing overtly suspicious. But surveillance teams noted his periodic visits to areas bordering the city, walks in forested regions, behavior consistent with predator revisiting disposal sites. They documented his license plates, matched his vehicle to possible transportation methods for bodies. The net was tightening. Investigators decided on direct approach, bringing Biryakov in for questioning as witness to potential crimes in his building. On March 17, 1993, 2 detectives knocked on his apartment door. He answered, showing no alarm, inviting them inside with apparent cooperation. The interview began casually, questions about building security, about residents he might remember from years past. He answered mechanically, demonstrating neither helpful enthusiasm nor defensive resistance. The conversation shifted. Detectives mentioned the discovered bodies, asked if he'd heard about the excavations, whether he ever walked in those areas. Biryakov's demeanor remained unchanged, flat affect betraying nothing. He acknowledged awareness of the news, expressed mild surprise at the discovery's scale, offered nothing substantive. But investigators noticed micro-expressions, the briefest flicker of something crossing his face when specific victims were mentioned, a tension in his posture that contradicted his casual words. They pressed harder, mentioning Svetlana Krupin's report, asking about the 1985 incident. He claimed not to remember clearly, suggested it was misunderstanding, that many years had passed. His voice remained steady, but his hands had begun subtle movements, fingers tapping rhythms against his thigh. Experienced interrogators recognized the tells of stress breaking through practiced composure. They requested he voluntarily come to the station for more detailed conversation, framing it as elimination procedure, assuring him it was routine. He agreed without protest, perhaps believing refusal would appear suspicious, perhaps confident his mask would hold. At the station, interrogation intensified over 18 hours. Detectives rotated, maintaining pressure, deploying techniques designed to crack facade and expose truth underneath. They presented evidence, circumstantial but accumulating, painting picture of his proximity to crimes across time and space. They offered face-saving narratives, suggesting he might have mental illness, might not fully remember his actions, might benefit from cooperation. Biryakov remained largely silent, occasionally repeating that he knew nothing about murders, that coincidences weren't proof. The breakthrough arrived near dawn when Detective Yuri Markov employed different tactic. Instead of accusations, he expressed curiosity. He asked Biryakov hypothetically what kind of person could commit such crimes, what would motivate someone towards such extreme violence. And Biryakov, exhausted and perhaps flattered by the intellectual engagement, began talking. He discussed theories about human nature, about dominance and submission, about the meaninglessness of individual lives in cosmic context. His words grew more animated, more engaged than he'd been during entire previous interrogation. Markov guided him deeper, asking about specific techniques mentioned in forensic reports, how perpetrator might have managed certain logistical challenges. Biryakov's responses became increasingly detailed, moving from hypothetical to specific, from theoretical to practical. He was demonstrating knowledge he shouldn't possess, revealing understanding of crime scenes he claimed never to have visited. The psychological transition was happening, his need to be recognized for his work, overcoming survival instinct to remain silent. By hour 22, Biryakov's resistance collapsed completely. The confession began not with admission but with justification. He talked about victims as if they were research subjects, about kills as if they were art projects, about disposal as if it were practical problem solving. He spoke for hours, describing acts in clinical detail, demonstrating memory of specific victims that belied his earlier claims of ignorance. Investigators listened, recorded, occasionally prompted for clarification, watching as monster emerged from behind ordinary man's mask. His confessions were horrifying in their casual precision. He remembered victim names, dates, specific injuries he'd inflicted, exactly where he'd disposed each body. He discussed his emotional states during kills, the satisfaction he'd derived, the techniques he'd refined through practice. He showed no remorse, no empathy, no recognition that his actions represented moral transgressions. He spoke about murder the way craftsmen might discuss woodworking, with pride and skill developed through repetition. 71 victims confirmed through his confession and physical evidence. Possibly more he claimed not to remember clearly, kills from early career that blurred together in memory. The numbers were staggering, placing him among the most prolific serial killers in documented history. Each victim represented destroyed life, devastated family, community wound that would never fully heal. The scope exceeded investigators' worst fears. He led authorities to additional disposal sites they hadn't discovered, areas containing remains that might never have been found without his guidance. He seemed almost eager to catalog his complete work, wanting credit for every kill, desiring recognition as accomplished predator. His cooperation was chilling in its enthusiasm, as if confession offered opportunity to finally receive acknowledgement he'd craved while operating in secrecy. Forensic teams verified his claims, matching confessions to evidence, confirming details only killer would know. The case against him was overwhelming, built on physical evidence, consistent confession, and victim identifications that connected disappeared persons to recovered remains. Prosecutors prepared for trial that would captivate nation and expose depths of depravity that challenged comprehension. His apartment yielded additional horrors. Behind walls and under floors, investigators found his trophy collection, carefully preserved artifacts from dozens of murders. Photographs showed victims in their final moments, faces frozen in terror and agony. Jewelry and identification documents provided connections to missing persons cases. Body parts, preserved through amateur taxidermy, represented physical proof of his claims. The apartment was crime scene layered upon crime scene, each surface potentially contaminated with evidence of multiple murders. Psychiatric evaluation revealed complex pathology that fit no single diagnostic category cleanly. He demonstrated characteristics of antisocial personality disorder, sadistic personality disorder, and sexual sadism disorder. Evaluators noted his complete lack of empathy, his grandiose self-perception, his inability to experience normal emotional range. They concluded he understood his actions were illegal but felt no moral wrongness, suggesting he possessed legal sanity but profound psychological abnormality. He was fit to stand trial and face consequences for his crimes. The trial began in October 1993, held in heavily secured courtroom to prevent potential violence from victim families and outraged public. Media coverage was intense. Every detail of testimony disseminated through newspapers and emerging television news programs. Biryakov sat impassively through proceedings, showing neither shame nor defiance, simply existing in space as if trial were administrative procedure rather than judgment on his life. Prosecutors presented overwhelming evidence, witness testimony from investigators, forensic experts, and family members who identified victims. They documented the timeline of murders, the evolution of his methodology, the calculated nature of his victim selection. They argued he represented extreme danger to society, that his crimes warranted maximum penalty available under Russian law. The death penalty had been under moratorium since 1996, but his trial preceded this, making capital punishment possibility. Defense attorneys mounted minimal case, unable to dispute facts but arguing for leniency based on mental illness. They presented psychiatric testimony suggesting Biryakov's pathology reduced his moral culpability, that he was driven by compulsions beyond his control. The argument was largely symbolic. Everyone understanding conviction was inevitable. The only question was sentencing severity. Victim impact statements filled days of testimony, families confronting monster who'd stolen their loved ones. Mothers described decades of wondering, of hoping against hope their daughters would return. Siblings spoke of guilt they felt for not protecting their lost family members. Children of victims, now adults, discussed growing up with absence-shaped holes in their lives. Biryakov listened expressionlessly, showing no visible reaction to accumulated grief his actions had caused. Verdict was unanimous. Guilty on 71 counts of aggravated murder, multiple counts of rape, torture, kidnapping, and desecration of human remains. The jury deliberated less than 4 hours before returning conviction on all charges. Sentencing hearing followed, prosecutors requesting death penalty while defense pleaded for life imprisonment. The judge, after reviewing testimony and evidence, pronounced sentence that sent ripples through the courtroom. Anatoly Biryakov was sentenced to death by firing squad, to be carried out at Black Dolphin Prison Facility following exhaustion of mandatory appeals. The sentence reflected crime's severity and society's judgment that his existence represented irredeemable threat. He received judgment without visible reaction, nodded slightly as if confirming information he'd expected, then was led from courtroom to begin journey toward execution. Appeals process extended over 2 years, various legal challenges attempting to overturn verdict or reduce sentence. All failed. Courts consistently found trial had been fair, evidence overwhelming, sentence appropriate to crime's severity. In December 1995, Russia's Supreme Court issued final ruling upholding conviction and death sentence. Biryakov's execution was scheduled for February 1996. His final weeks were spent in isolation cell, limited contact with outside world, under constant observation to prevent suicide that would rob state of its judgment. He gave several interviews to psychiatrists and criminologists studying serial murder, sessions where he discussed his crimes with clinical detachment, providing insights into predator psychology that informed future criminal profiling. He showed no remorse even facing death, maintaining his actions had been expressions of authentic self, that society's laws were arbitrary constructs he'd simply chosen to ignore. On February 14, 1996, Valentine's Day in bitter irony not lost on observers, Anatoly Biryakov was executed by firing squad at Black Dolphin Prison. He declined final statement, refused religious counsel, showed no emotional response as he was led to execution chamber. Witnesses described his death as anticlimactic, body falling as rifles fired, life ending in seconds after years of delivering prolonged deaths to others. He was 53 years old, had spent over 17 years killing, and left behind body count that placed him among history's most prolific murderers. The aftermath of his crimes rippled through Russian society for decades. Victim families formed support groups, bonding through shared trauma. Law enforcement agencies reformed procedures for tracking missing persons and coordinating investigations across jurisdictions. Mental health professionals studied his case, seeking understanding of how such pathology develops and how it might be detected earlier. His name became shorthand for incomprehensible evil, invoked when discussing monsters who hide behind masks of normalcy. Many questions remained unanswered. Investigators believed his victim count exceeded 71, that bodies existed in locations he'd never revealed, that some of his early kills might never be connected to him definitively. Families of missing persons whose loved ones were never found wondered if their lost were among his uncounted victims, denied even the closure of confirmation. The uncertainty added additional cruelty to already unbearable grief. The forests around Rostov became pilgrimage sites for some, dark tourism destinations where curious visitors walked areas where bodies had been discovered. Memorial was eventually erected near the primary excavation site, simple stone listing names of identified victims and acknowledging unknown dead, creating a place where families could gather and remember. Annual ceremonies on the anniversary of the discovery brought together survivors, families, and law enforcement personnel who'd worked the case, collective remembrance ensuring victims wouldn't be forgotten. Biryakov's case influenced criminal justice policy throughout Russia and internationally. It demonstrated catastrophic consequences when missing persons reports aren't centralized and analyzed systematically, when marginalized populations receive inadequate protection, when serial predators can operate across jurisdictions without triggering coordinated response. Reforms implemented in subsequent years aimed to prevent similar failures, though resource limitations and geographical challenges meant perfect solutions remained elusive. Psychological community continues studying his case, seeking to understand developmental pathways that produce such extreme pathology. His childhood trauma, though severe, wasn't unique. Many people endure abuse and neglect without becoming serial killers. What combination of genetic predisposition, environmental factors, and individual choice created Anatoly Biryakov remains debated. The case offers no comfortable conclusions, no simple explanations that would allow society to identify and stop future monsters before they begin killing. His victims deserve remembrance beyond their manner of death. They were daughters and sons, sisters and brothers, mothers and friends. They had dreams, fears, hopes, and personalities. They loved and were loved. Marina Kostova wanted to be teacher. Olga Mihailova collected porcelain figurines. Irina Volkov wrote poetry nobody ever published. Each possessed individual humanity that Biryakov stripped away, reducing them to bodies, to trophies, to numbers in his kill count. Remembering them as complete people, not just as victims, honors their lives and resists the erasure he attempted. The shadow Biryakov cast extends beyond his immediate victims to families destroyed by grief, communities traumatized by proximity to such evil, society forced to confront capacity for horror that exists within human species. His crimes challenged comforting beliefs about recognizing danger, about monsters looking different from normal people, about evil announcing itself obviously. He looked like everyone, lived among everyone, was everyone's neighbor until suddenly he was nightmare incarnate. 71 confirmed dead, possibly more. 17 years of hunting, decades of grief that will never fully heal. One man's absolute moral void creating crater of suffering that still echoes through lives of hundreds who survived him but lost pieces of themselves in his wake. This is the legacy of Anatoly Biryakov. Not the infamy he sought, but the endless ache of absence, the permanent wounds on families and community, the reminder that monsters walk among us wearing faces we trust until it's too late to run. The story ends not with his death, but with the continuation of pain he caused, with families still mourning, with unanswered questions, with the knowledge that somewhere, someone else is beginning their own journey toward becoming what he was. His execution eliminated one predator but couldn't erase the damage done or prevent future horrors. We remember, we study, we reform, we hope, but certainty eludes us. The only truth is that 71 people died horribly, their last moments consumed by terror inflicted by hands that felt nothing, that saw them as objects rather than humans, that ended them without remorse or hesitation. May they rest in peace. May their families find whatever healing is possible. May we learn enough from this darkness to prevent its repetition, though history suggests we probably won't. The story of Anatoly Biryakov is finished, but the story of serial murder continues, written in blood by hands we haven't yet identified, in places we don't yet know to look, claiming victims whose absences won't be noticed until too late. This is the horror. This is the truth. Remember them. If you're still awake, let's move on to our final story. Story 5. The Evil Spirit of Kokjarvi. Deep within the frozen wastelands of Soviet Russia, where winter's grip never truly releases its hold and darkness swallows the land for months at a time, a nightmare took human form. His name was Igor Chernat, a man whose very existence would become synonymous with unspeakable horror, whose actions would traumatize an entire region for generations. They called him the Evil Spirit of Kokjarvi, and for good reason. Between 1972 and 1985, this predator carved a path of destruction through the isolated villages of the Leningrad Oblast, leaving behind a trail of mutilated bodies and shattered lives that law enforcement could barely comprehend. This is not simply a story of murder. This is an examination of pure malevolence, of systematic brutality so profound that seasoned investigators wept at crime scenes, of a killer who hunted with the patience of a spider and struck with the savagery of a wolf. What you're about to hear will disturb you. It should disturb you, because Igor Chernat didn't just kill. He destroyed, he desecrated, he transformed human beings into evidence of mankind's darkest capabilities. This is the complete, unfiltered account of one of Russia's most vicious serial killers, a monster who operated in plain sight while an entire system failed to stop him. The Leningrad Oblast stretched across northwestern Russia like a vast, unforgiving expanse of forests, marshlands, and scattered settlements where life had remained largely unchanged for centuries. Here, in this remote wilderness where the nearest neighbor might be kilometers away and winter temperatures plummeted to bone-shattering cold, communities relied on trust and tradition to survive. It was into this harsh environment that Igor Chernat was born in 1946, in the small village of Kokjarvi, a collection of wooden homes and unpaved roads where everyone knew everyone, and secrets were supposedly impossible to keep. His childhood, by all accounts from those few who would later speak to investigators, was unremarkable in its surface appearance. Chernat's father worked at the local timber mill. His mother tended to their small household and vegetable garden. The family lived in a modest home that barely protected against the brutal winters, where ice formed on the inside of windows and breath became visible clouds even indoors. Young Igor attended the village school irregularly, often missing weeks at a time during the harshest months when snow drifts made travel impossible. But something was fundamentally wrong with Igor Chernat from the very beginning. Teachers who remembered him, and many tried desperately to forget, recalled a boy who displayed disturbing behaviors that set him apart from other children. He tortured small animals with methodical precision, not in the impulsive way some troubled children might, but with calculated deliberation. He would capture stray cats and dogs, taking them to abandoned barns where he conducted what could only be described as experiments in causing pain. Neighbors occasionally heard the anguished cries of animals but attributed them to the natural dangers of rural life. Foxes, wolves, the harsh realities of survival in such an unforgiving place. His relationship with other children was marked by violence and domination. Igor seemed incapable of forming genuine friendships, instead viewing his peers as either threats to be neutralized or victims to be controlled. Several incidents during his school years involved younger children being found tied up in the woods, terrified and sometimes injured, though Igor was never officially punished. In the Soviet system of the 1950s and 1960s, especially in remote villages, such behaviors were often dismissed as boyish roughness, harsh discipline was considered normal, and psychological evaluation was virtually non-existent. As Igor entered adolescence, his physical appearance took on characteristics that many would later find deeply unsettling. He grew tall and unusually strong from years of physical labor, with large hands that seemed disproportionate to his frame. His eyes, according to numerous witnesses, possessed a quality that made people deeply uncomfortable. A flat, emotionless gaze that seemed to look through rather than at people. His face remained largely expressionless, creating an uncanny valley effect that triggered instinctive unease in those who encountered him. By his late teens, Chernat had developed what would become his pattern of interaction with women. He displayed an intense, obsessive interest that quickly transformed into rage when rejected. Several young women in Kokjarvi reported feeling watched, finding him unexpectedly appearing near their homes or workplaces, receiving crude notes and unwanted attention that escalated despite clear refusals. The village culture, deeply patriarchal and resistant to addressing such complaints seriously, offered these women no real protection. Concerns were dismissed, the women were told to simply avoid him, and Igor continued his escalating pattern of harassment without consequence. His military service, mandatory for Soviet men, provided a brief respite for Kochjarvi. Igor was drafted into the Red Army in 1965, where he served for 3 years. Military records that investigators would later obtain painted a disturbing picture of his time in service. He received multiple disciplinary actions for violence against fellow soldiers, including one incident where he nearly killed a barracks mate during a fight, beating him with such ferocity that it took multiple men to pull him away. His superiors noted his complete lack of remorse, his inability to follow certain orders requiring cooperation, and his disturbing enthusiasm during weapons training, particularly when it involved close-quarters combat techniques. When Igor returned to Kochjarvi in 1968, he was changed, or perhaps more accurately, the thing that had always been inside him had grown stronger, more confident, more certain of its nature. He took a job at the same timber mill where his father worked, performing hard physical labor that further developed his already considerable strength. He moved into a small, isolated cabin on the outskirts of the village, a decision that seemed to suit everyone. Igor preferred solitude, and the villagers preferred having him at a distance. The cabin would later become legendary in the investigation, a chamber of horrors that investigators struggled to process even decades later. But in those first few years after his return, it simply appeared to be the dwelling of an antisocial, unpleasant man whom people avoided when possible. He was seen as strange, yes, and certainly someone you wouldn't want your daughters around, but not yet recognized as the predator he had become. During these years between 1968 and 1972, Igor Shernat was hunting, learning, preparing. He would take long walks through the forests, sometimes disappearing for days at a time. He studied the patterns of people in surrounding villages, learned the rhythms of rural life, identified the vulnerable and the isolated. He was a predator examining his territory, understanding where he could operate with the least risk of detection. The Soviet system, particularly in remote regions, had significant weaknesses that a calculating predator could exploit. Communication between villages was limited, police presence was minimal and often incompetent, and the general atmosphere of fear and mistrust that characterized the era meant people were often reluctant to report concerns to authorities. The concept of serial murder was not widely understood by Soviet law enforcement at this time, and the idea that one individual might be responsible for crimes across multiple jurisdictions rarely occurred to investigators working in isolation. Igor understood all of this, perhaps not intellectually but instinctively. He recognized that in this vast, frozen wilderness, where winter could isolate communities for months and where life was already hard and death not uncommon, he could operate with relative freedom. All he needed was patience, careful selection of victims, and an understanding of human vulnerability. He also developed what would become crucial elements of his methodology during these preparatory years. He learned to approach people in ways that didn't immediately trigger alarm, often posing as someone in need of assistance or offering help to those who appeared to be struggling. He identified locations, abandoned buildings, dense forest areas, sections of rarely traveled roads, where he could act without interruption. He acquired tools and weapons, nothing exotic or traceable, just common items that could be explained away if questioned. Axes, knives, rope, items any rural resident might legitimately own. Most chillingly, during these years, there were likely victims we will never know about. Investigators who would eventually work the Shernat case believed strongly that his killing began earlier than the first confirmed murder in 1972. The remote nature of the region meant that disappearances, particularly of transients, seasonal workers, or individuals traveling between villages, might never be reported or investigated. Bodies in the vast forests could remain undiscovered indefinitely, consumed by scavengers and the elements until nothing identifiable remained. The transformation was complete. Igor Shernat, the troubled boy who tortured animals, had become something far worse, a fully realized predator who understood his nature and had accepted it completely. He felt no guilt, no hesitation, no human connection that might restrain his impulses. He had found his purpose, as terrifying as that sounds, and he was ready to pursue it with single-minded determination. The evil spirit of Kokjarvi was about to begin his reign of terror, and the isolated villages of the Leningrad Oblast were utterly unprepared for what was coming. The systems designed to protect citizens were inadequate, the people were trusting and vulnerable, and Igor Chernat had all the time in the world. The stage was set for one of the most horrific series of murders in Soviet criminal history, a killing spree that would span over a decade and claim dozens of lives in ways that would haunt investigators for the rest of their careers. March 1972 marked the beginning of documented horror. Though the true starting point likely stretched further back into darkness, we can only speculate about. The winter was beginning its slow retreat from the Leningrad Oblast. Though snow still covered the ground in thick blankets and temperatures remained well below freezing most days. It was during this transitional period, when people were beginning to venture out more after months of winter isolation, that Igor Chernat claimed his first confirmed victim. Her name was Svetlana Mikhailova, a 19-year-old woman from the village of Sosnovo, approximately 15 kilometers from Kokjarvi. She had been visiting a friend in a neighboring settlement and was making the journey home on foot, a common practice in rural areas where personal vehicles were rare and public transportation limited. The route took her along a forest road that was used regularly enough to feel safe, but isolated enough to provide a predator with opportunity. Igor had been watching her. Investigators would later determine that he had observed Svetlana on at least 2 previous occasions, studying her routine, noting her tendency to walk alone, identifying her as a suitable target. On that March afternoon, as weak sunlight filtered through the pine trees and Svetlana hurried along the snow-packed road hoping to reach home before dark, Igor Chernat was waiting for her at a carefully selected point where the forest pressed close to the path and sight lines were limited. The attack was sudden and overwhelming. He emerged from the trees with shocking speed for a man of his size, covering the distance before Svetlana could even process what was happening. He struck her across the face with tremendous force, a blow that shattered her cheekbone and sent her sprawling into the snow. Before she could scream or attempt to flee, he was on top of her, his massive hands wrapping around her throat, cutting off both air and sound. What happened next, reconstructed from the crime scene and Chernat's eventual partial confession, represented a level of brutality that shocked even experienced investigators. Igor didn't simply kill Svetlana, he destroyed her. He dragged her deeper into the forest, far from the road where any passerby might hear or see, to a small clearing he had prepared in advance. There, over a period that might have lasted hours, he subjected her to horrific violence that served no purpose beyond his own sadistic gratification. He beat her with his fists and with a thick branch he had selected, breaking bones with methodical precision. He used a hunting knife to inflict cuts across her body, not deep enough to kill quickly but sufficient to cause agonizing pain and blood loss. Svetlana's screams echoed through the empty forest, heard by no one except the man who was destroying her. Igor later told investigators that he felt a sense of complete power during these acts, a feeling of control and domination that he found intensely satisfying. The sexual assault was brutal and prolonged. Chernat used violence even in this act, causing massive internal injuries that would have eventually proven fatal even without the other trauma. When he finally ended Svetlana's life, it was almost an afterthought, a final strangulation that came only after she had been reduced to a barely conscious state, her body broken and her mind likely retreating into merciful shock. But Igor Chernat wasn't finished. What he did to Svetlana's body after death revealed the true depths of his depravity. He mutilated her corpse with the knife, removing body parts as trophies, arranging what remained in a deliberately degrading position. This post-mortem violation would become a signature element of his crimes, a calling card that investigators would eventually recognize but would be powerless to prevent. He left her body where it lay, partially covered by snow and forest debris, and walked back to his cabin. No remorse, no fear, no human emotion whatsoever troubled him. He had discovered his true nature, and it satisfied something fundamental within him. The evil spirit had claimed its first acknowledged victim, and the appetite for destruction had only been awakened, not sated. Svetlana's body was discovered 3 days later by a hunter passing through the area. The man, a veteran of World War II who had seen the aftermath of some of history's bloodiest battles, vomited at the scene and had to sit for several minutes before he could force himself to go for help. Local police responded, and their investigation demonstrated the inadequacies that would plague efforts to stop Shernat for years to come. The crime scene was processed incompetently. Evidence was contaminated, photographs were inadequate, and the investigation focused primarily on finding a suspect among Svetlana's acquaintances and rejected suitors in her own village. The possibility that this might be a stranger attack, a random predatory killing by someone from outside her immediate social circle, barely registered with the investigators. Igor Shernat, who had no direct connection to Svetlana and no obvious motive beyond his own sadistic desires, never appeared on their radar. The murder caused tremendous fear in the local communities, but as weeks passed without an arrest or another incident, people began to convince themselves it was an isolated tragedy. Perhaps Svetlana had been the victim of a transient, someone passing through who had moved on. Perhaps it was an argument with someone she knew that had escalated beyond control. Perhaps it was just terrible bad luck, the kind of random violence that occasionally shatters the lives of ordinary people. They were wrong on all counts, but the alternative, that a predator lived among them and would kill again, was too frightening to accept. Igor waited, not because he was finished, but because he understood instinctively that spacing between killings would help prevent pattern recognition. He returned to his normal routine at the timber mill, continued his solitary existence in the cabin, and appeared to the few people who interacted with him as the same antisocial but harmless eccentric he had always been. Only Igor knew what he had done, and he was patient enough to wait for the right opportunity to kill again. That opportunity came 7 months later, in October 1972. The victim was Tatiana Volkov, a 32-year-old widow who lived alone in a small cottage outside the village of Kuzniknoy. Tatiana worked as a seamstress, taking in mending and clothing alterations from surrounding villages to support herself after her husband's death in an industrial accident 3 years earlier. Her isolated location and solitary lifestyle made her an ideal target for a predator like Igor Shernat. He approached her home on a cold October evening, claiming that his coat had been torn and asking if she could perform a quick repair. Tatiana, who depended on such work for her survival and who saw no obvious threat in this large but seemingly harmless man, invited him into her cottage. It was the last decision she would ever make. Once inside, Igor's demeanor changed instantly. The facade of the hapless customer dropped away, revealing the predator that had been waiting for exactly this moment. He attacked Tatiana in her own home, using the rope he had brought concealed in his jacket to bind her hands and feet. Her screams were muffled by the isolation of her cottage, the nearest neighbor too far away to hear anything amiss. What Igor did to Tatiana over the next several hours was monstrously cruel. He had learned from his first killing, had thought about what he wanted to do differently, what would maximize his satisfaction. He tortured her methodically, using tools he found in her own home combined with implements he had brought. He inflicted pain with the precision of someone conducting an experiment, watching her reactions, learning what produced the most suffering. The sexual assault was even more violent than with Svetlana, marked by a level of rage and hatred toward women that went beyond simple criminal violence into something approaching pathological fury. Tatiana's injuries in this regard were so severe that the pathologist who eventually examined her body had to pause multiple times during the autopsy, unable to continue without breaks to compose himself. Igor strangled Tatiana with his bare hands, watching the life leave her eyes with fascination rather than horror. He then spent additional time mutilating her body, this time taking more extensive trophies and creating a scene that was designed, consciously or unconsciously, to shock whoever eventually discovered it. The degradation of her corpse went beyond anything explainable by rage or sexual pathology. It was violation for violation's sake, desecration as an end in itself. When he left Tatiana's cottage in the early morning hours, he locked the door behind him, a detail that would delay discovery and give him even more time before authorities connected this murder to Svetlana's death. He walked through the dark forest back to his cabin, arriving as dawn was breaking, and went about his day as if nothing remarkable had occurred. Tatiana's body wasn't discovered for nearly a week. She had no close family checking on her regularly, and customers assumed she was simply busy or perhaps ill when she didn't respond to knocks on her door. Finally, a concerned neighbor who had noticed mail piling up and an unusual smell forced open the door and found the nightmare inside. The condition of Tatiana's body after a week had complicated the investigation, but even so, the similarities to Svetlana Mikhailova's murder were unmistakable to anyone who looked carefully. The problem was that no one was looking carefully, at least not across jurisdictional boundaries. The two villages had different police departments, communication between them was minimal, and the concept of analyzing crime patterns across regions was simply not part of standard Soviet law enforcement practice at that time, especially in remote areas. Once again, the investigation focused on Tatiana's immediate social circle. Had she argued with a customer? Did she have a rejected suitor? Was there a financial motive? The possibility that the same person who killed Svetlana had now killed Tatiana, and that this person might kill again, simply didn't register with the investigators. They were looking for individual solutions to individual crimes, not recognizing the larger pattern of predatory violence that was emerging. Igor Chernat had now killed twice, with increasing confidence and sophistication in his methods. He had learned that he could approach victims through deception, that isolated women were vulnerable targets, and that law enforcement in the region was neither equipped nor inclined to connect murders across jurisdictions. He had also discovered that the killing itself, the torture and degradation and ultimate ending of another person's life, satisfied something deep within him that nothing else could touch. The evil spirit of Kokhjarvi was fully awakened now, and the pace of killing would soon accelerate. The years that followed would see a mounting toll of victims, each murder building on the knowledge and experience gained from previous killings. Each crime seemed more horrifying than the last. Igor Chernat had found his calling, and he would pursue it with the dedication of an artist perfecting his craft, except his medium was human suffering, and his canvas was the isolated wilderness of the Leningrad Oblast where screams carried no further than the trees. The years between 1973 and 1980 represented the peak of Igor Chernat's killing spree, a sustained campaign of predatory violence that claimed at least 20 confirmed victims and possibly many more whose deaths were never connected to him or whose bodies were never found. During this period, the evil spirit of Kokhjarvi refined his methodology, expanding his hunting grounds while maintaining a pattern of victim selection and murder that satisfied his escalating need for violence and control. The spring of 1973 brought 3 murders in quick succession, an acceleration that suggested Igor's psychological need for killing was intensifying. His victims during this period were Irina Sokolova, a 23-year-old teacher from the village of Otradnoy, Elena Petrova, a 41-year-old nurse traveling between rural clinics, and Anna Kuznetsova, a 17-year-old student who had the profound misfortune of accepting a ride from Igor during a rainstorm. Each murder followed a pattern that was becoming Igor's signature, though with variations that kept law enforcement, such as it was, from recognizing the common thread. He selected victims who were isolated or traveling alone, approached them through some form of deception or false offer of assistance, and then overpowered them with sudden, overwhelming violence. The initial attack was always brutal and immediate, designed to shock the victim into compliance and prevent any chance of escape or calling for help. What followed the initial attack was where Igor's true nature revealed itself most completely. He would transport his victims, sometimes considerable distances, to locations he had prepared in advance. Abandoned buildings, remote forest clearings, even his own cabin when he was confident about the timeline. These places became theaters for extended torture sessions that could last hours or, in some cases that investigators later reconstructed, even days. The torture itself evolved in sophistication and cruelty. Igor employed a variety of methods to inflict pain. Beatings with fists and objects that broke bones and caused massive tissue damage, cutting and stabbing with knives that created hundreds of wounds without immediately killing, burning with cigarettes and heated metal that left distinctive patterns on victim skin, and various forms of sexual violence so extreme that even hardened investigators struggled to document them clinically in their reports. Irina Sokolova's body, when it was eventually discovered in a rotting shed outside Otradnoy, revealed the full horror of what Igor had done. Her corpse bore evidence of prolonged torture, over 200 separate wounds, multiple broken bones including shattered fingers that suggested defensive injuries or possibly deliberate breaking for torture purposes, extensive bruising across her entire body, and internal injuries from sexual assault that the pathologist described as the worst he had ever encountered in his career. Elena Petrova disappeared while traveling between villages and wasn't found for months. Hikers eventually discovered her remains in a dense forest area several kilometers from any main path. Decomposition had advanced significantly, but enough evidence remained to establish that her death matched the pattern of the earlier murders. Rope marks on the bones of her wrists and ankles indicated prolonged restraint, scattered bones suggested animal scavenging after death, and the location of the body in a carefully concealed depression suggested the killer had attempted to hide his work. Anna Kuznetsova's murder was particularly disturbing because witnesses had seen her get into Igor's truck, though they didn't know the driver's identity at the time. She had been waiting at a rural crossroads during a thunderstorm when Igor approached, offering a ride to her destination. Desperate to get out of the rain and unaware of the danger, Anna accepted. Several people saw her climb into the passenger seat of the work truck, but no one thought to note the license plate or really examine the driver. It was simply someone helping a young woman in need, a common courtesy in rural communities. What Igor did to Anna over the following hours in his isolated cabin was reconstructed through forensic evidence and his own later partial admissions. He kept her alive for an extended period, restraining her in the main room where he had prepared various implements specifically for torture. The cabin, when eventually searched by police, contained a workspace that could only be described as a torture chamber. Hooks mounted on walls, restraining devices fashioned from rope and leather, a collection of knives and other instruments carefully maintained and organized. Anna's suffering must have been unimaginable. Igor subjected her to every form of torture and abuse he had perfected on previous victims, and some that were new experiments in causing pain. He broke her systematically, physically and mentally, until the person who had existed was simply gone, replaced by a suffering organism begging for death. When he finally killed her through strangulation, it was almost an act of mercy compared to what had come before. He disposed of Anna's body by weighting it and submerging it in a remote marsh, a method he would use several times. The acidic water and lack of oxygen in such environments could preserve bodies in recognizable form for years, but the isolation made discovery unlikely. Anna's family searched desperately for her, but it would be years before her remains were found, and even then identification required dental records and painstaking forensic work. By 1975, Igor Chernat had claimed at least 12 confirmed victims, though the true number was almost certainly higher. His hunting ground had expanded to encompass an area of roughly 50 square kilometers, including parts of 3 different administrative districts. This geographic spread, combined with the general incompetence and lack of coordination among local law enforcement agencies, meant that no one was connecting the dots or recognizing that a serial predator was operating in the region. The victims during this middle period included women ranging in age from 16 to 53, representing a variety of occupations and backgrounds. There was Olga Ivanova, a collective farm worker killed while walking home after her shift. Marina Fedorova, a traveling merchant who made regular circuits between villages selling household goods. Valentina Morozova, a mail carrier who disappeared along her rural route. Galina Popova, a widow living alone who made the fatal mistake of answering her door when Igor knocked with a fabricated story about a broken-down vehicle. Each murder followed the established pattern: sudden overwhelming violence, abduction to a controlled location, extended torture and sexual assault, eventual killing through strangulation or beating, and post-mortem mutilation. Igor refined his techniques with each victim, learning what produced the most fear, the most pain, the most absolute control over another human being. He was becoming an expert in cruelty, a specialist in suffering. The post-mortem mutilations became increasingly elaborate and disturbing. Igor removed body parts as trophies, which he kept in his cabin in a hidden compartment that wouldn't be discovered until his eventual arrest. He arranged bodies in degrading positions, sometimes returning to dump sites to move remains or add additional violations. He carved marks into victims' skin, primitive symbols whose meaning, if any, was known only to him. The psychological torture was as significant as the physical. Igor would describe to his victims exactly what he was going to do to them, building terror before carrying out his threats. He would pause torture sessions to let victims hope for mercy or rescue, then resume with renewed intensity. He would ask them questions about their lives, families, and hopes for the future while systematically destroying their bodies. A grotesque parody of conversation that added an additional layer of horror to the physical suffering. Not all of Igor's attempted abductions were successful, though the failure rate was low. Several women escaped through luck, quick thinking, or intervention by unexpected witnesses. These survivors provided crucial information, though it would take years before anyone compiled their reports into a coherent pattern. They described a large man with emotionless eyes, a work truck or van used in several approaches, a calm demeanor that suddenly transformed into explosive violence, and various deceptive tactics used to gain trust or create vulnerability. One survivor, Katia Semenova, managed to escape after Igor had already restrained her and transported her to an abandoned barn. When he stepped away momentarily, she worked her hands free of loose bindings and fled through a window, running through the forest in her bare feet while Igor pursued. She eventually reached a main road where a passing vehicle stopped, and the driver, recognizing her terror and disheveled state, drove her directly to the police. Her description of her attacker and the barn location gave investigators their first real lead, though they failed to follow up effectively, and Igor was never questioned about the incident. By the late 1970s, whispers were beginning to circulate through the villages of the Leningrad Oblast. Women warned each other about traveling alone, parents cautioned daughters about accepting rides or help from strangers, and a general atmosphere of unease settled over communities that had once been relatively carefree. People spoke in hushed tones about the evil spirit that seemed to be taking women from the region, a supernatural explanation for something their minds struggled to accept, that one of their own, a human man who lived among them, could be responsible for such horrors. Igor continued working at the timber mill throughout this entire period, maintaining the facade of normalcy that allowed him to operate undetected. Co-workers would later tell investigators that he seemed completely unremarkable. Quiet, kept to himself, did his job without complaint, never drew attention. They worked alongside a serial killer for years without suspecting anything, because Igor understood the importance of blending in, of not standing out, of being forgettable in every context except his crimes. The year 1980 saw 4 more murders, bringing Igor's confirmed toll to at least 20 victims. These later killings showed signs of escalation in violence, suggesting that the satisfaction he derived from murder was requiring increasingly extreme acts to achieve the same psychological payoff. Victims' bodies displayed more extensive torture injuries, post-mortem mutilations became more elaborate, and the time Igor spent with victims appeared to be lengthening, indicating he was becoming bolder and more confident in his ability to avoid detection. The Soviet system, for all its claims of efficiency and control, was proving utterly incapable of protecting citizens from this predator. Local police departments were understaffed, undertrained, and under-resourced. Communication between jurisdictions was minimal and bureaucratic. The concept of criminal profiling or serial crime analysis was virtually unknown in Soviet law enforcement at this time. Forensic capabilities were primitive compared to Western standards. And perhaps most significantly, there was tremendous pressure from higher authorities to minimize crime statistics and avoid acknowledging problems that might reflect poorly on the socialist system. This combination of factors created an environment where Igor Chernat could operate with near impunity. Each murder was investigated, if at all, as an isolated incident. Connections between crimes were missed or ignored. Survivors' reports were filed and forgotten. Evidence was lost or contaminated. Witnesses were not properly interviewed. And through it all, Igor continued killing, harvesting souls in the dark forests of the Leningrad Oblast while the system designed to stop him failed utterly in its most basic responsibility. The evil spirit of Kokhjarvi had become a dark legend, whispered about in fearful tones but never confronted, never stopped, never even properly acknowledged by those with the power to act. Igor Chernat had achieved a terrible kind of freedom, the freedom to indulge his most monstrous impulses without meaningful consequence, to take human lives as casually as others might pick apples from a tree. The harvest would continue for several more years, with the body count rising and the suffering multiplying, until a combination of chance, persistence, and Igor's own eventual overconfidence would finally bring his reign of terror to an end. The beginning of the end for Igor Chernat came not from brilliant detective work or technological breakthrough. but from the oldest of investigative tools, human persistence and the accumulation of small mistakes that even the most careful predator eventually makes. By 1983, the sheer number of disappearances and murdered women in the Leningrad Oblast region had become impossible to ignore, even for authorities inclined to minimize such problems. A young investigator named Dmitry Sokolov, recently assigned to the regional police headquarters in Vyborg, began doing what no one had systematically attempted before: compiling information about all unsolved murders and disappearances of women across the multiple jurisdictions of the oblast over the preceding decade. What he discovered horrified him. At least 17 murders bore striking similarities in method, victim type, and post-mortem treatment. Another dozen disappearances fit patterns that suggested they might be related. The geographic distribution covered a specific area centered roughly on the Kokhjarvi region, and the timeline stretched back to 1972 with a clear escalation in frequency over time. Sokolov faced significant resistance when he attempted to present his findings. His superiors were deeply reluctant to acknowledge a serial killer operating for over a decade in Soviet Russia, a scenario that reflected poorly on law enforcement competence and contradicted the official narrative that such problems were primarily capitalist phenomena. He was told to focus on individual cases, not to waste resources on theoretical connections, and to remember that sensationalism helped no one. But Dmitry Sokolov possessed the stubbornness that separates competent investigators from extraordinary ones. Working largely on his own time, often staying late into the night at the office, he continued building his case. He re-interviewed survivors of attacks, finding consistencies in their descriptions of the attacker that previous investigators had dismissed or never compared. He examined crime scene photographs, noting repeated patterns in victim positioning and mutilation that suggested a single perpetrator. He created maps showing victim locations and identified overlap areas where the killer likely lived or worked. The breakthrough came in February 1984, when Igor Chernat made a rare but critical error. He attempted to abduct a woman named Vera Antonova from the town of Priozersk during daylight hours, an unusual deviation from his typical pattern of targeting isolated victims in remote locations. Vera was walking from a shop when Igor approached in his work truck, asking if she needed a ride since heavy snow was beginning to fall. Something in his demeanor or manner set off alarm bells for Vera. Perhaps some predatory quality she couldn't consciously identify but instinctively recognized as dangerous. She declined politely and continued walking. Igor persisted, driving slowly alongside her and becoming increasingly insistent. When Vera quickened her pace, looking around for other people, Igor made a desperate decision born of opportunity slipping away. He stopped the truck, jumped out, and grabbed her arm, attempting to force her toward the vehicle. Vera screamed, fought back with surprising effectiveness, and critically, a shopkeeper heard the commotion and emerged to find Igor attempting to drag a struggling woman toward his truck. The shopkeeper, a large man named Boris Petrov, intervened immediately, rushing toward Igor and shouting at him to release Vera. For a moment, Igor considered fighting. He was immensely strong and confident in his physical capabilities, but the situation had deteriorated beyond salvage. Other people were emerging from nearby buildings, drawn by the screaming and shouting. Igor released Vera, returned to his truck with forced casualness, and drove away before anyone thought to block his exit. But Boris Petrov had the presence of mind to memorize the license plate number. And Vera Antonova, shaken but unharmed, provided police with a detailed description of her attacker and his vehicle. For the first time, law enforcement had specific, actionable information about someone attempting a violent abduction, a description, a vehicle identification, and a specific date and location. When Dmitry Sokolov heard about the incident, something clicked into place in his investigation. He pulled every file on his list of connected murders and disappearances, looking for any mention of vehicles matching Vera's description. He found 3 separate witness reports from different years mentioning similar trucks seen in areas where women later disappeared. He checked vehicle registration records for the Kokhjarvi region and found that Igor Chernat, employed at the local timber mill, owned a truck matching the description. Sokolov began investigating Igor Chernat specifically, and what he found was deeply troubling. Chernat had no documented criminal record, but there were multiple complaints from women over the years about harassment and threatening behavior, all dismissed as minor disputes. His childhood showed incidents of animal cruelty and violence toward other children. His military service included disciplinary actions for fighting. He lived alone in an isolated cabin and had no social connections beyond superficial workplace relationships. He had no alibi for several of the murder dates Sokolov could check. Building a case that would satisfy Soviet prosecutors, who typically required either confession or overwhelming physical evidence, would take time and careful work. Sokolov knew he had to be meticulous. If Igor Chernat was indeed the killer, he was far too dangerous to approach without absolute certainty and overwhelming force. One mistake could mean either the case collapsing due to procedural errors or, worse, Chernat escaping and disappearing into the vast Soviet landscape where he could continue killing indefinitely. Sokolov began surveillance of Igor Chernat in March 1984, using the limited resources he could command without fully revealing his investigation to skeptical superiors. He watched Igor's movements, documented his routines, and noted particularly that Igor took long drives into remote areas on his days off, sometimes returning with his truck noticeably dirtier than when he left, suggesting off-road travel through forest areas. On April 12, 1984, surveillance teams followed Igor as he drove to a remote section of forest near the abandoned village of Keskovo, an area that had been depopulated in the 1950s when residents were relocated to larger collective farms. Igor parked his truck and walked into the woods carrying a backpack. Officers maintained distant observation, watching as he made his way to what appeared to be a predetermined location, an old root cellar from one of the abandoned homesteads, its entrance partially concealed by vegetation and fallen timber. Igor spent nearly 2 hours at this location before emerging and returning to his truck. After he departed, Sokolov's team approached the root cellar with extreme caution, unsure what they might find. What they discovered would provide the final pieces of evidence needed to obtain arrest authorization and would haunt every investigator present for the remainder of their lives. The root cellar had been converted into a trophy room, a shrine to Igor's crimes that demonstrated the full scope of his killing spree. Human remains filled the space, bones carefully cleaned and arranged, preserved body parts in sealed containers, items of clothing and personal effects organized by victim. Igor had created a catalog of his murders, keeping mementos from each victim in a grotesque collection that he apparently visited regularly to relive his crimes. Among the items recovered were fragments that could be matched to at least 14 confirmed murder victims through dental records, distinctive jewelry, or other identifying characteristics. There were also remains and belongings from individuals who had never been reported missing or whose disappearances had not been connected to the murder investigation, suggesting Igor's true victim count was significantly higher than even the most pessimistic estimates. The team photographed everything, documented the location meticulously, and then faced a critical decision. They could seize the evidence immediately, giving them overwhelming proof of Igor's guilt but also alerting him that he had been discovered. Or they could maintain surveillance, hoping to catch him in the act of another crime or returning to the location, providing even stronger evidence. After agonizing debate and consultation with prosecutors, they chose to act immediately. The risk of Igor killing again while they waited for additional evidence was simply too high. On April 14, 1984, a heavily armed team of police officers surrounded Igor Chernat's cabin just before dawn. They waited until he emerged for work, then moved in with overwhelming force, weapons drawn and orders shouted for him to lie face down on the ground. Igor complied without resistance, his expression remaining eerily calm even as officers roughly handcuffed him and searched his person for weapons. The search of Igor's cabin revealed additional horrors that supplemented the evidence from the root cellar. Hidden compartments contained more trophies, detailed journals where Igor had recorded some of his crimes in clinical detail, pornographic materials depicting extreme violence, and implements clearly designed for torture. The main room showed signs of having been used for extended restraint and abuse of victims. Bloodstains that luminol revealed despite cleaning attempts, anchor points on walls and floor, restraining devices, and an array of weapons and tools. During the initial interrogation, Igor Chernat displayed the same flat affect and emotional emptiness that had characterized him throughout his life. When presented with evidence of his crimes, he neither denied nor confirmed, simply staring at interrogators with those unsettling eyes that seemed to look through rather than at people. For hours, He refused to speak beyond confirming his name and basic information. But as interrogation continued over subsequent days, with Dmitry Sokolov taking the lead, Igor gradually began to open up, not out of remorse or desire for confession, but seemingly from a kind of pride in his accomplishments and frustration that they weren't being properly appreciated. He spoke about his crimes in technical terms, describing methods and reasoning without any emotional content, as if discussing carpentry techniques rather than torture and murder. Igor admitted to 23 murders during these interrogations, providing details that only the killer could know about crime scenes and victims. He described the evolution of his methodology, explained his victim selection criteria, and discussed the psychological satisfaction he derived from complete control over another person's life and death. When asked if he felt any remorse, any recognition that his victims were human beings with families and futures, Igor seemed genuinely puzzled by the question. To him, they had been objects, resources to be used for his gratification, no more deserving of moral consideration than the animals he had tortured as a child. Psychiatric evaluation of Igor Shernat produced a diagnosis of antisocial personality disorder with sadistic features and possible psychopathy, clinical terms that attempted to categorize something fundamentally incomprehensible to normal human psychology. The doctors determined he was legally sane, capable of understanding his actions and their consequences, but utterly lacking in empathy, guilt, or any emotional connection to other human beings. He was a predator wearing human form, they concluded, someone for whom other people existed only as potential victims or obstacles. The trial, when it finally occurred in November 1984, was conducted with unusual speed by Soviet standards. The evidence was overwhelming, Igor's own confessions were detailed and verifiable, and prosecutors faced no significant defense. Igor showed no emotion throughout the proceedings, sitting calmly while victim after victim was described. Photographs of crime scenes were presented, and grieving family members testified about the devastating impact of his crimes. He was convicted on 23 counts of aggravated murder, multiple counts of sexual assault, kidnapping, and other charges. The judge, in pronouncing sentence, described Igor Shernat as one of the most dangerous criminals to ever appear in a Soviet court, a man who had shown himself to be fundamentally irredeemable and incompatible with any form of civilized society. The sentence was death by firing squad, to be carried out as soon as all appeals were exhausted. Soviet practice typically kept execution dates secret and allowed minimal time between final appeal and execution. Igor Shernat was executed on March 7, 1985, at a facility outside Leningrad. According to the official report, he showed no emotion as he was led to the execution ground, made no final statement, and died instantly when the shots were fired. He was 43 years old and had been actively killing for at least 13 years, possibly longer. The official investigation concluded with 23 confirmed victims, but investigators privately believed the true number was significantly higher. Igor had operated in a vast, sparsely populated region where disappearances might never be reported and bodies might never be found. His trophy collection included items that couldn't be matched to known victims, suggesting unknown murders. And his own statements, while detailed about crimes he chose to discuss, were notably vague about the earliest period of his killing career, suggesting victims he preferred not to reveal for reasons known only to him. The impact on the communities of the Leningrad Oblast was profound and lasting. Families who had spent years wondering what happened to missing daughters, sisters, mothers, and wives finally had terrible answers. The revelation that a serial killer had operated freely for over a decade while law enforcement failed to connect obvious patterns sparked anger and demands for accountability. Trust in institutions was damaged, and a sense of security that had existed in rural communities was permanently shattered. Dmitry Sokolov, the investigator whose persistence had finally stopped Igor Shernat, received commendation but no promotion or significant recognition. The Soviet system was reluctant to acknowledge that such a case had required extraordinary individual effort to solve, preferring to present it as a success of the system rather than a failure that one determined investigator had partially remedied. Sokolov continued his career in law enforcement, but those who worked with him said he was changed by the Shernat case, haunted by the victims he hadn't been able to save and the years that Igor had operated while the system looked away. The story of Igor Shernat, the evil spirit of Kochjarvi, remained largely unknown outside the Soviet Union during his lifetime due to the government's tendency to suppress information about serial killers and other crimes that contradicted official narratives about socialist society. Only after the collapse of the Soviet Union did fuller information about the case become publicly available, revealing it as one of the most extensive and brutal serial murder cases in Russian criminal history. For those who study such cases, Igor Shernat represents a particular type of predatory killer, one who combined careful planning and victim selection with explosive, sadistic violence, who could maintain a facade of normalcy while regularly committing horrific crimes, and who operated successfully for extended periods by exploiting systemic weaknesses in law enforcement and taking advantage of geographic and social isolation. He was methodical yet brutal, patient yet ultimately reckless, intelligent enough to avoid detection for years but unable to control impulses that would eventually ensure his capture. The psychiatric and criminological analysis of Igor Shernat has provided valuable, if disturbing, insights into the psychology of serial predators. His complete lack of empathy, his view of other humans as objects rather than people, his escalating need for violence to achieve satisfaction, and his apparent pride in his crimes all represent classic characteristics of the most dangerous type of criminal personality. Yet even with modern understanding of such individuals, preventing or quickly identifying them remains extraordinarily difficult, particularly in environments where law enforcement resources are limited and communication between jurisdictions is poor. The victims of Igor Shernat, those 23 confirmed dead, those possibly unknown others, and the survivors who escaped his clutches, deserve remembrance as individuals, not merely statistics in a criminal case. They were daughters who would never marry, mothers who would never see children grow up, sisters whose absence left permanent holes in families, friends whose laughter would never again brighten their communities. Each had dreams, personalities, loves, and fears that were violently ended by a man who saw them only as opportunities for sadistic gratification. Svetlana Mikhailova had been planning to attend university, hoping to become a teacher like her favorite instructor. Tatiana Volkov was supporting her elderly mother through her seamstress work and had been contemplating remarriage to a widower who had been courting her respectfully. Irina Sokolova had just been offered a position at a better school with higher pay. Anna Kuznetsova had received acceptance to nursing school and was excited about beginning that autumn. These details and countless others about Igor's victims represent the human cost of his crimes. Futures destroyed, potential unrealized, love and joy permanently extinguished. The families of victims, many of whom spent years not knowing the fate of their loved ones, experienced their own form of torture. The uncertainty, the flickering hope that perhaps she had run away or was living elsewhere, the gradual acceptance that probably meant death, and finally the confirmation that brought grief but also terrible details they could never unhear. This prolonged suffering multiplied the harm Igor Shernat caused far beyond the immediate victims. Some families never recovered psychologically from the trauma. Marriages collapsed under the strain of grief and guilt. Parents died blaming themselves for not protecting their children. Siblings struggled with survivors' guilt and nightmares. The ripples of destruction extended outward from each murder, touching hundreds of lives across multiple generations. Law enforcement officials involved in the investigation and particularly in processing crime scenes and evidence also carried psychological scars. Several officers involved in searching Igor's cabin and the root cellar required extended leave and psychological support. The pathologists who examined victims' remains described the Shernat case as the worst they encountered in their careers. Dmitry Sokolov himself, though successful in stopping the killer, reportedly suffered from depression and intrusive memories for years afterward, feeling that he had acted too slowly and that earlier intervention might have saved lives. The case also exposed systematic failures in Soviet law enforcement that, while specific to that time and place, reflect broader challenges that persist in combating serial crime even today. The lack of coordination between jurisdictions, the absence of centralized databases for tracking similar crimes, the reluctance of officials to acknowledge patterns that contradicted preferred narratives, the inadequate training of investigators in psychological profiling, and the limited forensic capabilities all contributed to Igor's ability to kill freely for over a decade. Modern criminal justice systems in developed nations have improved significantly in these areas. Computerized databases allow pattern recognition across jurisdictions, profiling techniques help identify likely suspects, forensic science has advanced tremendously, and there is greater institutional acknowledgement that serial predators exist and require specialized investigative approaches. Yet, even with these improvements, serial killers still sometimes operate for extended periods before being identified, demonstrating that the challenge of stopping such predators remains significant. The physical locations associated with Igor Chernat's crimes have largely been reclaimed by nature or deliberately destroyed. His cabin was burned to the ground shortly after his execution, local authorities determining that it should not remain standing as a potential shrine for the morbidly curious. The root cellar was filled in and the site marked on police maps, but otherwise left to be consumed by the forest. Crime scenes in various locations have returned to their previous states, with no markers or memorials to indicate what happened there. This erasure is understandable. Communities traumatized by such events often prefer to move forward without physical reminders of horror. Yet it also raises questions about memory and acknowledgement. Should there be memorials to victims, permanent recognition that they lived and died and deserved better? Or is forgetting, moving on, returning to normalcy the healthier response for communities that have suffered such trauma? There are no clear answers, and different communities make different choices based on their particular needs and cultures. What remains undeniable is that Igor Chernat, the evil spirit of Kokhjarvi, represents one of the darkest chapters in Russian criminal history. His crimes revealed the capacity for systematic cruelty that exists within human nature, the vulnerability of isolated individuals to predatory violence, and the terrible consequences when systems designed to protect citizens fail in their fundamental mission. His case stands as a reminder that evil is not supernatural or abstract, but can manifest in individuals who walk among us, appearing unremarkable until they reveal their true nature through acts of unimaginable brutality. For 13 years, Igor Chernat took lives with impunity, satisfying his sadistic urges while communities lived in fear and authorities failed to act effectively. 23 women, at minimum, died in terror and agony because of his actions. Their stories, their suffering, and their stolen futures stand as testament to the cost of failing to recognize and stop predatory killers quickly. The evil spirit of Kokhjarvi was not supernatural. He was human, which is somehow more disturbing. Because if such evil can exist within human form, walking among us undetected, then constant vigilance and effective systems for protection become not luxuries but necessities for any society that values human life and dignity. The execution of Igor Chernat ended his ability to harm others, but it could not undo the damage he caused or restore what he destroyed. The victims remained dead, the families remained broken, the communities remained traumatized. Justice, such as it was, came too late for too many. The evil spirit of Kokhjarvi was finally stopped, but the scars he left on the landscape and psyche of the Leningrad Oblast region would remain for generations, a permanent reminder of what happens when a human predator is allowed to hunt freely among vulnerable prey. This is the complete story of Igor Chernat, from his disturbing childhood through his years of systematic murder to his eventual capture and execution. It is a story without redemption, without meaning beyond the suffering inflicted and the lives destroyed. It serves only as a warning and a remembrance. A warning that such predators exist and must be stopped quickly, and a remembrance that behind every crime statistic are real people who deserve to live, to love, to fulfill their potential, and who instead died in fear and pain at the hands of a man who viewed them as nothing more than objects for his gratification. May the victims be remembered. May their families find whatever peace is possible after such trauma. And may law enforcement worldwide learn from the failures that allowed Igor Chernat to operate for so long unchecked. Thank you for watching and joining us as we explored these chilling and mysterious stories. If you enjoyed the journey, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share with others who love a good mystery. Also, let us know where you're watching from. I'd love to hear where in the world you're tuning in. We appreciate you being part of this, and we'll see you next time for more gripping stories. Stay safe, stay curious, and keep unraveling the unknown.